Guys, please support by subscribing to the channel. However, becoming a master or grandmaster is easier than becoming a grandmaster or great-grandmaster, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. The innate realm corresponds to the unranked evolved individuals in the cosmic human alliance. Grandmasters, on the other hand, are advanced evolvers. To reach the grandmaster level through the path of martial arts evolution, one needs to perfectly master one's own power. External aids are useless in this regard. The virtual world of Kanglan Star, Central Plaza area. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared here. Azure Evolution ranking. Lin Yuan looked up at the towering list in the distance. The 8th line at the top is inscribed with the 6 characters path to martial arts evolution. Perhaps because the changes to the evolution rankings were so significant, there were many more people in the central square area. Is there some mystery to the path of martial arts evolution that allows one to break into the top 8 of the evolution rankings? I heard that the second stage of this evolutionary path involves the fusion and transformation of 2 extreme forces, which is why it was able to soar from 78th to 8th place. The fusion and transformation of 2 extreme forces. My goodness, which big shot created this evolutionary path? I don't know, but on Kanglan Star, only those few great scholars who have studied evolutionary pathways, or those few research teams, could possibly develop an evolutionary pathway of this level. The crowd in the square whispered among themselves. Lin Yuan listened casually. Those who can enter the virtual world are either level 2 or higher citizens or evolved beings, and their sources of information are wide-ranging. There are various speculations about the evolution of martial arts. Some even believe that the path to the evolution of martial arts should be taken by great scholars from other planets, who came to Kanglan Star to pass on their teachings. Otherwise, why would they know about such a potentially huge evolutionary path, but have never even heard of it? Lin Yuan remained calm. Those who are discussing this probably never dreamed that the creator of the path to martial arts evolution would be a student who is not even 20 years old and has just graduated. There's no need to reveal your identity now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the martial arts evolution path has now attracted attention from all sides. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, there would be few benefits but a lot of drawbacks. Admittedly, Lin Yuan's status as a 4th-level citizen, which allows him to advance at any time, has attracted the attention of the Goddess of Wisdom. With the Goddess of Wisdom present, all voices within humanity can be silenced. But what about the outside world? What about those alien races? Lin Yuan was not even 20 years old, yet he had already opened up a martial arts evolution path with the potential to reach the 6th level. Not to mention on Kanglan Star, it is considered extremely dazzling even in the nearby star fields. The more dazzling it is, the more it attracts the attention of those alien races. If it were just an extra high-level evolved being, it might not be noticed by the alien race. After all, even the strongest evolved being can only dominate for a period of time. But if Lin Yuan truly unlocks the path to martial arts evolution to the 6th rank, a brand new 6th-order evolution path represents not just one 6th-order evolver, but a continuous stream of 6th-order evolvers. If the alien races hiding in the shadows find out, they will surely choose to assassinate Lin Yuan. Once Lin Yuan dies, the path of martial arts evolution will lose its founder, making it difficult for future generations to continue along this path. That is precisely why Lin Yuan Kai must not reveal his identity. Even the Goddess of Wisdom advised Lin Yuan not to reveal his identity. As for Lin Yuan's citizenship level rising several levels in a short period of time, it is indeed a bit strange. But who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan spent to upgrade his citizen level were obtained by uploading the martial arts evolution path? in the Cosmic Human Alliance, there is more than one way to obtain merit points. As long as you gain the approval of the three goddesses, including the goddess of wisdom, you can achieve it. Hulin Residential Area, Residence No. 118. This house was a gift from Chu Shiyi's grandfather to Lin Yuan as an apology during the Lin family banquet some time ago. Although it can't compare to the multi-million-dollar mansions in Shuyu community, it's still worth 5 or 6 million, far better than the house Lin Yuan's family used to live in. Afterwards, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, since he spent most of his time in the Shuyu residential area and didn't need this apartment. Early morning. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room. I really became an evolved being? At this moment, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shucheng, rushed out, full of disbelief. At this moment, he felt his body filled with power, and a warm current was flowing through his limbs and bones. Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened? Mother Lu Qiang also looked incredulous. They had just woken up this morning when they saw Lin Yuan standing in front of their bed, saying that the two of them were already evolved beings. Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang initially didn't believe it. Becoming an evolved being is not so easy. I've heard that many evolutionary paths require undergoing brutal training, and only those who can endure it have a chance to become an evolved being. During this period, they lived a very comfortable life. With Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Shucheng's position was promoted several levels, and he was riding high. There are no prerequisites for becoming an evolved being. Just now, I felt as if my body had been completely rejuvenated, and there was a constant flow of heat within me. The shock and horror felt by Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang can be imagined. Don't worry, I purchased a special potion to use while you're asleep. When you wake up, you'll become evolved beings, Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In reality, it was Lin Yuan who performed the Yi Jian Si Sui, traditional Chinese medicine technique, on Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang last night. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple Yi Jian Si Sui would greatly enhance the physique of Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang, bringing them up to the standard of evolved beings. Huh? Those special medicines must be very expensive, right? Xiao Yuan, don't waste money. Your dad and I don't need to become evolved beings. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiang immediately asked with concern. Lin Shucheng nodded repeatedly beside him. I heard that even the lowest grade gene serum costs 1 million civilization coins and requires corresponding permissions. The couple needed 2 million, a sum they could never earn in their entire lives. Don't worry, it's not much money. It's a perk for evolved beings, Lin Yuan said casually. For him, the Yi Jian Shi Sui technique did not damage his vital energy. The yin and yang energies switched, and he recovered in just a few breaths. Furthermore, this method of strengthening tendons and marrow is far more effective than gene-based drugs. Gene therapy works by replacing a few genes in the body to enhance one's own abilities. Once the gene-enhancing drug is ingested, one's evolutionary path is essentially fixed, making it impossible to change to another evolutionary path. The Yi Jian Shi Sui method simply enhances physical strength. Regardless of which evolutionary path Lin Shucheng and his wife choose in the future, their powerful physiques will allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Ah, brother, I want to become an evolved being too. Little sister Lin Yi came over and blinked her big eyes at Lin Yuan. You're still too young. No need to rush, wait a few more years. Lin Yuan ignored his sister's completely devastated expression and said a few perfunctory words. Although her younger sister Lin Yi didn't believe this as explanation, it was indeed the truth. Even if one were to undergo a complete transformation of tendons and marrow, it would be necessary to wait until the body is fully developed before considering it. Otherwise, it can easily lead to physical stagnation, resulting in consequences such as stunted growth. I never imagined that I, Lin Shucheng, would one day become an evolved being in my lifetime. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Lin Shuqing looked moved and couldn't help but say something. Everyone says that sons rely on their fathers, and there are all sorts of second-generation officials and second-generation rich kids, but now Lin Shuqing is the opposite. Night. Shuyu Residential Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training area. A light screen appeared in front of me, with various evolutionary paths flashing across it. After recovering his full strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase an evolutionary pathway. It is used to comprehend and improve one's own martial arts. The evolutionary paths that Lin Yuan favored were mostly 4th order and 5th order evolutionary paths. In addition, buying directly from the seller is naturally not cheap. Given Lin Yuan's current financial situation, he can only choose one option. I spent ages choosing. Lin Yuan ultimately decided to choose from the 3 evolutionary pathways. These 3 evolutionary pathways are as follows. Golem Evolution Path, the evolutionary path of the Force. The path of evolution in all aspects. Each of the 3 evolutionary paths has its own strengths and focuses on different aspects. The Golem Evolution Path is an evolutionary method created through the study of the physical bodies of an alien race from outer space called Golem. When one cultivates to the extreme, one can transform into a golem. Of course, it's a weaker version of the golem. The golem race is a powerful alien race whose physical bodies can traverse the starry sky. Although the golem race is small, each adult golem is strong enough to fight a 6th-tier human evolver. Even a weakened version of the golem created by the golem evolution technique can rival a 4th or 5th-tier evolver. To become a golem, forget it. Lin Yuan thought about it carefully for a while, then shook his head. Undeniably, the evolution path of the golem has unique aspects in terms of physical transformation. This is why Lin Yuan included this evolutionary path as one of the final 3 options. However, the final step in cultivating the golem evolution technique requires changing one's physical form, something Lin Yuan finds somewhat unacceptable at the moment. It's not that Lin Yuan disliked the golem race for being ugly, but rather that once one cultivates this kind of evolution method, there's only one path to follow. Even if Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, figured out how to retrace the steps, it would definitely be incredibly troublesome. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at the original Force evolution method. The Force evolution path is a 5th-order evolution method that focuses on comprehending the omnipresent force in the universe. The force is a very special kind of energy. Unlike extreme energies such as a single moon or sun, the force can encompass everything. This is somewhat similar to the Tai Chi principle formed after the fusion of the yin and yang. As for the final path of evolution, it focuses more on the evolution of the spirit and soul. Specializing in soul attacks, it can be considered an upgraded version of the evolution path of the Spirit Master. The Force evolution path, perhaps. Lin Yuan made up his mind. The Tai Chi path within the Force evolution path and the martial arts evolution path share similarities, so choosing this path will be more helpful to Lin Yuan. Drop. With the deduction of 40 million civilization coins, Lin Yuan immediately received the complete path to the evolution of the Force. Unlike purchasing items, virtual things like evolutionary pathways can be obtained instantly. Wow, that's really expensive. Lin Yuan was quite moved. However, since it wasn't his money being spent, but rather a loan quota from the central bank, Lin Yuan wasn't bothered at all. Open. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The icon belonging to the Force evolution path suddenly became blurry. The first thing you see is a warning message in red font. This evolutionary path must not be disclosed to outsiders, otherwise they will be subject to trial by the Supreme Court. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, every path of evolution is protected by law. Unauthorized teaching is prohibited. There are two ways for ordinary citizens to obtain the path to evolution. One option is to purchase it directly using civilization coins, like Lin Yuan did. However, normal citizens purchase evolutionary items little by little. For example, the Force Evolution Path is a fifth-order evolution path. Citizens who purchase this evolution path will first choose to purchase the first-order portion. Once you've mastered the first stage of cultivation, then you can purchase the second stage. In this way, the burden is greatly reduced. A complete path to Force Evolution is worth 40 million, but if it's just the first-tier content, it might only cost a few 100,000. The second option, if you really don't have the money, is to sign a contract with other forces. You will be sponsored by powerful forces, giving you the opportunity to become an evolved being. If you eventually become an evolved being, you must serve this force for 50 or 100 years. If I don't end up becoming an evolved being, I'll probably have to serve this faction for most of my life. The forces involved here can be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan had previously been included in the mandatory conscription quota and had also considered signing contracts with other forces to become an evolved being first. However, once a reserve soldier is selected by the military region, few non-official forces dare to poach him. I wonder how much the martial arts evolution path is selling for now. Lin Yuan suddenly had an idea. After uploading the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan priced the first stage of the martial arts evolution path at 10,000 civilization coins. Unfortunately, when Lin Yuangang uploaded it, the martial arts evolution path was only a quasi-second-tier evolution path. Even with the addition of the theoretical potential of the third tier, it still cannot compare to the Force Evolution Path. A price of 10,000 civilization coins is within a reasonable range. As for the second stage of the martial arts evolution path, since it involves the way of Tai Chi, Lin Yuan directly set a high price of 500,000. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that there were currently more than 1,000 citizens practicing the martial arts evolution path. If these 1,000+ people only purchased Tier 1 content, then they sold over 10 million worth of content. After deducting the 70% allocated to the government, there are still more than 3 million left. After deducting relevant taxes and fees, Lin Yuan received approximately 2 million. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that a few wealthy individuals might simply buy the entire martial arts evolution path. We'll know in a few months, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Regarding the revenue sharing from the evolution path, the virtual world settles accounts annually. Gather your thoughts. Lin Yuan formally observed the evolutionary path of the Force. Before the main text of the evolution method is the source of this evolution path, the Cosmic Human Alliance, Moon Spirit Star. Moon Spirit Star is a planet with advanced life in the Crimson Kun star field. Kanglin Star also belongs to the Chicken Star region, but it is a medium-life planet. The Crimson Kun star field contains 8 star systems, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, and more than 120,000 life-bearing planets. The primal force of the universe is a very special kind of energy. It is gentle and vast. Lin Yuan read it carefully. At the same time, you possess extraordinary comprehension. By exploring the evolutionary path of the Force, you have gained some understanding of its essence. In a daze, Lin Yuan felt as if he had entered the cosmos. Here, countless energies exist, the power of the sun, the power of the moon, and even the primal force. Lin Yuan could feel the force's affinity towards him, and he even tried to control this gentle power. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong with me? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. All I could see was a layer of dirt on the surface of my skin, which I didn't know had appeared at some point. I have completed the force tempering. Lin Yuan immediately realized what was happening. Force tempering is one of the hallmarks of mastering force to a high degree in the evolutionary path of force. It draws upon the omnipresent primal force of the universe to temper the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan glanced at the time. 8 hours. Lin Yuan was startled. I never imagined I'd been so engrossed in cultivation for so long. If other evolvers who practice the force evolution method knew that Lin Yuan only took 8 hours, having achieved mastery of the force and completed the force tempering, one would probably be wishing for death. In the force evolution method, the most difficult step is to perceive the existence of the force. In this respect alone, it would take an ordinary evolved being at least several years to experience and understand it. As for fast-forwarding to the peak of the force and the tempering of the body with the force, don't even think about it without decades. Unless one has a special constitution and is naturally close to the primal forces of the universe, this is roughly the time frame. Lin Yuan only took 8 hours, which is simply freakish. The tempering of my body with the force did not cause any rejection from the yin and yang energies within my body. It seems that this evolutionary path is very suitable for me to comprehend. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling that he hadn't made any mistakes in his choice. In the vast universe, all kinds of complex energies intertwine. Without the guidance of the force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, finding the right energy source for oneself from among so many options takes an incredibly long time. Not to mention the cosmic force, which is a very suitable power for Lin Yuan. Based on the principles of Tai Chi, with the primal force of the universe as its framework, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, vaguely seeing the direction of the third level. In the world of dragon and tiger, Lin Yuan attained enlightenment through Tai Chi, reaching the second order limit, and even stepped into the third order with one foot in. But it's not a third order one after all. Now, after continuously comprehending the essence of the force, Lin Yuan is not far from entering the third tier. 8 hours have passed. Just as Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the Tao of Origin force, a female robot arrived at the underground training ground, pulling a food cart, and stood in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat." The female robot spoke. In the interstellar era, most families will have a butler robot at home. This female robot is the butler robot that Lin Yuan bought, responsible for doing housework, cooking, acting as a bodyguard, and so on. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lu Qiang, complained that the food made by the robot lacked soul. They usually cook for themselves. Lin Yuan didn't have any such feeling. With his current strong digestive ability, he wouldn't have any problems eating it raw. Open the dining table. The butler robot brought out 7 or 8 bowls of food. It's mostly various kinds of meat, all of which are flesh and blood rich in energy, cultivated using the genes of certain cosmic behemoths. Ordinary citizens would be too weak to handle this kind of meat after just 2 or 3 bites, but Lin Yuan is different. With his powerful body, digesting this meat only takes him 1 or 2 hours. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan finished all the food. In fact, given Lin Yuan's current condition, he could easily maintain the nutritional needs of his body by taking nutritional supplements. However, Lin Yuan's eating habits, formed over many years, still make him prefer to eat all kinds of visible food, just as Lin Yuan was about to continue immersing himself in cultivation. Suddenly, a video call popped up in my view. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. I glanced at the caller ID. It's Chairman Liao. Chairman Liao is the president of the Dongning City Evolution Association. Lin Yuan had met him a few times, and they got along quite well. Click to answer. The phantom image of Chairman Liao appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how have you considered what happened last time? Chairman Liao asked with a smile. About last time, Lin Yuan remembered. During the Lin family banquet, Chairman Liao, the president of the Evolutionary Association, personally visited the family, hoping that Lin Yuan could represent Dongning City in the arena competition. On Kanglin Star. As for remuneration, if Lin Yuan can squeeze into the top 5,000 in the Kanglin Star Arena, the Dongning City Evolution Association will offer 50 million as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued was not the 50 million. Instead, the reward is given by the official Kanglin Star organization if you squeeze into top 3,000, or even 1,000 or 500. There are many types of rewards. Cash is actually the least valuable asset. Various cosmic spirits, many evolutionary pathways, even treasures belonging to other races, they are all included. In addition, they fought against other evolved beings. For Lin Yuan, this is also a good thing, as his extraordinary comprehension allows him to discern the strengths and weaknesses of the other party's evolutionary path. Although it is far less direct than the evolutionary path of direct reading, but if the quality isn't good enough, they make up for it with quantity. Most importantly, the arena matches are held in the virtual world. This means that Lin Yuan can obtain all the aforementioned benefits without taking any risks or even traveling. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good. Chairman Liao felt relieved. Compared to other evolved beings, Lin Yuan is still a level 2 citizen. The Evolvers Association can indeed manage evolved beings, but it cannot manage high-ranking citizens. Therefore, he was exceptionally polite to Lin Yuan, much more so than to other first-tier 12th stage evolvers. Oh, right. Mr. Lin, if you have time, could you come to the association tomorrow? There are 3 more evolved individuals who will participate in the arena battle with Mr. Lin. You can familiarize yourselves with each other beforehand, since the arena competition includes team events, and you'll need to cooperate with each other, Chairman Liao said cautiously. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded and said, since becoming an evolved being, Lin Yuan has only seen a handful of other evolved beings. Now that there's an opportunity to contact other evolved beings, I naturally won't let it pass. Maybe with my extraordinary comprehension, I can get something out of them. Those selected by Chairman Liao to participate in the arena competition are probably all Tier 1, Stage 12 evolvers. For evolvers at this level, the evolutionary paths they cultivate are generally not simple. After speaking with Chairman Liao, Lin Yuan then continued to immerse himself in comprehending the path of evolution of the Force. Lin Yuan comprehends the evolutionary path of the origin force, rather than cultivating the evolutionary path of the origin force. By incorporating the evolutionary path of the primal force into the way of Tai Chi, it becomes part of Lin Yuan's martial arts. This is what Lin Yuan is doing now. While some evolvers do try to comprehend other evolutionary paths, it's quite different for someone like Lin Yuan to directly integrate an entire evolutionary system. That sounds truly appalling. But Lin Yuan was very confident about this, firstly because the way of Tai Chi and the primal force of the universe were quite compatible. Secondly, with the exaggerated efficiency of enlightenment achieved through unparalleled martial arts, completing this goal is merely a matter of time. It's been a few months, 1 or 2 years. The next day, after finishing his night of cultivation, Lin Yuan got up and prepared to head to the Evolutionary Association. An ordinary citizen who doesn't sleep all night may feel tired the next day. However, for a near third-tier evolver like Lin Yuan, there would be virtually no problem. The way of Tai Chi, with its endless cycle of yin and yang, makes it difficult for him to be in a bad state. No matter how much energy is consumed, the body can recover after a few cycles of the yin and yang energies. Mr. Lin. When the security guards at Shuyu Residential Complex saw Lin Yuan, they immediately bowed respectfully. The people who can live in this community are basically all either rich or powerful. Moreover, when Lin Yuan bought the apartment in this community, the sales manager, Manager Wang, was so respectful that many people saw it. Even if they didn't know Lin Yuan's true identity, they knew he was far beyond what people like them could afford to underestimate or disrespect. Swoosh. Lin Yuan walked out of Shuyu residential area. Then a black, streamlined hovercar was parked on the side of the road. It was the Evolutionary Association's special vehicle. I waited outside the Shuyu residential area early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please come in. A tall man dressed in black walked down. He respectfully opened the car door for Lin Yuan. With current science and technology, autonomous driving is already mature. However, when receiving important guests, it is still more common to use a real driver. After all, it's much more pleasant to interact with living people than with cold, impersonal AI. The Association of Evolvers, 23 floors, 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what's wrong with Chairman Liao. He actually invited someone whose background is unknown to us for this tournament. The figure on the left spoke casually, his tone clearly showing some dissatisfaction. His name is Cao Rong. He has good evolutionary talent and is now a Tier 1, Stage 12 evolutionary. He had participated in several previous tournaments, and although he did not achieve any good rankings, his performance was always quite good. Originally, the 4 evolved beings representing Dongning City in the arena competition were all familiar with each other. However, in this year's arena competition, Chairman Liao intervened and forcibly replaced one of the participants, inviting a new evolved individual to join the 3 of them in the arena competition. Cao Rong understood what Chairman Liao meant. The 4 of them had not performed well in the past few sessions, and he wanted to improve their performance in the competition by changing members. However, arbitrarily replacing unfamiliar members with new ones might actually cause the final score to drop instead of improve. Since Chairman Liao has taken a liking to him, he must indeed have some ability. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking. This figure is called Lu Siguang, a bloodline evolver, who is now at the 1st level, 12th stage. Snort. Cao Rong snorted coldly. He immediately looked toward the figure sitting in the center. This is also the strongest evolved being among the 3 of them. Cao Rong, you make your move later and test his limits. Zongbai narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly spoke. Among the evolved individuals in Dongning City who meet the requirements to participate in the arena competition, Zongbai is undoubtedly the strongest. Zongbai has performed well in previous tournaments and once almost made it into the top 5,000. No problem. Cao Rong immediately became excited. After chatting about the new member, the group started talking about their own things. I brought back something really good from Black Crow Star this time. Cao Rong took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses and introduced them with a hint of pride. These glasses are the latest research. Results from Black Star. It can capture minute information and then give a general assessment based on the description of combat strength. Oh? Lu Siguang looked curious. Zongbai also looked over. Let me show you. Cao Rong put on his black-rimmed glasses and then looked at Lu Siguang. Yes, Hope Guang's combat strength is 986, which is above average for the 1st tier, 12th stage. Cao Rong pressed down on one side of his glasses and spoke. The combat strength of a 1st tier, 12th level fighter is roughly between 800 and 1100. My combat strength is 1003, which is slightly stronger than Ziguang's. Cao Rong was quite pleased with himself. Take a look at my fighting strength. Zong Bai couldn't help but speak up. Brother Zong, your combat power is... Wow, it's actually 1098, almost reaching the limit of the first rank. Cao Rong, wearing glasses, looked at Zong Bai and exclaimed in slight surprise. He knew Zong Bai was the strongest among the three of them, but he never expected him to be this strong. It seems to be quite accurate. Zong Bai nodded slightly and offered a comment. Some time ago, he made another step forward in his evolutionary path and is indeed close to the first order limit. He hadn't told anyone about this, but Cao Rong could see it now. Clearly, these glasses were no ordinary pair. What is the upper limit of observation for these glasses? Zong Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-tier evolved beings should be able to detect it, Cao Rong replied. As this is the latest product, subsequent functions are still under development, and there are still many shortcomings in these glasses. Second tier is enough, Lu Siguang remarked with emotion. There isn't a single true second-tier evolver in the entire city of Dongning, so these glasses are already quite practical. That's right, Cao Rong spoke with a smug tone. He paid a considerable price to buy these glasses. Being able to show off in front of friends now is naturally a great joy. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Zong Bai, Cao Rong, and the other two immediately stopped talking. That person must have arrived. Cao Rong immediately felt reassured. Chairman Liao has arranged a time with them, which is probably around now. Don't worry, Brother Zong. Cao Rong took a step forward, not forgetting to nod to Zong Bai. Soon. A young man then stepped out of the elevator. This is the person Chairman Liao recommended? Lu Siguang took a closer look. Kindness? Lu Siguang watched for a while. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. Why hasn't Cao Rong said he's alive yet? Wasn't it to test that person's capabilities? Zong Bai, who was standing next to him, also looked slightly puzzled. The two of them instinctively looked at Cao Rong. Cao Rong stood frozen in place, and if you looked closely, you would see that cold sweat was constantly pouring from his forehead. Even his legs were trembling slightly. This, Cao Rong pressed his right hand against his glasses, his mind in turmoil. At this moment, it was in his line of sight. All of these are blood-red warning signs displayed by the glasses. Extremely dangerous person discovered, combat power 2000, combat power 3000, combat power 5000, combat power 9000 bang. Cao Rong's black-rimmed glasses shattered. It's almost the end of the month. Please vote with some monthly tickets. Your monthly pass will expire if you don't use it soon. The Association of Evolvers, 23rd floor. The scattered lenses fell to the ground. Zong Bai and Lu Siguang's expressions changed. They knew Cao Rong's personality. He was fearless and daring. Since it was agreed that he would go and probe Lin Yuan's background, he couldn't back down halfway. Unless Zong Bai and Lu Siguang exchanged a glance. As evolved beings with highly developed brains, they quickly formed several guesses in their minds. The combat glasses are the latest scientific research achievement of Black Star. Although they are not yet perfect, there is a possibility of malfunction or explosion. But if that were all, Cao Rong would never have acted so cautiously. It's highly likely that Cao Rong saw something through the combat glasses before they exploded. It's best not to offend this person. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Zong Bai's mind. He immediately stepped forward, a kind smile on his face. Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting for you here for a long time. I'm late. A strange light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. His gaze swept over the scattered lenses on the ground without leaving a trace. Just now, he vaguely sensed a faint feeling of being watched. It must have come from these pieces of glasses. However, this sense of voyeurism is very shallow. At most, they could only sense a fraction of Lin Yuan's strength. As for the real trump card, it is hidden within the body. Unless it goes all out, it is very difficult to observe. This way, please. Chairman Liao has specially prepared delicacies from other planets, which will be of some help to evolved beings like us, Zhang Bai said enthusiastically. Lu Xiguang also smiled. I wonder what Cao Rong saw. Lu Xiguang's gaze occasionally swept over the distraught Cao Rong. If Lin Yuan hadn't been there, he probably would have asked the question already, at the dining table. Lin Yuan took a sip of the wine in front of him. Good wine. Lin Yuan exclaimed in praise. The good wine he mentioned certainly didn't just refer to its taste. Instead, the wine, once swallowed, begins to slowly improve the body. An ordinary citizen who drinks this wine is estimated to live 3 to 5 years longer. Even though Lin Yuan's physical body was already strong enough, he could still feel his blood and qi boiling slightly. This fine wine is called Tianji wine. It is a treasured possession of Brother Zong. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's arrival, we wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy it. Lu Xibai couldn't help but say something from the side. Even for first and second tier evolvers, Tianji wine is a luxury item. A bottle of Tianji wine on the market costs between 5 million and 10 million, and Lin Yuan's cup of Tianji wine was worth 500,000. The salary of an ordinary citizen, after decades of work, is just enough for this one sip of wine. Of course, the reason why Tianji wine is so expensive is because it is indeed delicious. Secondly, it is due to a slight improvement in the physical body. Zhang Bai's jar of Tianji wine was also smuggled out of his home. It's stored at the Evolvers Association, and I want to savor it slowly. If it weren't for recognizing that Lin Yuan was no ordinary person, and the fact that Cao Rong's actions just now might have caused misunderstandings, then this would have been a different story. Zhang Bai was also reluctant to take out the Tianji wine. Next, the group chatted for a while. Lin Yuan also had some understanding of Zhang Bai and the other two. The evolutionary path that Zhang Bai followed was called the Psychic Mage Evolutionary Path, controlling telekinesis to kill from afar. The evolutionary path of psychic sorcerers is one of the most widely spread evolutionary paths within human civilization. Essentially, it involves continuously developing one's own mental power to influence reality. Once this evolutionary path is cultivated to the 4th or 5th level, even a slight thought can cause natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions and tectonic plate shifts. Lu Xiguang, on the other hand, is a bloodline evolver whose abilities all come from his own bloodline. Lu Xiguang's bloodline quality has reached the 2nd tier. However, even for bloodline evolvers, whose cultivation difficulty is lower than that of other evolvers, it is not an easy thing to advance from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. In addition, Lu Xiguang's bloodline concentration is not very high. He has been trapped in the 1st order 12th stage for more than 10 years. Communicating with Zhang Bai, Lu Xiguang, and others was of great help to Lin Yuan. As the group chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over them, and their extraordinary comprehension occasionally provided feedback, giving Lin Yuan some insights. In particular, Zhang Bai's path to becoming a telekinetic mage, the so-called telekinesis, is essentially the power of the soul and spiritual power. Some of these insights can be incorporated into the path of martial arts evolution. An hour later, Lin Yuan and Zhang Bai exchanged their citizen IDs in the virtual world and then took their leave. Inside a room on the 23rd floor, after seeing Lin Yuan off, Zhang Bai and the others returned here. It's definitely not simple. Zhang Bai frowned and thought for a while before speaking. The not simple he was referring to was naturally Lin Yuan. If at the beginning he was cautious because he couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's strength and Cao Rong's performance, then After exchanging ideas with Lin Yuan, he naturally had other thoughts. Putting everything else aside, Zhang Bai clearly sensed that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the essence of evolutionary pathways. When Lin Yuan inquired about his own path to becoming a psychic, every question he asked was one that Zhang Bai had struggled to understand and had even consulted higher-level evolvers before finally finding a solution. But Lin Yuan figured it out in just a few words. It's important to know that Lin Yuan's cultivation path is not the evolutionary path of a telekinetic mage. Without even studying it in depth, he had already grasped the general idea, and even his occasional words benefited Zhang Bai greatly. "Cao Rong, what's wrong with you? Why was that happening just now?" Lu Siguang nodded in agreement, while glancing at Cao Rong beside him. At this moment, Cao Rong appeared unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat strength. Upon hearing this, Cao Rong's face showed fear. As expected, their combat strength was formidable. Zhang Bai and Lu Siguang were certain of this. They had previously speculated that Cao Rong was affected by seeing Lin Yuan's combat power through the combat power glasses, which led to his subsequent behavior. Just how much combat power does Mr. Lin possess? Lu Siguang immediately asked. My combat strength is only 1,000, while Mr. Lin's combat strength is at least 10,000. Cao Rong's voice trembled slightly. No, it's over 10,000. The combat power glasses exploded. Due to overload after detecting a combat power of 10,000. Therefore, Cao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat strength was definitely more than 10,000. Combat strength of over 10,000. Zhang Bai and Lu Siguang immediately took a deep breath. This is the combat power that only a true second-tier evolved being possesses. It has combat power that even most second-tier evolvers cannot achieve. Didn't Chairman Liao say that the people he invited this time are about the same strength as us? Lu Siguang muttered to himself. They had 1,000 Lin Yuan, 10,000, no, more than 10,000. Is that what you call, almost? The combat glasses shouldn't be wrong, Cao Rong added from the side. If the combat glasses had exploded before even seeing Lin Yuan, they would have been fine. It could also be a problem with the glasses themselves. As a new type of technological product, the possibility of malfunction cannot be ruled out. However, after the combat glasses captured Lin Yuan's approximate combat strength information, they exploded after exceeding their limits. This only shows that the glasses' configuration was inadequate, but the information captured was not problematic. What are you thinking? Seeing the two remain silent, Zhang Bai suddenly laughed. Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Lin is getting stronger? Zhang Bai countered with a question. With the upcoming tournament approaching, the stronger you are, the closer you will be to the top 3,000. Even if you don't make it into the top 3,000, you will still receive personal compensation from Chairman Liao. That's definitely a good thing. Lu Siguang and Cao Rong exchanged a glance, their eyes immediately lighting up. They immediately realized that Lin Yuan was a powerful ally for them, and that by attaching themselves to him, they could potentially improve their ranking in the arena by dozens of places. The Evolvers Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan did not return to Shuyu community. Instead, he went to the 30th floor, intending to meet Chairman Liao. The reason I came here in person is not only to get to know my 3 teammates who will be competing in the upcoming tournament. Lin Yuan had another purpose. How about it? Zhang Bai and the others didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Chairman Liao asked with a hint of concern. He was naturally aware of the personalities of Zhang Bai and Cao Rong. It's clear that Lin Yuan won't have an easy time integrating into the group. However, he couldn't control this matter. As the president of the association, he had the right to let Lin Yuan join, but he couldn't let Zhang Bai and the others have no objections. Good. That pot of Tianji wine is quite good, Lin Yuan said casually. He was very impressed with the wine. If it weren't so expensive, I would have bought several boxes. Kindness? When did Zhang Bai become so generous? Chairman Liao looked shocked. He had been eyeing that pot of Tianji wine for a long time, but Zhang Bai had never invited him to drink it. But when it came to Lin Yuan, he took it out after only one meeting. President Liao, there's another thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Please speak. Chairman Liao's expression turned serious, but he felt relieved. As for him, he needed Lin Yuan's help, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Yuan making demands. What he feared was that Lin Yuan had no desires or wants. I want a virtual world cabin, Lin Yuan spoke up. The virtual world cabin can scan the entire body, thus 100% simulating the physical body, and then synchronizing with the physical body in the virtual world. Upon returning from this journey, Lin Yuan's strength had increased significantly, but his physical body in the virtual world remained unchanged from before the journey. Other evolved beings wouldn't have any need for virtual world cabins, since it would take them an unknown amount of time to improve their strength. However, Lin Yuan possesses extraordinary comprehension, and his strength is improving every moment, not to mention that each time they return from a trip, a qualitative change occurs. This necessitates virtual world cabins to constantly update one's strength within the virtual world. Virtual world cabin. No problem. I'll have someone deliver it to Mr. Len in a bit. It's still in Shuyu residential area, right? Chairman Liao agreed without hesitation. After all, virtual world cabins are not restricted items. As long as you are an evolved being, you have the right to apply to the association to use a virtual world cabin. Giving Lin Yuan one is nothing. The objective has been achieved. Lin Yuan chatted with Chairman Liao for a few more minutes. He then got up and returned to Shuyu residential area. That afternoon, Lin Yuan then received the virtual world cabin. Following the instructions, Lin Yuan scanned his entire body using the cabin, achieving a 100% replica, and immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world, inside a private room. Lin Yuan unleashed a full-force attack, the terrifying power spreading out and directly piercing through a distant mountain peak. Now I feel comfortable. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On Kanglin's star, Lin Yuan couldn't even launch a casual attack, let alone go all out. After all, given his strength, a single blow from him could result in the deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. But in the virtual world, all of this can be ignored. With Lin Yuan's current citizen privileges, his personal space covers an area of 10,000 square kilometers and can simulate any environment, enough for him to do whatever he wants. Let me check the number of people currently practicing the martial arts evolution path. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and viewed the more details below the martial arts evolution path. Revolutionary path. Martial arts. A number of people cultivating the innate realm. 2.599 a number of participants in the Cultivation Master Series. 0. It actually increased by more than 1,000 people. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. When he watched it a few days earlier, the number of citizens cultivating the innate chapter was only over 1 to 100. However, Lin Yuan thought about it again and guessed that it might be the publicity effect of the Kanglin evolution ranking. The path to martial arts evolution has now ranked among the top 8 on the evolution list, and its exposure is definitely not low. Check your private messages. If the price for guidance is right, I'm willing to take on a few. Lin Yuan continued browsing his private messages. Many people are interested in the evolution of martial arts and are willing to pay a considerable sum of money to ask Lin Yuan, the founder, for guidance. This will allow you to see more clearly the characteristics of this evolutionary path and whether it is truly suitable for you. Oh dear, how many bodies have I had already? Which evolutionary path is right for me? Inside a spacious hall, Lu Laney complained as he climbed out of the nutrient tank. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with mysterious lines covering his forehead. Young Master Lulan, among the many paths of human civilization's evolution, none has been smooth sailing. An elderly man in a black robe standing nearby spoke respectfully. I know. Lu Laney's voice was filled with helplessness. Looking down at his brand new body, he pouted and said, I have to start all over again. Several years ago, Lulan took a liking to the different blood evolution path and purchased a large amount of the essence blood of rare star beasts for cultivation. The different blood evolution path can accommodate the bloodlines of many giant beasts, eventually fusing them into one body. When cultivated to its extreme, it can easily transform into any alien beast or ferocious beast from the starry sky that it has ever come into contact with. This evolutionary path is exceptionally powerful, especially in the early stages. Of course, there are risks as well. There is a rejection between the blood essences of different ferocious beasts. If you are not careful, you will explode. Lulan died in this way. However, Lulan kept his consciousness synchronized with the cloud at all times, and in addition, he had made preparations in advance, replicating a physical body that he had not yet cultivated. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred into his physical body, perfectly avoiding actual death. Although he survived, the cost was enormous. First of all his investments in cultivating the different blood evolution path were wasted. Of course, Lulan didn't care about any of that. His father held a high position and had plenty of money. It's just that time was wasted. Jiao He, this time when selecting the evolutionary path range, those that rely on external objects or forces will be eliminated. A gentle female voice entered my ears. Lu Laney knew that this was his mother reminding him. Okay, Lulan sighed. He is not suited to follow his parents' evolutionary path. Therefore, we can only choose a suitable one from other evolutionary paths. But after trying more than 10 times, he died halfway through each attempt. Just pick one this time. Lulan was somewhat resigned to his fate, but still followed his mother's instructions and skipped those evolutionary paths that relied on external forces and objects. Lu Laney casually browsed through the pages. This evolutionary path actually has the potential to reach level 6. Lu Laney's gaze suddenly stopped, and he looked at an evolutionary path called martial arts. Currently, only the first and second order chapters have been released, but even so, their theoretical potential reaches the 6th order. Lu Laney looked surprised. One 5th order evolutionary path has the theoretical potential to reach the 6th order. It's nothing unusual. After all, the two are not that different. However, a 4th order evolutionary path has the theoretical potential to reach the 6th order. That's rather unbelievable. The evolutionary path of martial arts that Lu Laney saw only had the 1st and 2nd stages, but its theoretical potential was already at the 6th stage. This surprised Lu Laney even more. My father said that the goddess of wisdom never lies. Take a look at this evolutionary path. Lu Laney casually bought both the 1st and 2nd stages of the martial arts evolution path. Then read it carefully. Lu Laney looked grave. Can't read. Ask the founder of this evolutionary path, and let him give me some pointers. Lu Laney pondered for a while and felt that the path of martial arts evolution was somewhat suitable for him, so he paid a fee to have its founder give him some pointers. Let's make it 100 million. Lu Laney came up with an amount. If someone can offer guidance to Lu Laney, the price certainly can't be low. 100 million would be about right. Is the founder named Yuan? Lu Laney checked the detailed information about the martial arts evolution path and sent his requirements and reward via private message. Shuyu residential area. Lin Yuan is browsing private messages. Just then, a new private message came in. I, Lu Lin He, wish to receive guidance on the path of martial arts evolution and am willing to pay 100 million civilization coins for this. How many? Lin Yuan looked at it again. 100 million civilization coins. Lin Yuan blinked. He can also come up with 100 million civilization coins. For other advanced evolvers, they could scrape together this much money by gritting their teeth and piecing together whatever they could find. But this 100 million civilization coins was only used to request his guidance for 1 hour. That's a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately agreed. Why not take money that's being given away for free? Just as Lin Yuan chose to agree, the virtual world has issued another application. Lulenhe invites you to his personal space. Do you agree? Oh, agree. Lin Yuan agreed again, out of caution, before heading there. Lin Yuan adjusted his appearance. The next moment, the surrounding space shifted. Lin Yuan arrived at a spacious golden hall. On the throne in the center of the hall sat a figure draped in a purple robe. The figure was only 1.5 meters tall, with mysterious patterns covering its forehead. Lin Yuan appeared. Lu Laney immediately came down. He then bowed slightly to Lin Yuan and said, "Greetings, Teacher Yuan." Inherited from his parents' teachings, Lu Laney deeply respects any teacher who pioneered the path of evolution. Lin Yuan smiled. At the same time, he looked at the other person with a hint of curiosity. Lu Laney has very little personal information disclosed to the public. Aside from the name, only the place of residence is listed. Thunderstorm Starfield. This is a high-level star system that is extremely far from the Crimson Kun star system. Lin Yuan knew little about him. He's willing to pay 100 million civilization coins for just 1 hour of instruction. This Lulin, he must be either rich or noble. How does Teacher Yuan plan to provide guidance? Lu Laney asked. You're the one who paid for it, so you get to decide, Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million per hour. That's equivalent to nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. Lin Yuan received hundreds of thousands of civilization coins just from saying that one sentence. Then let's fight. My father said that a powerful evolutionary path must mean strong combat capabilities. Lulin, he took a few steps back, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Teacher Yuan, please be careful. Although I have never specifically cultivated this body, it is naturally powerful and no weaker than most second-tier evolvers. Lu Lanhe reminded him. Come on, Lin Yuan said calmly. Lu Lanhe did not give him any sense of danger. Swoosh. Lu Lanhe's figure disappeared. The next instant, it appeared beside Lin Yuan. At the same time, he threw a punch. That's fast. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He could tell that this was pure physical speed, without using any other abilities. Facing Lu Lanhe's incoming punch, Lin Yuan raised his right hand and blocked it. Immediately, the Tai Chi principle was activated, borrowing all the power of the punch and directly striking Lu Lang. Bang! Lu Lanhe was sent flying backward, landing heavily dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground and stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. What kind of technique is this? It's so weak. I feel like the punch that was thrown ended up hitting me instead. Lu Lanhe was somewhat annoyed. If he was overwhelmed by absolute power, then so be it. But that feeling of being so close just now made Lu Lanhe believe that he could win. Again, Lu Lanhe's figure disappeared again. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The way of Tai Chi is about the transformation of yin and yang, and its greatest strength lies in using the opponent's force against them, using minimal force to overcome great strength. Lulin He, and an opponent who lacks any skill and only knows how to use strength and speed, it is simply countered by the way of Tai Chi. Although brute force can overcome any skill, Lu Lanhe at this moment was far from reaching that level. Ah! Lu Lanhe roared loudly, his speed increasing dramatically once again, and the mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. This time Lu Lanhe was smarter and didn't attack Lin Yuan immediately. Instead, he came behind Lin Yuan, completely out of his sight before making his move. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lu Lanhe was sent flying backwards once again. I refused to believe it. Lu Lanhe stood up with a whoosh. In reality, Lu Lanhe's body would have already suffered severe damage at this point. But this is a virtual world. With just a thought, the physical body is restored to its original state. Sizzle, Lu Lanhe rushed up to Lin Yuan and punched him in the shoulder. But I don't know why, Lu Lanhe felt as if there was a vortex inside Lin Yuan's body. All the external forces were absorbed into the vortex and then returned intact. Bang! Lu Lanhe crashed 100 meters away. Don't just use force. Lin Yuan offered a reminder. In a normal fight, an opponent like Lu Lanhe wouldn't even be able to get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan. But since Lu Lanhe is now spending a lot of money to consult Lin Yuan, the treatment he received is naturally not what was described above. Lin Yuan guided the other party as much as possible, allowing him to experience firsthand the vortex of Tai Chi that transforms the power of others. In order to give Lu Lanhe a deeper understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his strength to the first level. Lin Yuan made Lu Lanhe feel that the money was well spent. Boom, boom. Time and time again. Each time Lu Lanhe was sent flying backward, coughing up large amounts of blood. This made Lu Lanhe feel extremely frustrated. Why is it always just a little bit off? It was just a little bit short. Final. Stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Lu Lanhe plopped down on the ground. The AI assistant was immediately instructed to analyze the footage of the two men's fight. Are you saying that Teacher Yuan has been using only the first-tier power from beginning to end? Lu Lanhe was surprised when he saw the results of the intelligent assistant's detection. He knew very well that his physical prototype came from a very rare and special race deep in the universe, which his father had obtained at a huge cost. The physical bodies replicated from this special race possess immense potential and terrifying aptitude, reaching a level comparable to the second tier without undergoing any cultivation. But Teacher Yuan only used the first level of power to hang himself up and beat him. Teacher Yuan, is this the path to martial arts evolution? Lu Lanhe immediately jogged over to Lin Yuan. Good. This is the way of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The way of Tai Chi is not the way of strength. It is more inclined towards the overall trend, Lin Yuan patiently explained. Lu Lanhe seemed to understand, but not quite. In this way, I will inject a trace of Tai Chi power into your body, which can last for a month. When you usually comprehend this trace of Tai Chi power, it will help you in cultivating the way of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan smiled. This method is similar to comprehending the essence of the sun and moon within the Senwu sword. However, given Lin Yuan's current strength, the power of Tai Chi cannot remain outside his body for long, but it is enough for Lu Lanhe. Good. Lu Lanhe nodded. At this time, he developed a strong interest in the evolutionary path of martial arts. Lu Lanhe also wanted to be as handsome as Lin Yuan, able to send enemies flying without moving. That's so cool. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Lanhe agreed. He then placed his right hand on Lu Lanhe's shoulder. A wisp of Tai Chi power, a combination of yin and yang forces, slowly entered Lu Lanhe's body. As the power of Tai Chi entered Lu Lanhe's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally spread into it as well. This is? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Lulani's physical body is similar to that of a normal human, but in essence, it is completely different. Lin Yuan noticed that countless blood vessels within his body were intertwined and combined to form a special pattern. Deep within the internal organs, at the cellular level, countless runes flow. All of this forms a kind of perfect balance, completely bound within a single physical body. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Lin Yuan couldn't help but become obsessed. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the unknown physical body, you seem to gain some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the unknown physical body, you seem to gain some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observing the unknown physical body, you seem to gain some insight. Countless flashes of inspiration flooded into Lin Yuan's mind, and he began to comprehend Lulani's physical body. Lin Yuan had a feeling that as long as he could understand this physical body, he could improve the essence of his physical body. This has great special significance for Lin Yuan. In the near term, the physical attributes of the main world will be improved, and one's basic strength and speed will be enhanced in the future. Looking further ahead, every physical body whose consciousness descends upon Lin Yuan as he travels through countless worlds will benefit from this. If Lin Yuan Ruo could comprehend the essence of this physical body during his second journey, it is absolutely impossible for a newborn to be abandoned in the wild and face a life or death crisis. Using this physical body as a prototype, Lin Yuan only needs a few hours to complete the transformation of the infant's body. At that time, even if they couldn't tear apart tigers and leopards, they would at least be no weaker than adults. Teacher Yuan, are you all right? Lulani noticed that Lin Yuan hadn't removed his right hand from his shoulder. I was immediately puzzled. Fine. Your physical body is somewhat special. It will take some time. Lin Yuan casually made up an excuse and looked at Lulani's physical body, his gaze becoming even more intense. This made Lulani a little nervous, but remembering Lin Yuan's strength in easily defeating him, he obediently stood still. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan reluctantly picked up his hand. All right. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not fully comprehend Lulani's physical body, but Lin Yuan had already memorized all the structures of the physical body. All that's left is to go back and ponder it. Good. Thank you, Teacher Yuan. Lulani also felt the Tai Chi power within his body. Time is up. If I have any questions in the future, I will ask Teacher Yuan for advice again. Lulani felt he had gained a lot. Little did she know that Lin Yuan had seen right through her. Shuyu Residential Area, House Number 32, Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan's consciousness disconnected from the virtual world. The many mysteries within Lulani's physical body still lingered in his mind. Truly blessed by nature, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He had used the Gate of Myriad Realms to travel between two time periods, spending 100 years to finally reach the second level. As a result, this physical body was able to grow to the second level shortly after birth. That's absolutely insane. This physical body is not purely human, Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. During his contemplation, he could vaguely sense the ancient and boundless meaning contained within. Never mind. Once I understand it, it's mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. In the following time, Lin Yuan would allocate some of his energy from comprehending the third level to comprehend the mysteries of this physical body. I will strive to fully comprehend this physical body before my third traversal. When this consciousness descends, even if the person is still an infant, they will not be completely helpless in dealing with extreme situations, unlike the last time they traveled through time. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lulani contacted Lin Yuan twice more, paying a guidance fee of 200 million yuan. Lin Yuan then carefully observed Lu Lenny's physical body for a while, getting closer and closer to understanding this kind of physical body. On this day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion for the day. Because the arena tournament on Kanglan Star has begun. Arena battles are popular not only on Kanglan Star. It is one of the most popular and widely followed events within the entire Universal Human Alliance. After all, those who can participate in the arena are all evolved beings, and young evolved beings under the age of 100. These evolved beings are the future of the Cosmic Human Alliance. It inherently possesses a certain celebrity effect. In the interstellar era, the general public no longer idolizes those weak and powerless, pretty boys. Those evolved beings with immense power are the focus of all citizens' attention. The virtual world of Kanglan Star, the arena area. A huge arena, similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, surrounded by seats of varying heights, densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Top of the ring, on a high platform, Chairman Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena for Dongning City. If Dongning City is drawn in the next arena match, it will be held here. Chairman Liao began to speak. Actually, it was mainly directed at Lin Yuan. Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and others had participated in more than one tournament and were familiar with this aspect. Learn. Lin Yuan looked down at the arena below and nodded. You don't need to be nervous. Just perform normally and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Chairman Liao offered words of comfort. The competition is about to begin, and adding more pressure will only backfire. It would be better to offer some words of comfort and help them relax. President Liao, I wonder who my Dongning City opponent is this time. Have you asked someone to make a prediction? Lu Siguang suddenly asked in a low voice. These words were spoken. Cao Rong and Zhang Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Knowing your opponent in advance will give you a significant advantage. After all, most evolutionary paths have advantages and disadvantages. If we can know them in advance, and then target them accordingly, we can at least gain a lot of initiative. When the strengths are roughly equal, the battle comes down to who knows the other better. With so many cities in the eastern continent, how can we make predictions? Chairman Liao rolled his eyes. If it's the middle or later stages of the tournament, and the number of participating city players decreases to a certain level, then we can make predictions based on past patterns. But now that the arena competition has just begun, there are nearly 10,000 cities in the eastern continent, making it impossible to predict the outcome. Of course, it's impossible to predict exactly which opponent it will be, but we can determine the general range. The initial opponents for the ring matches were selected based on past performance. Simply put, Dongning City's opponents cannot be much stronger than Dongning City itself. All right, you all go and prepare. The tournament will begin in 2 hours, and the opponents will be announced at that time. Chairman Liao began to speak. The start of the arena competition was a grand event throughout the entire Kanglan Star. Although the vast majority of citizens cannot access the virtual world. However, the game can be watched in real time through broadcast. Wow, Mom and Dad, come quick and come watch the ring match. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, surrounded by 4 virtual screens, which were actually the arena scene. Okay, I'm coming. Lin Shoucheng and his wife Lu Qiang walked over with smiles on their faces. They are already evolved beings and have the right to enter the virtual world, but Lin Yi is not. They can't just abandon Lin Yi and go to the virtual world to enjoy themselves. Originally, the couple and Lin Yuan were all evolved beings, and Lin Yi was the only one in the family who was not an evolved being, which already made her very unhappy. If they were treated differently, the whole family would be turned upside down by Lin Yi. Where is my brother? Lin Yi kept looking around. Lin Yuan also participated in the tournament, and he did so as a representative of Dongning City, which Lin Shucheng and his wife naturally knew. It will only appear once it begins. Lu Qiong smiled. I hope my brother does well. Lin Yai clenched her fist and said, I must perform well in this tournament to show my father that I am not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world, in the arena area, Lin Yan appeared, having secretly made up his mind. A year ago, at a family banquet in the Lin family, his father, Lin Hao, planned to give the advanced study spot to Lin Yuan. As a result, the atmosphere on the field became awkward because he said a few more words. The arrival of the last few important figures to pay their respects to Lin Yuan indirectly embarrassed his father, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was even more disappointed in him. Now that Lin Yan had become an evolved being, how could this spot be given away? Isn't it because Lin Yan is not ambitious enough and has been unable to become an evolved being that Lin Hao has this idea? After returning from the family dinner, Lin Hao gave Lin Yan a good scolding all night, and even personally beat him up. Having gone through this experience, Lin Yan finally joined the ranks of evolved beings several months later. To this day, although he has not yet reached the next level, he is qualified to participate in the arena competition. The arena competition is open to all evolved beings. The city representative's opponent in the evolution is another city representative. The opponents of the idle evolvers are other idle evolvers. Although Lin Hao knew that his current strength was still far inferior to Lin Yuan's. After all, his father, Lin Hao, had found out why Chairman Liao had personally attended the family banquet. But now Lin Yan at least has the possibility of looking up to Lin Yuan. If we can look up to them, we can surpass them in the future. The arena battle has begun. Go and see quickly. I wonder what kind of results Dongning City can achieve in this competition. Ha ha ha, just don't come in last like last year. One by one, the citizens of Dongning City turned on the live broadcast and watched intently. The virtual world of Kanglin's Star, the arena area. It's over, it's over. This time, Dongning City's opponent is actually Zhaijing City. As the tournament officially began, Cao Rong panicked upon learning his opponent. Lu Xiguang, standing next to him, felt the same way. Zhaijing City was the last opponent they wanted to face among their anticipated adversaries. In the previous tournament, Dongning City ranked 9,981st. In Zhaijing City, the number is 7,652. The two differ by more than 2,000 places. It is said that the strongest evolver in Zhaijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once he unleashes his full power, his body can grow to a full 5 meters tall. Although his actual strength is also at the first tier 12th level, his true combat power is already infinitely close to the second tier. Even for an ordinary second-tier evolved being, dealing with this giant would not be an easy task. Facing such an evolved being, Cao Rong and Lu Xiguang would have some confidence if they were in the wild. After all, if you can't win a fight, you can always run away. For those who evolve through the giant evolution path, speed has always been a weakness. But how can you run around on the ring? The ring is only so big, where can you run to? Furthermore, to prevent evolved players from deliberately delaying the game, the official virtual world organization will reduce the size of the arena as the competition progresses. In the previous tournament, Zhaijing City was able to achieve a ranking of over 7,000 because of this giant evolutionary path, giant Lu Xiguang side. This evolutionary path requires individuals with innate superhuman strength and a physique superior to that of ordinary people to have any hope of cultivating it. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Zhang Bai, who had been silent, frowned. They clearly found it difficult to handle. Zhang Bai seemed to have thought of something, and his brows relaxed slightly. But don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. Thank you to reader if I don't want to miss you. How can I miss you for the 100 book coins? Thank you to reader 544555535 for the 100 book coins. Thank you to reader Believe there is no Ultraman in the world for the 500 book coins. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. I'm asking for another round of monthly votes. It's really about to expire. The intercity competition is divided into individual and team events. Individual competitions are easy to understand. The team competition is 4v4. A battle between 4 evolved beings and 4 evolved beings. Therefore, team competitions require a high level of coordination among team members. At the Dongning City Arena, host Sunbin appears. As a well-known local host, Sunbin can be considered a regular in every competition. This ability stems from Sunbin's own capabilities. Having a deep understanding of various evolutionary pathways, they are often able to provide immediate commentary on the battle situation and offer their own judgments. In addition, his humorous and unpretentious remarks naturally solidified his position as the ring host. Standing next to Sun Bin was a young woman, who was also the host of the competition. In all previous Dongning City competitions, there have always been hosts, one male and one female. The female host was clearly commentating on a competition for the first time, and she looked slightly nervous. Today is the start of the tournament, and Dongning City will be facing opponents from other cities. I believe that in this tournament, the representative of Dongning City will definitely be able to surpass the past. Sun Bin spoke with great enthusiasm, saying that regardless of whether they could surpass their previous achievements, they couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Okay, now let me introduce it. Our representative from Dongning City is Zong Bai, who is also a familiar face to everyone. He has the strength of the first tier, 12th stage. I suppose Zong Bai is now very close to the second tier. The second one is Kao Rong. The third is Lu Siguang. Fourth place, Sun Bin paused intentionally at this point before continuing. The fourth representative is participating in the arena for the first time, but since he is standing here, he must have some extraordinary abilities. Next, the host Sun Bin then introduced the 4 representatives of the opposing team, Zijingcheng, once again. Finally, the host began to summarize. The opponents are very strong. Everyone knows about Zijingcheng's past record, but I have more faith in the 4 players from Dongningcheng. Sun Bin announced loudly. Now, the arena competition begins. Go for it, brother! Lin. Yai clenched her little fist to cheer Lin Yuan on. I see that everyone is in a bad mood. They're saying that Dongning City is bound to lose, and that Zijing City is too strong and they have no chance of winning. Looking at the endless stream of comments, Lu Qiong, the mother, couldn't help but say, they said it was already hard to win, and now they've added a newcomer. Isn't this mocking our Zhou Yuan? The strength of Zijing City is indeed very strong, especially that giant. Captain, Lin Shucheng the father is a veteran viewer. He objectively commented, judging from past records, Dongning City's chances of winning are very small, even negligible. After Lin Shucheng finished speaking, he saw Lu Qiong's furrowed brows. Quickly explained, but this has nothing to do with Xiao Yuan. Even if Xiao Yuan doesn't play, with the lineup of our Dongning City in previous tournaments, we still can't win. These people nowadays just like to shift the blame. Our Xiao Yuan didn't do anything, but they've already put the blame on him. Can't you say something good about Xiao Yuan? Lu Qiong glared at Lin Shucheng. I have a lot of confidence in Xiao Yuan. Lin Shucheng immediately smiled and said, yes, I also have great confidence in our Xiao Yuan. With Xiao Yuan here, Dongning City will surely win. Lin Shucheng's face was full of flattery. Center of the field, Lin Yuan, Zong Bai, and 3 others appeared to the side. Mr. Lin, how do we fight now? Zhang Bai immediately asked in a low voice. He knew very well that, under normal circumstances, they had no chance of winning against the four from Zijing City. Lin Yuan is their only chance. Therefore, Zhang Bai and the other two decided without hesitation to focus their attack on Lin Yuan. Lu Siguang and Cao Rong also stared intently at Lin Yuan. How do we fight? Lin Yuan pondered for a while. You guys go first. A direct head-on crushing victory. Lin Yuan spoke up. Okay? Zhang Bai agreed without hesitation. They immediately realized what was happening. Should we go first? Zhang Bai glanced at the four people from Zijing City across the street. Especially the imposing figure standing in the very center, easily 2 meters tall, he couldn't help but swallow. If Lin Yuan doesn't go up, and they go up instead, let alone crush them head-on, they'll probably be crushed. Lu Siguang and Cao Rong also looked puzzled. Those who evolve through the giant's evolutionary path are best at head-on confrontations. The three of them went straight in. Isn't that using a weaker weapon against a stronger one? Just do as I say. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Good, Zhang Bai said through gritted teeth. Anyway, this is a virtual world, so even if I die, my physical body in the outside world won't be affected. At worst, he would just lose the arena match. Originally, after learning that his opponent was Zijing City Zhang Bai didn't have much hope. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Bai, Lu Siguang, and Cao Rong charged directly at the four evolved beings in Zijing City at the same time. The yin and yang energies within Lin Yuan's body formed a Tai Chi symbol, with the yin and yang fish slowly rotating, transforming into an invisible force that enveloped all directions. Tai Child. This is an ability that Lin Yuan comprehended when he incorporated the original force into the way of Tai Chi. Within the Tai Chi field, one can easily suppress the opponent. Lin Yuan could also use the power of the field to observe everything about his opponent up close. In fact, Lin Yuan had already grasped the rudimentary form of the Tai Chi field in the world of Dragon Tiger, and it was not until he comprehended the path of the evolution of the force that it was perfected. On the other side, the four evolved beings from Zejing City were also observing Lin Yuan and the others from afar. When they saw Zhang Bai and the other two rushing towards them, their expressions immediately showed astonishment. Court death. The burly figure at the head sneered. If Zhang Bai and the others relied on speed, he would have a headache, but now they were charging straight at him. Crush them with me. The burly figure suddenly grew much larger, reaching a height of 5 meters, and strode towards Zhang Bai and the other two. Behind him, the other three evolved beings from the Forbidden City also wore smiles. In their view, this was just a self-destructive, suicidal charge by the evolved beings of Dongning City. Let's see what methods the contestants from Dongning City will use to deal with the four evolved beings from Zejing City. My god, Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the other two actually took the lead and charged directly at their opponents. What are you trying to do? Even the host Sun Bin was astonished by this scene. He had commentated on countless matches, but he had never seen this style of fighting before. Against Titan Path evolvers who excel at head-on collisions, there is indeed a strategy of overwhelming them head-on. But that's the choice of those evolutionaries who are equally adept at head-on collisions. Currently, whether it's Zhang Bai, Lu Siguang, or Cao Rong, neither of them are evolutionaries that engage in direct, head-on confrontations. As for the newcomer Lin Yuan, he stayed in the back and didn't make a move. It seems our contestant from Dongning City feels they can't win and intends to end this match in the most dramatic way possible. Host Sun Bin shook his head slightly, thinking it was all right. At least they've built up momentum. It's better than a frantic retreat. The final scene was spectacular, as the giant crushed the object of his wrath. No, wait, what is this? The host Sun Bin looked towards the arena, initially expecting a one-sided match. But when the two sides came into direct contact, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Zhang Bai and the others, who should have been torn to pieces by that giant from Zhaijing City, were strangely unharmed. On the contrary, the four evolved beings from the Forbidden City suddenly became somewhat hesitant. They were actually being overwhelmed by the former. How is that possible? On the field, Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the other two were completely dumbfounded. In close combat, they noticed that the four evolved beings from Zhaijing City had experienced a significant drop in both speed and strength. Especially that giant opponent, whose full-force attack was easily dodged by Zhang Bai. What happened? Zhang Bai could see that his four opponents were equally shocked and even somewhat aggrieved. Clearly, they didn't understand why they were acting this way. It's Mr. Lin. In a flash, this thought suddenly popped into Zhang Bai's mind. As an evolved being, one might not be exceptionally intelligent, but certainly not stupid. Considering Lin Yuan's decision to send them directly to the front lines and the performance of the four current opponents, first, we can rule out the possibility that they have become stronger. That can only be because of Lin Yuan. Was it Mr. Lin who intervened and suppressed them? Is this a domain capability? Zhang Bai made his own guess. Domain power is a kind of control over scope and space. Only a small number of special evolutionary pathways involve this ability at the second and third tiers. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You closely observe the evolutionary path of giants and continuously refine your martial arts evolutionary path. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You closely observe the evolutionary path of fire and continuously refine your martial arts evolutionary path. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observe the evolutionary path of a spiritual master-up. Close and continuously refine your martial arts evolutionary path. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Observe the bloodline evolution path up close and continuously refine your martial arts evolution path. Through the Tai Chi field, it is equivalent to having close contact with the four evolved beings from the Forbidden City. This helped Lin Yuan to carefully understand the advantages and disadvantages of the other party's evolutionary path. This is much more comprehensive than simply watching videos. For example, Lin Yuan deliberately increased the power of the field, pressing it down on the giant's chest. This led to a series of other behaviors in this evolved individual. With his extraordinary comprehension, these qualities could provide Lin Yuan with a wealth of inspiration. The continuous attacks by Zhang Bai and the other two provoked numerous reactions from the four opponents, which also came into Lin Yuan's perception. In a short time, Lin Yuan's understanding of the path to martial arts evolution improved rapidly. This is the domain power. Domain power that only 4th and 5th tier evolvers can master. The host, Sun Bin, seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "The power of the domain can theoretically only be mastered by 4th or 5th order evolvers. However, nothing is absolute. Certain special evolutionary paths, as well as the individual's own fortuitous encounters, can enable them to master the power of the domain ahead of time. Of course, these domain powers acquired in advance are in their initial state and cannot be compared with the true domain powers of 4th or 5th tier evolvers. Even so, among 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier evolvers, mastering the power of the domain ahead of time is tantamount to cheating. By using their domain, they can sense everything in advance and then suppress it, basically sweeping away any other evolvers of the same level. I never expected that this year's tournament in Dongning City would produce an evolutionary being who has mastered a domain." The host, Sun Bin, was filled with emotion. Their gaze fell on Lin Yuan, who was standing at the rear and seemed to have never participated in the battle. At this moment, he could also see that this newcomer Lin Yuan was the evolutionist who had mastered the domain. Using one's domain is extremely energy-consuming, and Zhang Bai and the other two are currently fighting with all their might, so it's clearly impossible for them to do so. Only Lin Yuan, who had been in the back the whole time, had the ability to unleash his domain. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the arena were equally stunned and then erupted in excitement. That's incredible! He single-handedly suppressed 4 evolved beings from Zhejiang City, forcing them to only unleash 1/10 or 1/12 of their strength. It's simply amazing, one of the evolved beings exclaimed in a low voice. Who is this newcomer? Is he the offspring of some bigwig in Dongning City? Wow, brother is so amazing. Although Lin Yi didn't understand, she immediately cheered when she heard the host praising Lin Yuan. Field? Does our son truly possess the ability to defeat the Forbidden City? Lin Shucheng muttered to himself. He had only been flattering his wife, but he never expected it to become a reality. On the field, the battle continues. The 4 evolved beings in the Forbidden City were suffering terribly from the suppression. They also realized that all of this was because of Lin Yuan. But there was nothing they could do. Under the suppression of the omnipresent Tai Chi field, every step they took was extremely difficult. An evolved being skilled in speed wanted to get close to Lin Yuan. The closer he got to Lin Yuan, the greater the pressure he felt, and he almost knelt on the ground in the end. What is going on? The giant captain was panting heavily. He vaguely sensed that the omnipresent power of the domain could instantly surpass his limits, if he so desired. But why hasn't the problem been completely solved, and instead it's been dragging on? Are they playing a trick on us? The giant's captain was extremely frustrated, but I don't know what to do. A voluntary surrender? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Time passed slowly. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The area of the stadium is gradually shrinking. The rule of the arena competition is that the arena area will be reduced after half an hour. This measure is to prevent certain speed-oriented evolved beings from deliberately dragging out the fight and avoiding direct combat. That's about it. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and he amplified the Tai Chi field, instantly. The 4 evolved beings of Zhejiang City died one after another in the face of the attacks from Zhang Bai and the other 2. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could crush his opponent with a single thought once he unleashed the Tai Chi field. However, in that case, there would be no time to comprehend the evolutionary path the other party was cultivating. That's why it's been delayed until now. Participating in this tournament was definitely worth it. Lin Yuan sighed softly. Careful observation of everything about the 4 evolved individuals during this match will greatly help Lin Yuan's path of martial arts evolution. The martial arts evolution path is a completely new evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan. The position where Lin Yuan stood was the peak, the limit. As for what lay ahead, there was only emptiness. Lin Yuan needs to explore and create it step by step. During this period, Lin Yuan needs to absorb the advantages and disadvantages of other evolutionary paths. Integrate and synthesize, then innovate and create something new. This cannot be achieved simply by closing oneself off from the world. Of course, with his extraordinary comprehension, even if he were to go into seclusion, he would be able to gradually perfect his path of martial arts evolution. However, the time frame is certainly much longer than now, and the martial arts established on this basis are very likely not as comprehensive as those that incorporate hundreds or thousands of evolutionary paths. We won? Even though they had expected it, Zhang Bai and the others still felt like they were dreaming. They truly defeated an opponent they had never thought they could defeat before. After a while, Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the other two approached Lin Yuan respectfully. They knew in their hearts that their victory this time was entirely due to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, the three of them would have been crushed to the ground by that giant captain, given their combined strength. Regardless of how high a ranking I achieve in this competition, all the rewards I receive will be given to Mr. Lin. Zhang Bai thought for a moment and then spoke. One should be content with what one has just witnessed, given the strength Lin Yuan displayed. This time, they have a very good chance of making it into the top 3,000 or even the top 2,000, let alone the top 5,000. The top 3,000 in the arena competition will receive official rewards, but Zhang Bai feels unworthy of these rewards. If he could contribute something, Zhang Bai would have a reason to convince himself. But just now he was completely a puppet, doing whatever Lin Yuan said. Other evolved beings could do the same. Therefore, Zhang Bai felt he was not qualified to receive the official reward. Me too. Cao Rong and Lu Xiguang exchanged a glance and said the same thing. The next 2 months. The tournament is still ongoing. In addition to the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the individual competition. As for the results, they were narrow victories in every game. There was no other way. Lin Yuan could certainly eliminate his opponent quickly. But that would defeat the purpose of participating in the arena, to prolong each battle and carefully comprehend the path of each evolved being. Then he would refine it into his own martial arts, discarding the dross and keeping the essence. That's what Lin Yuan wanted. The evolved beings who can participate in the arena are generally very strong, especially as the competition progresses. Each evolved being can be considered a genius. The top 500 evolvers are mostly at the 2nd tier limit, and occasionally a few even reach the 3rd tier. Soon, the team from Dongning City ranked among the top 100 in the Kanglin's Star competition. They lost the match in a fierce battle against an opponent from the central continent. This opponent is Blue Moon City, one of the most prosperous cities in the central continent. Of the 4 contestants, 3 are at the 2nd order limit, and 1 is at the 3rd order limit. Furthermore, the evolutionary paths they followed were all extremely powerful ones. Especially that 3rd tier evolver, who cultivated the dream evolution path. Therefore, at the very beginning of the match, Zhang Bai and the other 2 had not yet reacted. Then, with a single glance from that dream-evolving individual, they fell into a deeper level of dream and were eliminated. Only Lin Yuan remained. Even so, Lin Yuan also managed to hold out for a full half-hour under the frenzied attacks of the 4 evolved beings, relying on the principles of Tai Chi. Even with the stadium area reduced, Lin Yuan was still able to hold on. If it's not a team competition rule, and the final result is still undecided, the number of remaining evolved beings on the field will be used as the determining factor. There are 4 remaining evolved beings in Blue Moon City. Lin Yuan was the only one left in Dongning City. Therefore, Blue Moon City wins. I never imagined that my Dongning City would be able to rank among the top 100 in the world. Chairman Liao felt like he was dreaming. This was a ranking he had never dared to dream of before. Not only him, but even if you put all the past presidents of the Evolvers Association together, they would not be able to even dream of being included in this list. It's all because of Mr. Lin. Only us, Zhang Bai and the other 2 were also present and immediately spoke up. If it were only 3 or 2,000 people, he would still dare to take credit and show off in front of Chairman Liao, but being in the top 100 is terrifying. In the global arena competition, every evolved individual, even those who are merely support-type evolved individuals, is capable of easily sweeping aside all evolved individuals in Dongning City. Even if Zhang Bai had the thickest skin, he wouldn't dare take credit for it. It's Mr. Lin. Chairman Liao nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't stupid. Having watched the match himself, he naturally realized that Lin Yuan had been the one pulling the tide the entire time. Zhang Bai and the other two are not even as good as pendants. How is Mr. Lin now? Chairman Liao asked with concern. After losing to the 4 evolved beings from Blue Moon City, Lin Yuan left the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he needs to go into seclusion for a while. Zhang Baitai told the truth. Lin Yuan did say that to him before he left. I see. Mr. Lin must be tired. Chairman Liao nodded and said. After all, Blue Moon City's opponent was too powerful. That rare dream evolution path evolver had even reached the 3rd tier in strength. In the real world, a full-scale attack could plunge nearly half a city, with almost 1 million citizens, into a deep sleep. Fighting such a terrifying opponent is indeed exhausting. Shuyu Residential Area, House Number 32, Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He participated in dozens of arena matches and witnessed hundreds, or even thousands of different evolved individuals. The pros and cons of countless evolutionary paths flooded his mind, which he then assimilated with his extraordinary comprehension. I don't know when, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The yin and yang fish intertwined in a Tai Chi pattern flashed and disappeared deep in the pupil. 3rd tier. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The energy within the body began to change rapidly. 3rd stage of the martial arts evolution path has finally been completed. Thank you to reader if I don't miss you. How can I miss you for the 500 book coins? The arena battle storyline will accelerate, with the 3rd time travel taking place the day after tomorrow. This is the 3rd tier. Feeling the rapid transformation of his body, Lin Yuan smiled. After the 2nd teleportation, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier. Later, after comprehending the evolutionary path of the Force, he almost stepped into the 3rd stage. Even so, Lin Yuan is still not at the 3rd rank. Other 2nd-tier ultimate evolvers have clear paths to follow if they want to advance to the 3rd tier. The evolutionary path itself will also be given detailed guidance. How do I get in? What conditions need to be met? What should I do after the conditions are met? But as the pioneer of evolutionary pathways, everything about Lin Yuan is unknown. Even with extraordinary comprehension, without these past few months of battling numerous evolved beings. By experiencing various evolutionary paths firsthand, Lin Yuan's time to advance to the 3rd tier will be greatly delayed. 3rd tier evolvers, also known as city-destroying level, can pierce through half a city with a single full-force attack. The 3rd stage of my martial arts evolution path covers several miles. With a Tai Chi field. With a thought, everything within the range is annihilated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, and the Tai Chi field subtly spread out, enveloping the entire Shuyu residential area. It can be said that at this moment, the lives of everyone in the entire Shuyu residential community are in Lin Yuan's hands. Throughout the entire Kanglan Star, there are absolutely no more than 20 evolutionaries under the age of 100 who have reached the 3rd rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Kanglan Star is a medium-life planet with a permanent population of over 50 billion. With such a massive population, it's inevitable that some extraordinary geniuses will emerge. For example, in this arena competition, one of Lin Yuan's most valued 3rd-tier opponents was struck by lightning at birth. Thousands of people around him died under the lightning, but he was the only one who survived. Moreover, this person's physique has been tempered by lightning, giving him innate lightning characteristics, making him extremely fast and even capable of transforming into lightning. Therefore, the other participants also called him Thor. The power of thunder is extremely strong in Yang, even though Lin Yuan has never fought against Thor. However, I feel that my Tai Chi field is unlikely to be able to trap the opponent. Evolvers like Thor are unique types of evolvers. They are powerful individually but cannot be popularized and are only suitable for him. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before connecting with the Goddess of Wisdom. Dear Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your demands. The Goddess of Wisdom's solemn and cool voice rang out. Now that I have entered the 3rd level of martial arts, will I be able to show my full strength in the upcoming arena matches? Lin Yuan inquired. The Goddess of Wisdom had previously warned against revealing her identity as the founder of the martial arts evolution path. This would attract the attention of those alien races, potentially leading to being added to their assassination list. Rest assured, powerful individual evolutionary geniuses will not attract the attention of alien races before breaking into the star domain rankings, the Goddess of Wisdom explained softly. The territory of the Cosmic Human Alliance is vast, and its population is enormous. On Kanglan Star alone, there are 50 billion citizens. Kanglan Star is merely a medium-sized, life-bearing planet belonging to the Chicken Starfield. In the Crimson Kun Starfield, there are over 1 million inhabited planets like Kanglan Star. Even a prosperous star system like the Crimson Kun Starfield is just one of many starfields under the control of human civilization. The alien races simply don't have the energy or the ability to pay attention to the top 100 or 100 human evolutionary geniuses on a particular planet. Compared to evolutionary pathways that can be passed down indefinitely, individual humans are indeed insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then asked the Goddess of Wisdom whether others could tell that he had cultivated the martial arts evolution path. The explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom is difficult to discern. To be precise, it's almost invisible. Currently, no one has reached the Grandmaster level in the evolutionary path of martial arts, not to mention the yin-yang realm that has mastered the way of Tai Chi. Without reaching this level, one cannot comprehend the true mystery of the Tai Chi way, so how could one discern that Lin Yuan was using the Tai Chi way? The evolutionary paths announced by the Cosmic Human Alliance are vast and numerous, including those similar to martial arts evolutionary paths and those similar to Tai Chi. Unless Lin Yuan says it himself, how can others guess? During the arena battles, Lin Yuan learned about the evolutionary paths of many of his opponents because this information was revealed by these individuals themselves. As long as Lin Yuan doesn't openly declare that he cultivates martial arts, no one else can guess which evolutionary path he specifically follows. At most, a general range can be determined. It's important to understand that evolutionary pathways are extremely private matters. Knowing your evolutionary path allows you to target the evolver by exploiting the disadvantages of that path. Therefore, unless they are extremely confident evolvers, normal evolvers do not publicize the evolutionary path they have taken. I also upgraded my citizenship level. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan directly consumed merit points to upgrade his citizen level. Half a year ago, after completing his second time travel, Lin Yuan uploaded the follow-up to the martial arts evolution path, and the merit points he received were enough to upgrade him to level 4. Lin Yuan only postponed it until now in order to get a free loan quota from the Central Bank of Human Civilization. Beep. As merit points were consumed, Lin Yuan's citizen level was officially upgraded to level 4. A level 4 citizen is already considered the highest level on Kanglan Star, with only the governor's citizen level comparable to Lin Yuan's. The privilege update for level 4 citizens is more in-depth than that for level 3 citizens. One of the added privileges is that if Lin Yuan feels his life is threatened, he can directly mobilize the Kanglan Star's war fleet to protect him. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan amount with the central bank reached 1 billion, Furthermore, Lin Yuan received a transfer of 20 million yuan from the central bank. It takes 50,000 merit points to upgrade to level 5 citizen? Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no level 5 citizens on the entire Kanglan star. The merit points required to upgrade to level 5 citizen are more than the previous 4 levels combined. Take your time. Lin Yuan is not in a hurry. Lin Yuan has already gained so many merit points at only the 3rd stage of the martial arts evolution path. When this evolutionary path is developed to the 5th or 6th tier in the future, how many merit points will be needed? Lin Yuan was given 20,000 merit points simply for reaching the 6th level of theoretical potential. If the martial arts evolution path truly becomes a 6th order evolution path, Lin Yuan's merit points will definitely far exceed 20,000. Kindness? President Liao contacted me 3 times? Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor records. He's been in seclusion for 3 days. Lin Yuan got up and sent a message to Chairman Liao. I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd tier, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul underwent transformation, which is why it took longer. As soon as Lin Yuan sent the message, Chairman Liao replied instantly. If there's anything you need to say, please do. Lu Meng's attack methods can penetrate the soul within dreams. Even in the virtual world, it's impossible to completely isolate it. Chairman Liao spoke with concern. Lin Yuan's last match before going into seclusion was against that 3rd-tier evolver from the dream evolution path. Chairman Liao was worried that Lin Yuan might be affected in some way. It should be noted that the past few months of arena battles have made Chairman Liao fully realize Lin Yuan's unparalleled evolutionary talent. With the strength of a 2nd-tier, 12th-level cultivator, he managed to hold out against a 3rd-tier evolved being for half an hour. If it weren't for the time constraint, they might have been able to continue operating. Such potential is among the very best in the entire Eastern continent. Only one like it could emerge in dozens of tournaments. I'm really fine. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then sent another message. I'm already at level 3. Having entered the 3rd tier, it won't be easy to hide for long. When he encounters those 3rd-tier opponents in the upcoming individual arena matches, Lin Yuan will definitely reveal his corresponding strength. Dongning City Evolution Association. Chairman Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the replies on the virtual screen in front of him, especially those 6 words. I'm already at level 3. This left Chairman Liao completely bewildered. It took him a good moment to finally react. Is it already at level 3? Lin Yuan has entered the 3rd stage? How could Dongning City produce a 3rd-tier evolver? Dongning City has hosted over 1,000 tournaments, with only 2 or 3 2nd-tier evolvers at its peak. As for 3rd-tier evolvers, Chairman Liao wouldn't even dare to think about it. One of the restrictions for the ring competition is that the participants must be under 100 years old. A 3rd-tier evolved being was once born in Dongning City, but with the added restriction of living to 100 years old, it becomes absolutely unique. Even across the entire Eastern continent, and even the entire Kanglan star, the number of evolvers who meet this condition is extremely limited. Currently, there are only a dozen or so evolved beings who have clearly demonstrated Tier 3 strength in the arena. Dongning City. Dongning City has produced a dragon. Chairman Liao's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself, soon, the team competition in the arena on Kanglan Star has ended. Thanks to Lin Yuanlai's efforts to turn the tide, Dongning City actually managed to secure 100th place. It should be noted that this is the ranking of the entire Kanglan Star. The planet Kanglan is divided into 5 continents: the East Continent, the West Continent, the North Continent, and the South Continent, and the strongest continent, the Central Continent. More than 20,000 cities participated, To be able to rank in the top 100 among so many cities, it has made countless cities green with envy. Everyone has eyes. They can clearly see why Kanglan City has achieved its current ranking. It's all because of Lin Yuan. This individual, whose abilities are comparable to those of a third-tier evolver, is the core of the Dongning City team. As for the other three, saying they were just pendants was a compliment. If our city had an evolved being like Lin Yuan, it could probably break into the top 50. Indeed, an evolved being who has mastered the power of a domain is suitable for controlling the entire situation. This ability is extremely rare. I don't know what kind of luck Dongning City had. In the previous few tournaments, I had never even heard of this city. Now it has suddenly appeared. By the way, does any of you know this Lin Yuan? Countless viewers were quickly discussing it. In the team competition, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the most dazzling. Its prowess even surpassed that of the dozen or so third-tier evolvers. After all, it's rare for someone with second-tier strength to hold off a third-tier evolver for more than half an hour in previous arena competitions. Next up is the individual competition. I wonder what ranking Lin Yuan will achieve. In my opinion, they should at least be in the top 50. I think there are at least 20, just below those. 10 or so third-tier evolvers. The popularity of the individual competition has increased further, since individual competitions are more popular than team competitions. Dongning City Arena. The individual competition will be held more than half a month later than the team competition. Therefore, the individual competition only reached the top 500 by the end of the team competition. Lin Yuan stood on one side of the ring, quietly waiting for his opponent in this match. The surrounding seats were filled with audience members. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan has also accumulated a large number of fans. Especially in the final team battle, he single-handedly withstood a third-tier evolver and 3 second-tier ultimate evolvers for more than half an hour. Ultimately, he lost due to the rules of the arena, which earned him countless fans. Therefore, every match Lin Yuan plays now attracts a large audience from all over Kanglan Star. Even hundreds of millions of ordinary citizens watched it via live broadcast. I never expected that this competition would come this far, said host Sun Bin with deep emotion. As the host for Dongning City, Sun Bin could only commentate on the matches in Dongning City. If all the contestants from Dongning City are eliminated, then naturally there will be no need for him. The tournament that Sun Bin commentated on the most was decades ago, but compared to now, it is naturally far less. It's important to know that the current competition has reached the top 500, which is close to the final stage. Sun Bin felt like he was dreaming. No, even in his wildest dreams, Sun Bin wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Alright, now our contestant Lin Yuan has arrived, the one who has created miracles all the way. Sun Bin praised Lin Yuan generously, and then began to introduce Lin Yuan's opponent. In this match, the opponent is Sima Yun from Heiyuan City, who is also a second-tier ultimate evolver, following the water element evolution path. Sun Bin looked around at the seats filled with spectators and said in a passionate voice, "In terms of historical records, Lin Yuan Sheng is definitely the better one, but Sima Yun should not be underestimated." On the field, Lin Yuan looked toward his opponent who appeared in the distance. Sima Yun is a woman with blue pupils. Looking at her is like looking at an ocean. The evolutionary path of the water element, Lin Yuan's face lit up with interest. The water element evolution path is one of the element evolution paths. The elemental evolution pathways include 5 main evolution pathways: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there are special evolution pathways such as shadow and ice. In previous matches, Lin Yuan encountered some other types of elemental evolution path evolvers. However, the evolutionary pathway of water element is rare. Soon, the match begins. Lin Yuan was about to unleash the Tai Chi field. Study Sima Yun carefully. Just then, Sima Yun, standing opposite Lin Yuan, raised his hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun gave Lin Yuan a deep look. If it were any other opponent, Sima Yun would have tried to put up a fight no matter what. We can't just admit defeat outright. But Lin Yuan Sima Yun has been paying attention to Lin Yuan for a long time. They understood Lin Yuan's fighting style. Lin Yuan's opponents are often able to hold out until the very last moment. During this time, she would be played and tested by Lin Yuan in various ways. This is how it is when fighting against a first-tier opponent. The same applies to fighting against second-tier opponents. As time went on, Sima Yun realized that something was wrong. Therefore, they chose to concede defeat directly. After all, Sima Yun felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to last more than half an hour against a third-tier evolved being. If Lin Yuan can do it, it proves that he is more capable than her. It's better to admit defeat than to be toyed with after a fight. Admit defeat. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He sighed. In recent individual competitions, there has been an increasing number of players who lack ambition. Before leaving, Sima Yun asked Lin Yuan a question out of curiosity. Are you like them, vying for those 10 spots? 10 spots? Lin Yuan did not answer. Wait until we return to the lounge. Lin Yuan Kai fell into a brief moment of thought. Sima Yun is an evolved individual who was able to break into the top 500. What he said must have been based on evidence. 10 spots. Is it in the top 10? Or somewhere else? Lin Yuan touched his chin. At the same time, a connection was established with the goddess of wisdom. I'd like to know about the 10 spots for the arena tournament, Lin Yuan asked directly. Instead of painstakingly inquiring about the 10 spots, it would be better to ask the goddess of wisdom directly. She knows everything about human civilization, both what it should and shouldn't. No. With sufficient permissions, the so-called 10 spots are drawn into the browsing range of the Crimson Kun Star Lord for this year's Kanglen Star Arena, the top 10 evolvers in the individual arena competition have a chance to catch the eye of the Crimson Kun Star Lord. The solemn and cool voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly rang out. The Crimson Kun Star Lord? Lin Yuan looked somewhat surprised. This is a supreme figure who rules over an entire star system. The Crimson Kun starfield and the 8 major star systems are all within the sphere of influence of this Crimson Kun Star Lord. Kanglen Star, Central Continent. Inside a private space. A man with the phantom of lightning in his pupils sat on a sofa. The man simply sat there, and faint, subtle lightning flashed in the surrounding void. This is the list of players you need to pay attention to in this tournament, along with their detailed information. Thor, you should take a look at it to avoid any problems during the matches. Beside the man whose pupils displayed the phantom of lightning stood a middle-aged man who gently pressed the virtual screen in front of him and stepped back to the sofa. The list of contestants consists mostly of third-tier evolved individuals, with a small number of special second-tier ultimate evolved individuals, including Lin Yuan. I don't need these. Thor remained calm. He was struck by lightning when he was young, and thousands of people around him died, but he survived. His body was even transformed into a lightning body. He randomly chose an evolutionary path related to lightning and made rapid progress, reaching the 3rd tier in just a few decades. In terms of combat power, he swept all before him, summoning, controlling, and transforming into lightning, giving him an overwhelming advantage when facing other evolved beings. Analyzing your opponent is something only a weak person does. I don't need to. Thor slowly rose, walked to the window, and said with a slightly burning gaze, I have never taken these opponents in. the arena seriously. Because they are all ordinary people, while I am thunder. Thor stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone clear and confident, each word brimming with strength and assurance. Thank you to reader. If I don't want to miss you, how can I miss you for the 100 book coins? Tomorrow marks the start of the third time travel, with the main theme being a 1,000-year-old dark room illuminated by a single lamp. Rest area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A virtual screen appeared before me, displaying the information of each evolved being. These evolved individuals are all those who have made it into the top 50 of the arena. Even if they're not at the third tier, the difference isn't that much. They each have their own trump cards and backup plans. Lin Yuan watched carefully, even pulling up combat videos of these evolved individuals from previous matches. With Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, even watching battle videos would be enough. They can also have a certain degree of sudden enlightenment. Of course, these combat videos are just appetizers compared to actual fights. The combat video resembles the NPCs in old-school games. All the moves and techniques have been fixed. There's no such thing as real-time combat. The insights gained from adapting to changing circumstances and receiving timely feedback are far greater. Fang King. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. Looking at the documents in front of me, the owner of the document is a young man. She appears gentle and harmless. However, he is a favorite to win this tournament. To date, no one knows the evolutionary path Fang King has taken, but Fang King always ended the fight within 1 or 2 moves. Even when facing a third-tier evolved being, it is no exception. This is the complete opposite of Lin Yuan, in the eyes of the vast majority of viewers. Lin Yuan particularly enjoys playing with his opponents. Even against a first-tier evolved being, it would have to go into overtime. This instilled a deep-seated fear of Lin Yuan in a large number of evolved individuals. Besides Fang King, there are several other evolved beings that Lin Yuan should also pay attention to. For example, the Thor who can summon and control thunder. Lin Yuan wasn't too worried about him. Transforming into lightning simply means that the entire body is transformed into energy, making it immune to the vast majority of physical attacks. There is also a third-tier evolver who followed the path of poison evolution. The evolutionary path of poison is a very niche one. Those who cultivate this evolutionary path are extremely rare. However, similarly, once success is achieved along this evolutionary path, the methods they possess will cause headaches as for all evolvers at the same or even higher levels. Poisons do not only harm the physical body, the soul and spirit can also be affected or even suppressed by poison. An evolver using the third-tier poison evolution path, if they wish, it can easily wipe out millions or even tens of millions of citizens in a city. Time passed. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan was invited to participate in the virtual world arena competition. The competition has now reached the top 50. Every contestant is either a third-tier evolver or a second-tier ultimate evolver with special methods. Ordinary second-tier ultimate evolvers would have been eliminated long ago. Of these 50 evolvers, 19 are clearly third-tier evolvers. In the rest area, Lin Yuan accepted the official invitation to the arena competition. Wow! Lin Yuan appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, a thunderous roar of cheers suddenly erupted from all directions. So many people? Lin Yuan looked around and found that all the nearly 10 million seats were already filled with audience members. The arena competition has now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central continent. As for the number of matches, it has decreased from 8,000 matches a day at the beginning of the tournament to 5 matches a day now. This led to a convergence of the audience. bringing the total number of viewers for the match to nearly 10 million. It's important to know that viewers who can come to the virtual world are either evolved beings or citizens of level 2 or above. As for the ordinary citizens who watch the live broadcast, the number probably exceeds 10 billion. No way. There are now 2 matches a day, and they are even held at different times. Viewers who wish to watch the ring match have no choice but to watch this match. Lin Yuan appeared on the arena. This drew cheers from a large audience. Lin Yuan is here. Torture Wang Lin Yuan, cheers erupted. Although it's not a live competition, the virtual world is a 100% simulation and replica. All the voices traveled through the air, deafeningly loud. Not long after, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a tall, slender man with icy eyes, and a strange chill emanated from where he stood. Ice evolution, a third-tier evolved being. It follows the ice evolution path within the special elemental evolution pathways. 9 out of 10 evolved beings who had previously fought Bingyan ended up as ice sculptures. Bingyan's appearance further aroused the response from the surrounding audience. Although Lin Yuan has broken through to the 3rd rank, he has not yet revealed his 3rd rank strength. Most of his previous opponents voluntarily surrendered, and those who didn't weren't very strong. None of them even forced Lin Yuan to use his full strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, Lin Yuan is just a special second-order ultimate evolver. Bingyan, on the other hand, is a true 3rd-tier evolver. On Kanglin's star, no more than 20 people can advance to the 3rd rank within the age of 100. Bingyan is one of them. I've watched your match videos. I admit, you are very strong, but this is the end of the road after meeting me. Bingyan spoke calmly, seemingly without any emotional fluctuation. So far, Lin Yuan's most impressive achievement is that he lasted for more than half an hour against a 3rd-tier evolver. However, that 3rd-tier evolver was a rare dream-based evolver, skilled in soul and mental attacks. If Lin Yuan's evolutionary path has made certain achievements in the soul and spirit, it is not surprising that it has lasted for so long. However, we can analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the normal evolutionary path. Those who excel at the evolution of the soul and spirit are inevitably weak in the physical realm. The ice-based evolutionary path excels at freezing everything, including the physical body. That's why Bingyan is very confident on the audience platform. In the middle seat sat a young man who looked gentle and harmless. He looked down at the battlefield, his expression somewhat bored. Teacher, one of these 2 is not yet at the 3rd rank, and the other has an ordinary evolution path. Instead of watching them compete, we would be better off cultivating in the rest area for a while. The young man's name was Fang King, and he was a favorite to win this tournament. Idiot. On Fang King's shoulder appeared the figure of an old man with a white beard, about the size of a palm. The white-bearded old man's figure was ethereal, and only Fang King could see and sense him. You still haven't figured out what's special about that evolved being named Lin Yuan? The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang King. What's special about it? Fang King was slightly taken aback. The nascent stage of a domain, Fang King asked tentatively. The strongest technique Lin Yuan displayed was the nascent form of a domain. Only 4th or 5th-tier evolved beings have a chance to master this power. It's just as the rudimentary form of the domain, and it's incredibly difficult for other evolvers. But in the eyes of an evolved being of the ancient god lineage like him, it was nothing special. If Fang King is willing, he can quickly grasp the basics of the field. What's special is not the prototype of the domain, but the power that evolved the prototype of the domain. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Furthermore, our old master once roamed dozens of star fields, looking down on everyone, which is why he was eventually ambushed and killed by the alien race. As the successor of our old master, you are following the ancient god evolutionary path, but if you remain complacent and careless and underestimate your enemies, you will eventually follow in our old master's footsteps. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but say, "In the past, the old master was so glorious, but with his death, everything was extinguished like a lamp going out." "I see." Fang Qing's expression turned serious, and he began to carefully observe the battle below. "If I'm not mistaken, that Lin Yuan should already be at the 3rd level." The white-bearded old man continued speaking. Already at level 3, Fang Qing was startled. On the field, the moment the host announces the start of the competition, Bing Yan then made his move. Although he was very confident, he would not be careless in the slightest and would go all out. A terrifying chill spread rapidly, but the next moment, an invisible wave descended. The 3-tiered Tai Chi field is more complete, and its binding effect on the enemy is greater. Facing an opponent at the 3rd level, Lin Yuan had no intention of holding back and used his Tai Chi field to suppress his opponent. Bing Yan's expression changed slightly. Lin Yuan had also displayed the Tai Chi field in the previous competition, but its power could not have been this great. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed by that 3rd-tier Dream Evolver. "You're already at Tier 3. Bing Yan's expression was solemn. Such a level of suppression is only achievable by a 3rd-tier nascent domain. However, beating me won't be that easy." Bing Yan charged towards Lin Yuanshang, almost transforming into a 1,000-year-old iceberg, and crashed down. Even with the suppression and restraint of the Tai Chi field, Bing Yan's speed reached an unbelievable level, approaching 1,000 meters per second. Boom! The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. "See? That Lin Yuan is not simple, is he?" The white-bearded old man sat on Fang Qing's shoulders, watching the battlefield below with great interest. "It's definitely not simple." Fang Qing nodded slightly. He could tell that Lin Yuan was using not just one type of power, but 2 completely opposite ones. These 2 diametrically opposed forces achieved a certain balance in Lin Yuan's hands, perfectly merging together. "If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I would probably use my ancient god true form, suppress him for 10 moves, and defeat him after 200 moves. The reason 200 moves were needed was because..." Fang Qing realized that Lin Yuan was particularly good at defense, having mastered 2 fused powers, and could turn enemy attacks into his own. Fusing power is something only a 6th-tier cultivator can do. If you don't rely on the ancient god evolution path, under the same conditions, you are not as good as this Lin Yuan. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. "It's so uncomfortable." Bing Yan was somewhat withdrawn at this moment. He felt that the Tai Chi field around him was like a spider web, and he was an insect trapped in the web. Any movement is severely restricted. After completing the first wave of attacks, it was easily blocked by Lin Yuan. Bing Yan realized that he had no chance of winning. The following period will be quite long. Under the coverage of the Chi field, Bing Yan didn't even have the ability to utter the word surrender. He could only be played by Lin Yuan for more than half an hour before the battle ended. At the same time, the surrounding audience erupted in deafening cheers. Before the match, most spectators thought Bing Yan had a better chance of winning. After all, it's a 3rd-tier opponent against a 2nd-tier opponent, even if the latter has a formidable record of holding off a 3rd-tier opponent for more than half an hour. However, once the match began, Lin Yuan's display of his 3rd-tier strength brought the atmosphere of the competition to its peak. Previously, it was a 3rd-order opponent against a 2nd-order opponent, so Lin Yuansheng's chances of winning were slim. Now it's a 3rd-order versus 3rd-order. The difference between the two then disappeared, especially during the battle. there was the scene where Lin Yuan completely suppressed Bing Yan with his Tai Chi field. It stirred the hearts of countless viewers. A third-tier evolved being is a city-destroying being. It wouldn't take them long to destroy a city if they let go of their power. The experience of seeing two third-tier evolved beings fighting each other right before their eyes was simply unparalleled. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come and torture me? Amidst countless cheers, Lin Yuan's figure vanished. Return to the rest area. Call. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Ice attribute power. Countless flashes of inspiration surged through Lin Yuan's mind. In the battle against Bing Yan, the opponent freely displayed his ice-based techniques. To other evolved beings, that was a terrifying killing move. But in Lin Yuan's heart, it was an epiphany about the power of many relationships. Ice of all things, freezing everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his expression thoughtful. A second-tier ice-type evolver only manifests the use of ice power. A third-tier ice-type evolver is able to develop the essence of ice-type abilities in a slightly deeper way. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The fight with Bing Yan for more than half an hour was of great help to Lin Yuan. It was no less intense than when he fought that third-tier Dream Realm cultivator. Only, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious. As their ranking in the arena continues to rise, Lin Yuan also felt a certain pressure. To fight Bing Yan, Lin Yuan would need to reveal his third-tier strength. Although he didn't reveal all his cards, Bing Yan's strength was still something Lin Yuan couldn't ignore. If Bing Yan is like this, what about those who are even closer to the third-tier evolvers? It should be noted that among the 19 third-tier evolvers, Bing Yan's strength is relatively low. If Lin Yuan were to face one of the top-ranked Tier 3 evolvers, would he still be able to do so with such ease, just as Lin Yuan was feeling the pressure? Kindness? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. My mind sank completely into the depths of my brain. There stood a magnificent gate. At this moment, the edges of the gate were completely illuminated. Can we travel now? Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. Before we knew it, more than 10 months had passed since the end of the second time travel. With the power accumulated over this period, the Gate of Myriad Realms is also able to allow Lin Yuan to travel a third time. I wonder what kind of world we'll be traveling to this time. As soon as Lin Yuan had this thought, he began to divert a sliver of his attention to explore the depths of the Gate of Myriad Realms. Lin Yuan had focused all his attention on the previous 2 trips. This time, however, Lin Yuan tried to devote a sliver of his attention to the task. This sliver of his mind occupied only 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's total mental energy. Even if he suffered a devastating blow, it would have little effect on Lin Yuan, and he would recover in an hour or 2. Buzz, as Lin Yuan probed with a trace of his mind. In a daze, Lin Yuan seemed to see a vast world. This vast world was exceptionally magnificent. In a fleeting glimpse, Lin Yuan saw a phantom image of a weapon as large as a mountain. That's a weapon? Lin Yuan looked astonished, and then his consciousness returned to his body. At the same time, Lin Yuan also obtained some information about this world travel. A duration of stay, 160 years. That world is at a higher level than the Dragon Tiger world. In terms of time flow, 160 years is roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 days in the main world. Lin Yuan made his own guess. This attempt prepared Lin Yuan mentally. At least it won't be as confusing as the previous 2 times. I have another match in half a day. Then comes the final round for the top 10, which will be held in 2 weeks. Lin Yuan decided to travel again in half a day. This little bit of time won't cause any problems. While waiting, Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. Instead, they went to watch other evolved beings compete. First and foremost is that evolved individual who took the path of poison. This evolved being's opponent was also a tier 3. As soon as the match started, his opponent's face turned bruised and purple. It is clear that he has been poisoned by some kind of deadly poison. Then, more than 10 minutes later, the body completely decomposed. During this time, the poison-evolving cultivator only symbolically defended himself for a short while. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent fell to the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of that Thor. It's still a competition between third-tier evolved beings. Thor controlled the thunder, and in the end, he transformed into thunder, directly defeating the third-tier evolver. Thor's matches are basically without suspense. No matter how strong the opponent, the match is over the moment Thor chooses to transform into lightning. Finally, Lin Yuan watched the match of the person named Fang King. Fang King's opponent was quite strong, ranking among the top third-tier evolvers, second only to Thor. However, even this powerful third-tier evolver couldn't withstand 5 moves from Fang King. On the 5th move, a towering figure suddenly appeared behind Fang King, its ancient and vast aura permeating the arena. The opponent was shaken and was directly crushed into a pulp by the towering figure. The evolutionary path of ancient gods, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of evolution path is extremely rare and is very famous in the Crimson Kun starfield and even the surrounding starfields. The image of the towering phantom behind Fang King appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, and he felt a heavy weight in his heart. To be honest, even if he played all his cards, Lin Yuan had no confidence whatsoever in defeating Fang King. After watching Fang King's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. A second-tier ultimate evolver broke through his bloodline during the competition and directly stepped into the third tier. This third-tier ultimate evolver is a bloodline evolver, originally thought to be just an ordinary third-tier bloodline. However, after the bloodline breakthrough, it was discovered that this third-tier bloodline actually concealed a 6th-tier bloodline, 6th-order bloodline. This is a descendant of a fallen star. Now that his bloodline has awakened, this evolved individual has suddenly become the most popular candidate for the championship. They almost completely suppressed Fang King, who had revealed the evolutionary path of an ancient god. Half a day later, the match is over. Returned to the rest area, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His expression revealed a solemn look. Now that the arena has progressed to this point, none of the evolved beings who have stepped onto the stage are simpletons. Thor has a special physique, capable of transforming into lightning, and his talent is unparalleled. Fang King's cultivation of the ancient god evolution path has an extremely powerful background, with predecessors paving the way for him. That evolved being with a bloodline reaching the 6th rank had ancestors who included a fallen star-level expert. The legacy in his bloodline was enough to make him fearless in the 3rd rank. Compared to them, Lin Yuan was rather unremarkable, with an ordinary background and no powerful bloodline. In the path of evolution, background, resources, and bloodline are important, but they are not indispensable. Even if I, Lin Yuan, have no background, resources, or bloodline, I can still achieve as much as anyone else in the future through my own efforts. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world, lay down in the nutrient tank, and closed his eyes. Gate to all realms, open for me, in a daze. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where am I? This was Lin Yuan's first thought. I wasn't born yet? This was Lin Yuan's second thought. That's right, Lin Yuan was still in his mother's womb at this time. Warm amniotic fluid flowed all around. Why does it get smaller the more you travel through it? Lin Yuan had a toothache, even though he didn't have any teeth yet. The first time Lin Yuan traveled through time, he was a little novice monk who was just over 3 years old. The second time he traveled through time, Lin Yuan Kai had just been born. Now, Things have gotten even worse. The third time he traveled through time happened right in his mother's womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that traversing the Gate of Myriad Realms was entirely random, it's quite speechless. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. After quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to ponder. Before traversing, Lin Yuan had studied the physical body of Lulan, he from the Thunderstorm Starfield. As the son of a prominent figure in the Thunderstorm Starfield, Lulani's physical prototype is a rare and special life form from the depths of space. Using the parents' genes as a carrier, the core genes of this special life form are mixed in. The physical body cultivated in this way, regardless of its potential, in other aspects as well, they far surpass normal humans. Lulan's physical body, even without any cultivation, it can also quickly grow to the second-tier strength, 6 months in the main world. Lin Yuan is also exploring the subsequent paths of martial arts evolution. All remaining energy was devoted to comprehending the mysteries of this physical body. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan has already mastered a complete physical transformation technique. This method of practice can slowly transform the physical body to achieve the effect of elevating the essence of life. As for the efficiency of the transformation of the essence of life, the younger the age, the better. Lin Yuan's physical body in the main world has reached adulthood and is fully developed. The progress of cultivating this technique is very slow. It takes almost half a year to complete 1/10 of the transformation. However, Lin Yuan has not yet been born. Everything in the body is in its initial state. This is simply the best time to cultivate this physical transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan devoted a portion of his energy to comprehending this physical transformation technique. This is to prevent a repeat of the last time we traveled through time. They face extreme circumstances right after birth, in situations where they have no ability to resist. By transforming his physical body in this way, Lin Yuan would at least gain the ability to protect himself in advance. Don't rush into physical transformation. Let's see what the status and background of your parents are in this life. Physical transformation requires energy. Lin Yuan, being unborn, naturally cannot serve as a source of energy. So, once Lin Yuan begins his physical transformation, he will instinctively absorb the mother's energy. Specifically, the mother of this body will have a greatly increased appetite and will need to eat all kinds of highly nutritious foods. For an ordinary poor family, this situation would be adding insult to injury. If that's the case, Lin Yuan can only wait patiently until the baby is born before making any plans. Compared to physical transformation, Lin Yuan was even more reluctant to die prematurely. The method of physical transformation can be practiced even after birth. By absorbing the yin and yang energies between heaven and earth, results can be seen within a few hours. There is absolutely no need to transfer the risk to the womb. Time passed. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It seems this birth was a good one, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this time, he vaguely sensed that there were dozens of servants just to take care of his mother. How could an ordinary family receive such treatment? Also, Lin Yuan could still sense it. My mother takes expensive supplements every day. This is determined by the energy transmitted from the umbilical cord. In this time travel, my identity should be that of a prince of a country. My father is the current emperor, my mother is a concubine, and my maternal grandfather is also a high-ranking official with a distinguished position, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. For about half a month, Lin Yuan could often hear conversations coming from outside. These conversations, naturally, did not involve Lin Yuan eavesdropping, and thus many secrets were discussed. At first, Lin Yuan did not know the language of this world. I can't understand it either, but after listening to it many times, you'll naturally learn it. This is extraordinary comprehension. For the same pronunciation, others need to hear it hundreds or thousands of times. Only then can one remember, and only then can one barely understand. Lin Yuan only needed to listen to it once to understand the general idea. Then consider the tone of voice when making the sound, as well as the reactions of others. I basically understand what it means. Let me hear a few more words. I've pretty much figured it out. Learn a language. It's that simple. Inside the hall of 100 flowers, a palace maid hurried in. Your Majesty, I have inquired with the imperial physician. You are definitely carrying a prince this time. The palace maid spoke excitedly, then glanced around cautiously, afraid of being overheard by others. Kindness, Wang Shangfeng didn't seem to care that much. Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are my and His Majesty's children, and I will be very happy. Wang Shangfeng spoke gently. Oh dear, Your Majesty, how come you don't understand anything? The palace maid said anxiously, His Majesty does not yet have a prince. If Your Highness gives birth to a prince, what will happen in the future? There are some things you shouldn't say. Before the palace maid could finish speaking, Wang Shangfeng's expression suddenly turned cold and she calmly looked over. Yes, yes. The palace maid's face turned deathly pale and she knelt tremblingly on the ground. It seems my mother. While still in her mother's womb, Lin Yuan listened quietly to the sounds outside. He had a very high opinion of his mother in this life. At least they know how to keep a low profile and bide their time. No, in the depths of the palace, it is easy to dodge open attacks, but difficult to guard against hidden arrows. We should hurry up and transform our physical body. A sense of urgency welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. This sense of urgency had been lingering in my mind ever since I realized I was in the palace. Especially after learning that the current emperor has no sons, the sense of urgency intensified. Even the palace maids knew that Wang Shangfeng was very likely carrying a prince. Were the other concubines unaware of this? Especially the current empress, if she has even the slightest other idea. Lin Yuan is in danger. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation into a physical body was entirely based on Wang Shangfeng's reaction. It does not absorb without limit, but instead uses the gentle energy generated by the metamorphosis to nourish the mother body. As Lin Yuan began to transform his physical body, Wang Shangfeng immediately felt hungry. It felt like I hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, this is the imperial palace, and Wang Shangfeng herself has a very powerful background, so she has no shortage of various nourishing foods. That's why no problems occurred. 8 months later, Wang Shangfeng stroked her belly. You little brat, you've eaten so many of my supplements. Wang Shangfeng sighed. If you were to use a single word to describe these past 6 months, that is eating, ordinary people only consume a single ginseng root from a century-old ginseng. Wang Shangfeng ate half of it in one bite. Wang Shangfeng also had access to various rare and precious medicinal herbs from the deep mountains, which she never lacked. If it weren't for the support of her maternal family, who secretly made the biggest contribution, this matter would probably have alarmed the entire palace long ago. Being able to eat a lot is indeed a good thing, but eating too much is strange. Even so, there were still rumors in the palace about Wang Shangfeng's enormous appetite. Even the emperor had heard of this matter, but he did not ask any further questions. After all, Wang Shangfeng was a formidable cultivator before entering the palace. What's wrong with eating more during pregnancy? However, if the emperor knew Wang Shangfeng's true appetite, he wouldn't think that way. Soon, my hard times are about to end. Wang Shangfeng could vaguely sense the movements of her child inside her belly. He would kick her every now and then. Counting the days, it's almost time for her to give birth. the Great Yan Dynasty, inside the Chengxin Hall of the Imperial Palace. Emperor Liu Shi of the Great Yan Dynasty was sitting at his desk handling state affairs. Your Majesty, Consort Wang has given birth. Consort Wang has given birth. Just then, a young eunuch rushed over and said respectfully, "Oh, you had another daughter, right?" Emperor Liu Shi didn't even lift his eyes and casually asked a question. Since Liu Shi ascended the throne, he has favored many concubines, but none of them have borne him a child. To be precise, no prince was born. As for the princesses, they have given birth to quite a few, but no princes. Who will inherit the throne in the future? Are we to adopt one for another member of the royal family? Liu Shi was naturally unwilling to do so. He had worked so hard to seize the throne, and he was determined to give it to his son. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Liu Shi tried, all his children were princesses and imperial daughters, without exception. If you count the number, Liu Shi has conferred titles on more than 60 princesses in the past 20 years. He has been on the throne for more than 20 years without having a single prince, and rumors are rampant both inside and outside the court. If Liu Shi hadn't been ruthless, his position as emperor would probably be unstable right now. Could this be my ancestors' punishment? Liu Shi's gaze was somewhat unfocused. In order to seize the throne, he killed all of his brothers. After becoming emperor, in order to reclaim power, he imprisoned his uncles, the princes, until they died. Just as Liu Shi's thoughts were wandering, the young eunuch said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, it's a prince. Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. I understand." Wait a minute. Emperor Liu Shi waved his hand, but suddenly stopped. What did you say? A glint of light suddenly flashed in Liu Shi's eyes, as he stared intently at the young eunuch and said, word by word, "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, this servant reports that Consort Wang has given birth to a prince." The young eunuch felt a chill run down his spine, fearing he might anger the emperor, and quickly said, "Dragon Prince." A ripple of emotion stirred within Liu Shi. He had indeed heard the imperial physician say that Wang Shangfeng was very likely carrying a son. But Liu Shi had heard this argument many times before. It was the same argument used by more than half of his previous dozens of daughters. I never expected it to actually be true this time. His Majesty. A moment later, the young eunuch, having received no reply, mustered his courage and looked up, only to find that Emperor Liu Shi, who had been sitting at the table, had long since left. Outside the Hall of 100 Flowers, the 100 Flowers Palace was the temporary palace of Consort Wang. At this moment, Emperor Liu Shi of the Great Yan Dynasty stood outside the palace. "I have a son?" Liu Shi did not go in immediately. Instead, he hesitated. "Your Majesty, this is the Dragon Prince." At this moment, a plump imperial physician came out, holding a newborn baby, and stopped in front of Liu Shi. "Your Majesty, I have just examined him. The Dragon Prince possesses an innately strong physique and constitution, a prodigy unparalleled since the founding of our Great Yan Dynasty." The chubby imperial physician looked excited, and his hands holding the baby were trembling. "A prodigy? Is my son a genius of unparalleled talent?" Emperor Liu Shi was momentarily lost in thought. Wang Shangfeng originally gave birth to a son. This had already delighted him. Who would have thought that this son was such a prodigy? Emperor Liu Shi glanced at the imperial physician. He appeared calm and composed, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, showing no sign of flattery. I immediately believed it to some extent. As his thoughts raced, Emperor Liu Shi gazed at the infant, Lin Yuan, his hands trembling slightly. But in the end, Liu Shi still took Lin Yuan and held him in his arms. "Congratulations on the birth of your son, Your Majesty. Congratulations on the birth of your son, Your Majesty, congratulations on the birth of your son, Your Majesty, all the eunuchs and palace. Maids inside and outside the 100 Flowers Palace knelt down and shouted loudly. I have a son? I, Liu Shi, finally have a son. A prodigy? Emperor Liu Shi laughed heartily, then carefully lifted Lin Yuan up and suspended him high above. It was as if they had lifted up the entire world of the great Yan. Lin Yuan's birth made Emperor Liu Shi seem like a completely different person. They even became much more enthusiastic about attending court. After all, this happened before Lin Yuan was born. Emperor Liu Shi once doubted that he might not be able to have a son. In the future, no matter how unwilling he is, the throne of the emperor will be handed over to someone else. Although this person will definitely be adopted by him, will be his descendant, and will be treated like his own father, but it always felt a little strange that he wasn't her biological son. This resulted in Liu Shi having little motivation to handle government affairs. What's the point of working so hard now? In the future, won't this world still fall into the hands of others? Just now. Everything has changed. Liu Shi had a son. He had a son who could inherit everything from him. Furthermore, the son's physique and constitution were so strong that even Liu Shi, after examining him, found it unbelievable. With such physical strength and physique, he could probably tear apart tigers and leopards at the age of 2 or 3. Certainly. Liu Shi was pleased with this, but he also knew that military force alone was not enough to be a good emperor. More importantly, political solutions are needed. The world today is divided into 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. The Great Yan dynasty was merely a dynasty located in the southern part of the Central Plains. It was one of the 36 kingdoms. It's not the weakest, but it's not the strongest either. Especially in this generation, the most important foundation of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, the divine weapon master, has been slow to emerge. This caused Liu Shi even more headaches. Without the presence of a divine weapon envoy, the Great Yan would always be at a disadvantage when facing other countries. Of course, given the foundation of the Great Yan dynasty, in the short term, even without military commanders, there won't be any major problems. In Emperor Liu Shi's plan, in his generation, he did his best to cultivate a military commander for the Great Yan dynasty. When the throne is passed to Lin Yuan, the Great Yan dynasty will be a country with internal and external stability. At that time, Lin Yuan will likely be able to realize all his political ambitions. Reform is a good thing. Reform is fine, whatever. All decisions are left to Lin Yuan. But all of this depends on Lin Yuan knowing how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and acted solely on his whims, wouldn't Liu Shi have handed the Great Yan dynasty over to a foolish ruler? Therefore, as early as when Lin Yuangang was 5 years old, he was then made crown prince. He was groomed to be the crown prince. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Liu Shi's expectations. He began to learn to read and write at the age of 3 or 4. At the age of 6, he rendered the tutor whom Emperor Liu Shi had carefully chosen for him speechless. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's tutor was extremely learned, not only a top scholar in the imperial examinations, but also from a family that was as a famous literary family in the Great Yan dynasty. Such a person, regardless of the dynasty, would be someone who establishes literary achievements and leaves a lasting mark on history. As a result, Lin Yuan, a child who was only 5 years old, left him completely bewildered and unable to react for a long time. If this gets out, it will surely leave the scholars outside who revere the grand tutor as their forefathers speechless. Inside Chengshan Hall, the grand tutor complained to Emperor Liu Shi with a helpless expression. "Your Majesty, I truly have no way to teach him anymore," the grand tutor said, looking at Emperor Liu Shi, who sat upright on the dragon throne. What happened? Did Yuan upset you again, Grand Tutor? Emperor Liu Shai immediately asked with concern. Liu Shi went to great lengths to invite the Grand Tutor to teach Lin Yuan. After all, threatening someone's life is definitely not going to work on a scholar. After all, for most intellectuals, they desperately wanted to be executed by the emperor, because that way, at least they could be remembered in history. The emperor, on the other hand, would likely have to bear some infamy. Furthermore, behind the Grand Tutor stood most of the scholars of the Great Yan dynasty. One movement affects the whole body. Since the hard approach doesn't work, we'll have to try the soft approach. After Emperor Liu Shi made various promises and painted a rosy picture, the Grand Tutor finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. What Emperor Liu Shi never expected was that, less than a year later, the Grand Tutor was already planning to resign. If it only angers me, then it's nothing serious. The Grand Tutor sighed softly. He had lived for decades and had encountered all kinds of students. My mindset has long been incredibly peaceful, and I am confident that I can correct even the most unruly students. But Lin Yuan was not mischievous at all. On the contrary, he was exceptionally talented. All the concepts taught by the Grand Tutor were completely beyond question for Lin Yuan. This left the Grand Tutor, who had been waiting for Lin Yuan to ask his question, stunned for quite a while. I only explained it once and you understood. What else do you need me to do? At first, the Grand Tutor thought Lin Yuan was pretending to know what he didn't, so he carefully prepared a few questions, with the aim of exposing Lin Yuan's true colors. But what the Grand Tutor did not expect was that Lin Yuan not only explained his question again, he also drew inferences from one instance to another, recounting many aspects that even he had never considered. For the Grand Tutor, however, the nightmare had only just begun. In the subsequent teaching sessions, the Grand Tutor became nothing more than a tool. His job was simply to read aloud the contents of those classic texts. He didn't need to explain the specific meanings. Lin Yuan understood the meaning after hearing it only once. In addition, Lin Yuan would sometimes notice the Grand Tutor's doubts and would reinterpret the more obscure parts of the text. Upon hearing these interpretations, the Grand Tutor felt enlightened, realizing that he had wasted decades of his life studying. This led to a very strange scene. Before his desk, the aging Grand Tutor seemed more like a student, listening attentively most of the time. Lin Yuan, who was only a few years old, spoke eloquently and knowledgeably about the past and present. Most importantly, the Grand Tutor actually thought that what Lin Yuan said made a lot of sense. Countless ancient and sage texts, as told by Lin Yuan, reveal many previously unknown aspects. Although the Grand Tutor was very fascinated by this feeling, he immediately realized that he could not continue like this. If I continue to stay with Lin Yuan, I'm afraid I'll be tempted to become his disciple. Even if he could suppress the thought, what would the other palace maids and eunuchs who passed by think? Was it he who taught Lin Yuan, or Lin Yuan who taught him? It was for this reason that the Grand Tutor requested to resign from his post early that morning. He was too ashamed to continue. What do you mean, Grand Tutor? Emperor Liu Shi sat upright on the dragon throne, carefully examining the Grand Tutor. At first, he thought the Grand Tutor had come to him to complain, or to try to increase his bargaining power. But after watching for a while, I realized that the bitterness and helplessness on the Grand Tutor's face were not feigned, but came from the bottom of his heart. This made Emperor Liu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make such a literary master as the Grand Tutor have such an expression? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's grasp of the situation and his handling of important matters far surpass those of this old minister. What right do we mere mortals have to teach him? The Grand Tutor said bitterly. Far beyond you? Emperor Liu Shi blinked. To receive such high praise from a literary giant like the Grand Tutor would surely delight anyone. But for Liu Shi, his son, who was just 6 years old? Can you be a little more reliable when you praise someone? Emperor Liu Shi immediately felt that the Grand Tutor was making a fool of him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to propose other conditions, he may do so. There is no need for such formalities. Emperor Liu Shi frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor managed a weak smile. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would have thought he was taking the opportunity to make demands. But that's not true at all. The Grand Tutor breathed a sigh of relief. He then solemnly said, "With my virtue, I am no longer worthy to teach the Crown Prince." In order to convince Emperor Liu Shi of his words, the Grand Tutor had already begun to abandon his pride. Directly admitted that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. These words of the Grand Tutor, Emperor Liu Shi was slightly startled. It should be understood that scholars value their reputation most, striving for lasting fame, especially literary giants like the Grand Tutor. Even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he couldn't possibly admit that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was just a 6-year-old child. Admitting that one is inferior to such a mischievous child is a huge blow to the reputation of any writer. This was especially true for literary giants like the Grand Tutor. Even if it means death, I will never admit it. In literature, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. This is not a question of who is stronger or weaker. What does the Grand Tutor mean? Emperor Liu Shi remained silent for a while before finally asking a question. My great Yan dynasty, the Grand Tutor paused for a moment, then sighed with inexplicable emotion. A wise ruler is about to be ushered in. A sage ruler? Emperor Liu Shi was somewhat incredulous. Throughout history, the highest praise for an emperor has been that of a sage ruler. Emperor Liu Shi never expected that the Grand Tutor would have such a high opinion of Lin Yuan, predicting that he would become a wise ruler even before he became emperor. Your Majesty, this old minister shall take his leave now. When the Grand Tutor saw that Emperor Liu Shi did not speak, he bowed and took his leave. Liu Shi did not stop him, but silently watched the Grand Tutor's departing figure. Once the Grand Tutor had completely left Chengshan Hall, Emperor Liu Shi waved his hand, signaling the palace maids and eunuchs beside him to leave. He sat alone in the Chengshan Hall, lost in thought. After a long while, a burst of unrestrained laughter rang out from inside the Chengshan Hall. Ha 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 ha! My son, Liu Shi, will be a sage ruler? Ha 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 ha! May our ancestors protect us. May our ancestors protect us. I, Liu Shi, will also have a wise and virtuous son. God bless my great Yan. God bless my great Yan. Ha 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 name. Liu Yuan, Lin Yuan, identity. Holder of the gate to all realms, unbound talent. Unparalleled comprehension, occurrent status. Consciousness. Descends a remaining stay, 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the panel of the Gate of Myriad Realms. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 6 years in this world. For the past 6 years, Lin Yuan has lived an incredibly comfortable life, having everything he could want. Given Emperor Liu Shi's favor towards him, even if Lin Yuan asked for the stars in the sky, Emperor Liu Shi would probably have to consider it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan walked out of the East Palace. We arrived at a wooden building deep within the palace. This wooden building looks extremely ordinary. However, a large number of imperial guards were patrolling the area. Lin Yuan did not stop and walked straight towards the entrance of the small building. Greetings, Your Highness. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." When the patrolling imperial guards saw Lin Yuan, they immediately bowed respectfully. There was no other way. He was the only son of the reigning emperor. Lin Yuan was made crown prince as early as the age of 5. This was extremely rare throughout the history of the Great Yan dynasty, even though he was the eldest son. Only after reaching adulthood and completing their coming-of-age ceremony could they be appointed as crown prince. Even if he became the crown prince, he would still be subject to the emperor's guard. While the existence of the crown prince could stabilize the court, it also diverted some of the emperor's power. No one dotes on Lin Yuan like the current emperor Liu Shi. If Lin Yuan weren't so young, Emperor Liu Shi will probably let Lin Yuan oversee the country and get used to how to be an emperor. Lin Yuan walked onto the wooden building. This is a forbidden area of the Great Yan dynasty. It contains the most powerful martial arts techniques and secret arts of the Great Yan dynasty. Any one of these books could easily cause a bloodbath outside. Several years ago, Lin Yuan asked Emperor Liu Shi if he could go inside the wooden building to take a look. Emperor Liu Shi agreed without hesitation. Firstly, because the wooden building was indeed a forbidden area. But who is Lin Yuan? He is his son, the future emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. What's wrong with going into the wooden building? Secondly, Emperor Liu Shi believed that Lin Yuan was simply driven by curiosity. How old was Lin Yuan Kai at that time? How could he understand so many profound martial arts techniques and secret arts inside the wooden building? I reckon I'll lose interest after playing it for a while. Emperor Liu Shi probably never dreamed that it would only take less than 2 years. Lin Yuan thoroughly understood and mastered all the martial arts techniques and secret arts collected by the Great Yan dynasty over thousands of years, and even innovated upon them. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan casually found a place to sit down. He fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The Great Yan dynasty, or rather, the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. The cultivation systems are essentially the same. Specifically, it is divided into 7 stages, refining the flesh, tendons, skin, bones, organs, marrow, and finally, the blood. The corresponding levels are martial student, martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, innate martial master, grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, there are flesh-refining martial artists, tendon-refining martial apprentices, skin-refining warriors, bone-refining martial masters, organ-refining innate martial masters, marrow-refining grandmasters, and blood-refining martial saints. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest blood-refining martial saint has his blood and Kai fused into one, which is equivalent to the second-tier ultimate level in the main world. Lin Yuan, however, sensed something was amiss. That was the cultivation system of the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Ultimately, it was just a method to hone the physical body and strengthen Kai and blood. As for the soul and spirit, it doesn't touch upon them at all. It's important to know that even in the first world Lin Yuan traveled to, those who reached the Grandmaster level had already begun to develop mental superpowers. There's no reason why someone comparable to a second-tier, peak-level blood-refining martial saint wouldn't have any contact with him, military commander, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This is the cultivation system that leads from martial arts student to martial arts saint. It is merely the cultivation system that ordinary people come into contact with. But in this world, there is another cultivation system. That is, to become a military commander, the soldier can activate divine weapons. Divine weapons are the most powerful existence in this world. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains each had their own national guardian deity. The power of divine weapons cannot be stopped by human power. The soldier activated the divine weapon, even if it was just a trace of its power. they could easily crush 10 or 100 blood-refining martial saints. This was also when Emperor Liu Shi learned that Lin Yuan had the potential to become a sage ruler. The reason why their physical condition and physique are more excited than when they were born is because they are far more robust than when they were born. No matter how strong one's physical constitution is, one can only become a blood-refining martial saint in the future. And what is a blood-refining martial saint compared to a weapon master? As long as the Great Yan dynasty has divine soldiers guarding it, no matter how many martial saints there are, they cannot affect the overall situation. However, not everyone can become a military commander. To become a soldier commander, one needs to gain the approval of the divine weapon, and none of the soldiers lived long. Few military commanders lived to be 40 years old. This also led to the need for the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains to constantly reserve candidates for military commanders. Even so, there are occasional instances where the military commander is discontinued. The Great Yan dynasty is now facing this situation. However, with divine soldiers in command and the alliance signed by the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. The strength of a soldier comes from a divine weapon. Just a wisp of its aura is enough to crush 10 or 100 martial saints. The power of the divine weapon must be at least 3rd tier, or even quasi-4th tier. Lin Yuan had a guess in his mind. With his keen eye, he could naturally see that the so-called military commander was nothing more than a puppet. The truly powerful beings are, of course, divine weapons. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to a bookshelf deep inside the wooden building, take down a tattered old book from above. It contains bits and pieces of information about the divine weapon. This is also one of the few channels through which Lin Yuan knows about divine weapons. As for asking Emperor Liu Shi directly, other matters are easy to discuss. However, Emperor Liu Shi would be extremely wary of anything involving divine weapons. It seems she doesn't want her son to know about the divine weapon so early. Lin Yuan slowly turned the pages of the ancient book. Even if the above content has already been memorized, it still stirred a slight ripple in Lin Yuan's heart. Of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, each had its own divine soldiers stationed there. The world seems peaceful, but each divine weapon requires a massive amount of human sacrifices. If the needs cannot be met, the 36 divine weapons will revive on their own and seek offerings. At that time, there will be widespread suffering and devastation. I wonder if this is a divine weapon, or the last part of the book appears to have been erased. However, Lin Yuan easily understood what had been erased by combining the context. I don't know if this is a divine weapon or a demonic weapon. Lin Yuan closed the book and put it back on the bookshelf. The wooden building contains hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of books. Furthermore, since the book is hidden at the very back, even if an ordinary person were to come in, they would most likely not be able to see it. Only Lin Yuan, with his extraordinary comprehension, had the time to search for these books containing miscellaneous writings after he had thoroughly understood all the techniques and secret arts. Within the wooden building, divine weapon, Lin Yuan frowned. There are no specific records inside the wooden building regarding the origin of the divine weapon. All we know is that it seems to be related to the ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago. All the divine weapons were created at that time. As for how it came into being and how it came to be what it is today, that remains unknown. 10,000 years is far too long. The main world is fine, but with the advent of the interstellar age, everything can be passed down through the formation of data. However, in the world Lin Yuan currently inhabits, even the slightest war or man-made disaster could lead to a discontinuity. This world, a strange look appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The more vital energy and blood the living sacrifices required for divine weapons are, the better. The mainstream cultivation system in this world is purely a method of physical refinement and improvement of qi and blood. Individually, neither aspect is particularly surprising. But once combined, Lin Yuan immediately detected another scent. The people in this world must have been kept in captivity by these so-called divine weapons. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains are like 36 ranches, where everyone is livestock, waiting to be devoured by divine soldiers, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan was almost certain that the cultivation system from martial arts student to martial arts saint must have been influenced by the divine weapon, otherwise it would not be so abnormal. Lin Yuan was not surprised that weapons possessed sentience. In the world of Dragon Tiger, Zhenwu's sword possesses a spiritual nature. However, the divine soldiers of this world began to raise humans and devour them periodically. This is no longer spirituality, but intelligence. 36 divine weapons are equivalent to 36 quasi-4th tier or even 4th tier powerhouses. If they joined forces, slaughtering all of humanity would be an easy task. However, these 36 divine weapons were not included. Instead, they intend to pursue sustainable development. They even found their own spokespeople, that is, the royal families of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, supporting advocates from among livestock. Then the spokesperson manages the numerous livestock. Every so often, suitable livestock are selected for feeding. This has become a well-established process. Based on this alone, Lin Yuan was certain that the divine weapon possessed intelligence. Moreover, its intelligence is not low. However, I am not in any immediate danger, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. Even if they are both livestock food, it is also divided into levels. Lin Yuan, a member of the great Yan royal family, was chosen as the spokesperson for the divine weapon. It must be the one with the highest status. Even if they still cannot escape the fate of being devoured, it was also the last one to be swallowed. Strength, as long as you are strong enough, you can shatter even a divine weapon with a single punch. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the wooden building. The cultivation system of the beings in this world is influenced by divine weapons. No matter how exceptionally talented one is, the ultimate goal is still to become a martial saint. Compared to the lofty divine weapon, it's nothing more than a delicious dish, but Lin Yuan is different. His cultivation foundation did not come from this world and was completely unaffected by the divine weapon. Returned to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today, I will be able to recover my full strength. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze. Having traveled to this world for 6 years and consumed all sorts of tonics every day, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't have done nothing. They had secretly restored most of their strength long ago. In fact, given Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, it will take at most 5 years to recover to full strength. However, the cultivation system of this world gave Lin Yuan a lot of inspiration. The processes of refining flesh, tendons, skin, bones, organs, marrow, and finally blood are certainly somewhat abnormal. In terms of forging the body, it is indeed perfect. It can temper every part of the body, inside and out. It was precisely because he wanted to perfectly integrate this cultivation system into the martial arts cultivation system that Lin Yuan spent more than a year on it. That's about it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly. A tremendous change began to take place inside his body. About half a day later, Lin Yuan successfully recovered to the 3rd tier of strength. At this moment, Lin Yuan's combat power surpasses that of his peak period in the main world. After all, Lin Yuan has now mastered the physical transformation technique he learned from Lu Lane. Furthermore, it also perfectly absorbed the methods of physical body refinement in this world. In terms of physical body, it is naturally far superior to that of the main world. Take your time. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. According to his speculation, the national guardian weapons of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, each one possesses at least near 4th-tier strength, or even true 4th-tier strength. Compared to these divine weapons, Lin Yuan is definitely no match for them now. This day, Lin Yuan finished his cultivation. He then saw his 7th sister waiting for him, Lin Yuan's 7th sister. To be precise, she is Lin Yuan's 7th half-sister. She is the 7th princess of the Great Yan dynasty. However, the two usually get along quite well. We often meet and chat. Jiao Yuan, I'm going to the ancestral land of divine weapons with the other sisters later. 7th sister's tone suddenly became somewhat worried. The ancestral land of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The ancestral land of divine weapons is the place where the Great Yan dynasty's national treasure, the divine weapon, lies dormant. As for why the 7th sister and the other princesses went to the ancestral land of divine weapons, it should be related to the training of soldier envoys. To become a soldier commander, one must first be recognized by the divine weapon. This inevitably leads to getting close to divine weapons, according to past practice. The candidates for military commanders in the Great Yan dynasty will definitely be selected from among the clan members. After all, it's no secret that soldiers often die young. If the reigning emperor had a choice, he certainly wouldn't send his own children to the throne. However, the Great Yan dynasty is now facing a shortage of military personnel. All the clan members went through the process, but none of them were chosen by the divine weapon. Under these circumstances, Emperor Liu Shi had no choice but to send his own children up to try. Of course, this only applies to daughters. Lin Yuan, the crown prince, would absolutely never become a military commander. Because the lifespan of the soldier is short, and they need to stay by the side of the divine weapon for a long time, he was destined to be forever barred from the throne. There shouldn't be any problems. Lin Yuan offered a few words of comfort. I hope so. 7th sister's eyes were a little red. Although I don't know what will happen if I become a military commander. However, the Great Yan dynasty would select a military commander every 30 or 40 years. It's safe to assume that the former military commander is most likely dead. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to select new military commanders. Half a day later, 7th sister came to find Lin Yuan again, crying, "Little brother, I've been chosen." 7th sister's voice was hoarse, with a hint of fear in it. Not long after, the imperial guards entered. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. Then he took 7th sister out. 7th sister did not resist. Once chosen by a divine weapon, one's fate is already sealed. Even the emperor couldn't change it. She was here solely because she wanted to see Lin Yuan one last time. After all, once you become a soldier wielder, unless you activate a divine weapon, you basically have no chance to leave the ancestral land of divine weapons. Does the divine weapon prefer people with powerful souls? Lin Yuan watched his 7th sister leave, his mind racing. Compared to other members of the royal family, the 7th sister possessed an innately strong spirit and soul. Specifically, this manifests as good memory and being energetic after only a short nap each day. As for why I like it, it's probably because it tastes good. Perhaps to divine weapons, those cultivators with vigorous blood and energy are just ordinary food. Those with powerful souls are like a grand feast to be savored slowly. Therefore, every soldier's lifespan is short. Lin Yuan's thoughts were churning. At this moment, he also guessed why the divine weapon did not directly remove the shackles on the soul and spirit in terms of its cultivation system. Once the physical body and soul are cultivated together, there is a chance that an existence surpassing the martial saint will be born. Over time, this could potentially shake the dominant status of divine weapons. Yuan, it is an honor for your seventh sister to be chosen by the divine weapon, and it is also a good thing for our great Yan dynasty. Emperor Liu Shi found Lin Yuan and spoke softly. Although it resolved the crisis of the great Yan dynasty's military personnel being out of line, but Emperor Liu Shi was not in a good mood. He naturally knew what becoming a military commander meant. If it were other members of the clan, he would turn a blind eye. But when it came to his own daughter, even so, Emperor Liu Shi never regretted it. Although bound by the alliance, the great Yan dynasty had no troops to send out for a short period of time. It will not cause any serious consequences. But there are dynasties with military commanders and dynasties without military commanders. They are not the same concept at all. When negotiating with other dynasties in the Central Plains, the great Yan dynasty would inevitably be at a disadvantage without military commanders. At that time, facing other powerful dynasties, the great Yan dynasty would definitely suffer various losses, and might even have to sign some humiliating treaties. The military commander can activate divine weapons, which, although rarely used, still serve as a tremendous deterrent. You don't have to, but we can't do without it. Now that the seventh princess has become a military commander, it is equivalent to making up for the biggest weakness of the great Yan dynasty. Nothing major is expected to happen in the next 30 to 40 years. As for the seventh palace master's personal emotions, as a princess of the dynasty, the seventh princess was born into a life of luxury and privilege, above all others. Having enjoyed so much, what's wrong with making sacrifices now that the great Yan dynasty is facing a crisis? Yuan, I know you and Xiao Qi have a good relationship, but if we can train a soldier commander, it's worth the sacrifice. Emperor Liu Shi comforted him. He came here specifically because he was worried that Lin Yuan would overthink things. After all, he also knew about Lin Yuan's relationship with the seventh princess. Father, actually, Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. Actually what? Emperor Liu Shi was slightly startled. He was curious to know what Lin Yuan thought about this matter. This can be seen as a test from Emperor Liu Shi for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan still feels reluctant to part with the seventh princess, then Emperor Liu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people can cherish the bond between siblings, but not the emperor. If the emperor wavers because of personal feelings, but it would be a disaster for the entire country. As the future emperor of the great Yan dynasty, the sovereign and father of hundreds of millions of living beings, Lin Yuan's perspective should be viewed from the viewpoint of the entire great Yan dynasty. If it could secure decades of stability for the great Yan dynasty, let alone a princess. Even if there were 10 or 100, Liu Shi wouldn't hesitate. There is actually no need to train soldiers. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Liu Shi. Give me time, and I will surpass the military commander. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Liu Shi was stunned and stood there for a moment. He had considered various answers, the one that was more in line with what a normal person would say, pleading for the seventh princess. Alternatively, expand the screening scope to try and prevent the seventh princess from becoming a soldier. To be somewhat ruthless would mean approving of Emperor Liu Shi's actions. As members of the royal family, it is only natural for them to sacrifice for the country. But Liu Shi never expected Lin Yuan's answer to be like this. No need to train soldiers. Give me time, and I will surpass the military commander. It should be noted that behind every soldier commander stands a divine soldier. In the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, divine soldiers were like heaven itself. The transcendent weapon master is no different from the transcendent divine weapon. Such treasonous words, once spread, this will likely make the Great Yan Dynasty the focus of attention for all 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. At that time, the court will be in turmoil, and Lin Yuan may not even be able to keep his position as crown prince. Of course, Emperor Liu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, would never allow this statement to be spread. "Yuaner, you truly have lofty ambitions," Emperor Liu Shi praised it. If Lin Yuan is already in his 30s or 40s and has witnessed the power of divine weapons, saying something like that will definitely make people think you're being arrogant and ignorant. The higher one's position, the clearer one's understanding of what a divine weapon is. But Lin Yuan is only 6 years old now. What's wrong with a 6-year-old having some unrealistic ambitions? When Emperor Liu Shi was 6 years old, he even wanted to shoot down the sun from the sky. However, Yuaner, it's best not to say such things to your father. Never tell anyone else, not even your closest servants. After Emperor Liu Shi finished praising him, he offered a reminder. As the crown prince, he should be careful in his words and deeds, given Emperor Liu Shi's favor towards Lin Yuan. No matter what Lin Yuan did, there was always room for redemption, except when it came to matters concerning divine weapons. Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Liu Shi. He then realized that the other party hadn't taken his words to heart at all. Lin Yuan had anticipated this. I wasn't surprised at all. Next. Emperor Liu Shi chatted with Lin Yuan for a few more minutes. He then got up and left. They watched Emperor Liu Shi's departing figure disappear into the distance. Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm. With his current methods, if he were to display strength surpassing that of a martial saint, there was a high probability that he would gain the trust of Emperor Liu Shi. However, this move carries significant risks. The main reason is that Liu Shi was the emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty, the representative of that national treasure weapon. Has some kind of technique been implanted in your body, allowing you to sense anything? Once Lin Yuan reveals his strength, it may alert that divine weapon. This can lead to irreversible consequences. It should be noted that divine weapons feed on humans. The stronger the human race is, the more vigorous their blood and energy are, and the more delicious they are to divine weapons. Those with naturally strong souls are treated like a feast by the divine weapons, kept up by their side in the name of the weapon wielder, to be savored slowly. It is characterized by two aspects: vigorous blood and energy, and a strong soul. Among the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, who can compare to Lin Yuan? It is foreseeable that once Lin Yuan's aura is leaked, that this will inevitably drive the Great Yan Dynasty's divine weapon into a frenzy. It wasn't just the divine weapons of the Great Yan Dynasty. The national treasures of the other 35 countries will all be revived. Let's enjoy Lin Yuan's feast together. Therefore, even after learning about the divine weapon, Lin Yuan then tried to minimize the number of times he had to take action. Even if one were to take action, one must stay away from the ancestral land of the divine weapon and from people like Emperor Liu Shi, who had been close to the divine weapon. It's not that Liu Shi would betray his own son. However, there are some things that Liu Shi cannot decide. He probably doesn't even know what's happening to him. I have perfectly integrated this world's cultivation system into my martial arts. My current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial god. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, silently thinking to himself. At the martial god realm, one has already broken free from the shackles of the physical body. They also possess incredible attainments in matters of God. The two principles of Tai Chi, yin and yang, transform into a millstone, constantly refining one's own spirit. If placed in the main world, the martial god realm is roughly equivalent to the second to third stage of the third tier. Lin Yuan's cultivation system, based on the physical body, the principles of Tai Chi form the framework. The main world has thousands of evolutionary paths, all of which involve flesh and blood. Now, by integrating the perfect body-refining method of this world, it is equivalent to absorbing all the advantages of the cultivation systems of various realms. However, taking it a step further will not be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. Having been in this world for only 6 years, Lin Yuan has already entered the martial god realm. It mainly relied on the accumulation of knowledge and experience before the transmigration. If it weren't for the time wasted on integrating the perfect body-refining method of this world, it would have been a great success. Lin Yuan will reach the martial god realm 1 or 2 years earlier than expected. But those advantages end there. The road ahead will require Lin Yuan to continue exploring. Even with extraordinary comprehension, their future cultivation efficiency will not exceed that of the first 6 years after their arrival. The stay period for this journey is 160 years, and only 6 years have passed so far, so let's take it slow. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The divine weapon is in the open, while Lin Yuan is in the shadows. As long as Lin Yuan doesn't intentionally kill himself, the divine weapon won't be able to detect his strength. Lin Yuan, who possesses extraordinary comprehension, is constantly improving his strength. Even the biggest obstacles and bottlenecks only take a little more time. As the Great Yan dynasty cultivated new military commanders, the situation in the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains has also stabilized again. In its negotiations with other countries, the Great Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats gone, only internal treatment remains. The current emperor, Liu Shi, is not a foolish ruler. With Lin Yuan's occasional reminders, the national strength of the Great Yan dynasty gradually increased. In particular, Lin Yuan took the initiative to propose increasing trade with other countries and opening up numerous trade routes. It was to make the people of the Great Yan dynasty prosperous. As a result, Lin Yuan gained the support of many people. At least Lin Yuan's actions showed everyone that the Great Yan dynasty could prosper for another generation. Throughout history, there have been many emperors who were like fathers but had incompetent sons, leading to the rise and fall of dynasties. Lin Yuan is clearly very capable and has strong political skills. He is fully capable of succeeding the old emperor. The court officials all had great faith in Lin Yuan. After all, the Grand Tutor admitted in front of Emperor Liu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. What can you do to save face afterward? All we can do is praise Lin Yuan. It's not that I'm incapable. Rather, it's because Lin Yuan is too abnormal. If you're so good, then you go and do it yourself. It's just the beginning. Indeed, a few ministers were not convinced. How old can a child fly? Grand Tutor, you really have gotten old. Go home and rest quickly. As a result, these officials were speechless in front of Lin Yuan. He was so rebuked that he couldn't even speak. After this incident, furthermore, Lin Yuan later demonstrated his methods to other court officials, employing a combination of kindness and severity on several occasions. His prestige naturally followed. Emperor Liu Shi silently observed Lin Yuan, his expression of satisfaction becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. When it comes to the art of managing people and the art of maintaining balance, his son is practically a natural-born master. It took him a lot of effort to keep all the officials in the court completely under his control back then. This is certainly related to the illegitimate accession of Emperor Liu Shi to the throne, but how old is Lin Yuan now? Time passed, that's all. 20 years have passed. It is 1,000 miles away from the capital of the Great Yan dynasty. Inside an inconspicuous valley, a young man sat cross-legged. Before him were a large number of powerful and miraculous medicines. These rare and precious medicinal herbs are all extremely rare treasures. Even a single one would be enough to make a blood-refining martial saint envious. But at this moment, it was piled up in front of me like weeds. If any ministers of the great Yan dynasty were here, they would have noticed. Compared to the great medicine and elixir, there was a young man sitting cross-legged in front of him. That's what makes it even more unsettling. Because this young man is the actual ruler of the great Yan dynasty, Crown Prince Liu Yuan, who was not an emperor but was more like one. You have reached the peak of martial godhood and can now break through to the next stage. Inside the valley, Lin Yuan gazed calmly at the many spiritual herbs and medicinal plants before him. Over the course of 20 years, Lin Yuan completed the martial god stage, and with his extraordinary comprehension, he even deduced the specific path to the next stage. However, in Lin Yuan's prediction, breaking through to the martial god level might cause his aura to leak out, which would then be detected by the divine weapon. Therefore, he deliberately came to this remote location before making the breakthrough. This valley is 1,000 miles away from the great Yan kingdom, and more than 100 miles away from the ancestral land of the great Yan dynasty's divine weapons. Such a great distance was enough to conceal the commotion when Lin Yuan broke through. Let's begin. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The numerous medicinal herbs and potent medicines before him were all reduced to dust, with the most essential parts flowing into Lin Yuan's suck. Lin Yuan's every breath. The body is undergoing tremendous changes, and the essence, energy, and spirit are beginning to transform, reaching their ultimate concentration and sublimation. Buzz. An aura of terror spread uncontrollably in all directions. In an instant, all the small animals in the valley felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was as if the heavens and earth had collapsed and a god had descended to earth. Fortunately, this feeling of suffocation only lasted for a moment. About half an hour later, all the auras were completely contained. This is the celestial realm? Inside the valley, Lin Yuan stood up and carefully felt the surge of power within his body. Above the god of war is the celestial being. The god in God of War refers to the spirit. It is the soul and spirit that no cultivator in this world has ever touched upon. Celestial beings, on the other hand, surpass even martial gods. Tai Chi field. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. An invisible wave spread out. It easily covered an area of more than 10 miles around. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field could only cover a few miles. Now, the price has surged several times over, covering an area of nearly 20 miles. Furthermore, the Tai Chi field is not just about increasing in size. The suppressive and binding forces have also increased several times. If Lin Yuan were to fight against Bing Yan, a third-tier evolved being, with just the Tai Chi field, one can completely suppress the opponent, leaving them no chance to resist or struggle. In addition to the Tai Chi field, Lin Yuan's physical body, soul, Kai, blood, and spirit also underwent a qualitative change. This breakthrough has greatly enhanced my strength. Lin Yuan sighed softly, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. It's getting late. It's about time to go back. Lin Yuan walked out of the valley. Wherever it went, the air seemed to subtly distort. Lin Yuan was completely invisible to the average person. With the power of the Tai Chi field, Lin Yuan could achieve the effect of invisibility simply by slightly distorting the light. Of course, this kind of invisibility has little effect on truly powerful individuals. The perception of the strong is no longer limited to sight. The Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan appeared silently. Not long after, a eunuch cautiously walked in. "Your Highness, here is what you requested." The eunuch respectfully held a sealed letter. Lin Yuan took the letter, glanced at it, and it turned to dust. Over the past 20 years, in addition to making further progress in strength, he has also opened up the realm of celestial beings. With his vision ahead of his time, Lin Yuan opened up trade routes to the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains and secretly built a vast intelligence network. Even Emperor Liu Shi was unaware of this matter. In the entire palace, only the eunuch whose life and death were in Lin Yuan's hands knew a thing or two. The purpose of establishing an intelligence force was, of course, to investigate the divine weapon. As the representatives of the national treasure, the great Yan royal family has most of its descendants who are loyal to the treasure. Trying to investigate the treasure with the power of the royal family would be a thankless and arduous task. Only by building up one's own power and cultivating one's own forces can one hope to learn more about divine weapons. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't harbor any hostility towards the divine weapon, since there was no enmity between them. But alas, the divine weapon was always thinking of eating him. In the eyes of the divine weapon, everyone is food. Lin Yuan is the delicacy in the feast, and the two sides' positions are irreconcilable. 20 years. Lin Yuan's understanding of divine weapons far surpasses that of the 6 years after his arrival. First, let's look at the origin of the divine weapon. Most of these are myths and legends, with no concrete evidence to prove them. The specific rumors are as follows. 10,000 years ago, in the ancient times, there were divine beings who walked the world and eventually forged divine weapons. Furthermore, the number of divine weapons forged at that time was not just 36, but something happened later that is unknown. This resulted in only 36 divine soldiers remaining, each stationed in one of the 36 kingdoms, leading to the current situation. 10,000 years ago, ancient deities? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. In Lin Yuan's view, the so-called ancient gods were nothing more than powerful evolved beings. However, no one can explain why this ancient deity would forge these intelligent weapons. Moreover, after 10,000 years, that ancient deity forged the divine weapon and then disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. This also puzzled Lin Yuan. Such a powerful being, even at the end of his lifespan, would at least leave behind some specific legends. If we could capture a divine weapon alive, we could search its soul. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Since the divine weapon has developed intelligence, it must have consciousness and a soul. Soul search, on the other hand, uses one's powerful mental strength to forcibly browse the other person's memories. But Lin Yuan quickly rejected this idea. Based on Lin Yuan's current understanding of divine weapons, combined with the scenes of those divine weapons reviving in history, Lin Yuan deduced that each of the national treasures of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains possessed a strength equivalent to the 4th rank. Such strength is beyond what Lin Yuan can currently handle. Perhaps by cultivating to perfection at the celestial realm stage, one can reach the quasi 4th rank. Even so, it is still on the same level as divine weapons. Capturing a divine weapon alive would inevitably cause a huge commotion and attract the attention of other divine weapons. At that time, Lin Yuan might face a situation where he is attacked by the 36 divine weapons. How's the investigation going with the rebel gods? Lin Yuan asked casually. The Rebel God Society is an extremely secretive underground organization. Its area activity spanned the entire Central Plains and the 36 kingdoms. If it weren't for the intelligence network established by Lin Yuan, which had once uncovered clues about the Rebel God Society, it is estimated that it will be very difficult to find information about this organization. The aim of the Anti-God Society is to overthrow the rule of the divine soldiers. For thousands of years, divine soldiers have been high above, feeding on all living beings. This will inevitably provoke resistance from some people. However, the power of the divine weapon is unmatched. These people could only hide in the shadows, establish the Rebel God Society, and wait for an opportunity to act. Lin Yuan wanted to obtain specific information about the divine weapon through the Reverse God Society. As an organization that has fought against divine weapons for thousands of years, it must have many secrets about them, and these are exactly what Lin Yuan needs. Only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you have a chance of winning. The more Lin Yuan learned about the divine weapon, the more confident he became. Your Highness, we have pinpointed the approximate area of the rebellious God Society's headquarters in the Great Yin Dynasty. We should be able to determine their exact location within half a month at most. The eunuch answered with utmost respect. The next day, early in the morning, the imperial guards arrived outside the East Palace. Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence, the commander of the imperial guards said respectfully. Is father all right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately stood up. Emperor Liu Shi had a son late in life. When Lin Yuan was born, Liu Shi was already nearly 50 years old. 26 years have passed, and Liu Shi is now over 70 years old. In his youth, Liu Shi paid a heavy price in his struggle for the throne and suffered many hidden injuries. Now that I'm older, these hidden injuries are naturally starting to surface. Lin Yuan had already discovered this situation more than 10 years ago. He also studied some medical books and prepared some appropriate prescriptions for Liu Shi. However, the damage to his body's fundamental structure required a lot of time to repair, and coupled with his age, Liu Shi had been handling less and less government affairs in recent years. There shouldn't be any problems, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The medicine he prescribed for Liu Shi, if not prolonging his life, could at least slowly heal the hidden injuries in his body. Barring any major unforeseen events, living to be 100 years old shouldn't be a problem. Of course, some symptoms common to the elderly, such as lethargy, are unavoidable. It's not that Lin Yuan can't solve it. Rather, it was the existence of the divine weapon that prevented Lin Yuan from using his true strength. Inside Chengshan Hall, Lin Yuan met Emperor Liu Shi. Liu Shi was in relatively good spirits and was drinking herbal medicine. Yuaner. Upon seeing Lin Yuan approaching, Liu Shi quickly waved. Father. Lin Yuan walked over. My health is declining day by day, and my spirit is failing. I am no longer able to handle many state affairs. Liu Shi looked at the ministers beside him. These ministers were all important officials of the court, and they had arrived before Lin Yuan. Therefore, I wish to abdicate and become the retired emperor. As for the great Yen, I will entrust it to Yuaner. What do you all think? Liu Shi looked at the ministers. The ministers exchanged glances. In fact, they had expected this day and were not surprised at all. Father, Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Liu Shi. My son should be a wise ruler. Emperor Liu Shi didn't say much, but patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. His expression relaxed. In the 3625th year of the Great Yen calendar, the new Emperor Liu Yuan ascended the throne. The new emperor ascends the throne, a time of universal celebration. All 35 states in the Central Plains sent envoys to offer their congratulations. Lin Yuan responded to each question without showing the slightest unfamiliarity. Although he had just ascended the throne, more than 10 years had passed since then. Lin Yuan has always been the crown prince regent. He held both the military and political power of the country. Compared to a real emperor, the only difference is the title. 2 weeks later, inside Chengshan Hall, Lin Yuan, dressed in a dragon robe, was deep in thought. After officially ascending to the throne, the true secrets of the Great Yen Dynasty unfolded before him. It mainly concerns divine weapons, the national treasure weapon of the Great Yen Dynasty. Its real name is Sun and Moon Spear. Over the course of the Great Yen Dynasty, more than 3,600 years ago, the divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear has been revived 3 times. Each time it was because of the mischief of evil soldiers that the people suffered so much. Then the military commander took action, activating divine weapons to suppress everything. An evil weapon? Lin Yuan touched his chin, able to force divine weapons to act. The so-called evil weapon is definitely far more powerful than the martial saint. The rebel god society, Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. According to the information held by the Great Yan dynasty, the rebellious god society and the evil soldiers have all maintained a distant relationship. Whenever the evil soldiers wreak havoc, the shadow of the rebel god society is always behind them. Therefore, to be precise, the Great Yan dynasty was one of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. Anyone found to be a member of the rebel god society is always killed without mercy. There's no need to capture them alive. This is also the will of every national treasure weapon, and no one dares to disobey it. It seems this rebel god society has a big secret. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. His forces are now close to securing the location of the headquarters of the rebellious god society in the Great Yan dynasty. The secrets of the rebel god society will soon be revealed to Lin Yuan. In the imperial court, Lin Yuan sat on the dragon throne. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and respectfully said, "Now that your majesty has ascended the throne, you should promptly proceed to the ancestral land of the divine soldiers to offer sacrifices to them." Many of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains shared the same tradition. One of them was the sacrifice to the divine soldiers. Every newly enthroned emperor was required to travel to the ancestral land of his family's divine weapon as soon as possible to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. This tradition is perfectly normal. After all, a national treasure weapon is of paramount importance to all nations. They are all like gods. Offering sacrifice to divine soldiers is essentially no different from offering sacrifices to heaven. Sacrificing to divine weapons. Lin Yuan looked toward the Minister of Rights. The ancestral land of the divine soldiers is not in the capital, but several hundred miles away outside the capital. Lin Yuan had always been quite wary of the ancestral land of divine weapons. Even though he was certain that most of the time, the divine weapon, the sun and moon spear, was dormant, they were also not very willing to get close to the ancestral land of divine weapons. Not long ago, Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial realm. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, he specially left the capital and found a place far away from the ancestral land of divine weapons to break through. "I am not feeling well recently. Let's postpone the sacrificial ceremony to another day." Lin Yuan casually made up an excuse to brush it off. The practice of worshipping the gods and soldiers was an ancestral custom that even the emperor could not change. However, the inability to change it does not mean that it cannot be delayed. Lin Yuan wasn't refusing to go. He was simply unwell and planned to go later. Who can say anything? Yes, the Minister of Rights had no choice but to retreat. Feeling unwell? What the hell? It's one thing if other people use this as excuse. The current emperor uses this. The Minister of Rights was also a veteran official, having served 2 dynasties. Naturally, it was known that when Lin Yuan was born, the imperial physician determined that his physical constitution was the best in the history of the Great Yan dynasty. Even if there are exaggerations involved, there must be some basis for them. The retired emperor had never liked sycophantic ministers, so the imperial physician's conclusions at the time must have been based on some facts. Under these circumstances, the Minister of Rights would certainly not believe Lin Yuan if he said he was unwell. But I don't believe it. There's not much we can do. Should we continue to offer advice? If it's a normal ascension of a new emperor, he, the Minister of Rights, still dared to do this. After all, when a new emperor ascends the throne, He will definitely have to listen to the opinions of his ministers in the early stages in order to stabilize the court, but Lin Yuan over the years. The Minister of Rights spoke highly of this emperor who had served as crown prince for over 20 years before finally ascending the throne. I wouldn't say I understand it, but at least I have some knowledge of it. If I were to forcefully offer advice, resorting to the tactic of remonstrating to the death, the emperor might really grant his wish. Not only that, the emperor would also be very considerate of his family and extended family. Let's go down with him to keep him company. Never mind. Let's just put it off for now. The Minister of Rights also came to terms with it. Just do it as a routine, mentioning it every now and then is enough. He refused to believe that the emperor could drag things out for another 20 or 50 years. Uyan City. This is a city in the south of the Great Yan Dynasty. Nestled against the 10,000 mountains, it is quite prosperous, in a dense forest more than 10 miles from Wuyan City. Before they knew it, more than 20 figures had appeared. These 20-odd figures, though standing there, exuded a palpable surge of Qi and blood, clearly indicating that they were all at blood-refining martial saint level. The blood-refining martial saint is the limit that ordinary people can reach. Above that are the various military commanders. The military envoy is considered a messenger of divine weapons and is no longer human. The number of over 20 blood-refining martial saints is comparable to the number of martial saints in the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, even among the weaker dynasties. Besides the 20-odd martial saints, a large number of powerful figures were also gathering from a distance. That dense forest should be the headquarters of the rebel god society. The master said that all remnants of the rebel god society should be captured but not killed. Do you understand? The leading martial saint did not move his lips, but his words traveled through the air along with the fluctuations of his Qi and blood, reaching the ears of every martial saint. Clear, new, capture him alive. The many martial arts masters nodded in agreement, offering no objections. The battle ended smoothly. Among more than 20 blood-refining martial saints, they were surrounded and attacked by hundreds or even thousands of innate martial arts masters who had mastered organ refining and grandmasters who had mastered marrow refining. The headquarters of the rebel god society was quickly razed to the ground. The helmsman, Sekong Lun, had not yet had time to escape through the secret passage. They were then blocked by 3 blood-refining martial saints. Then everything went black, and I knew nothing more, when the helmsman Sekong Lun regained consciousness. Suddenly, he found himself in a bright carriage. All the meridians in his body were sealed off, and he could not mobilize a single drop of Qi and blood. Simply put, at this time, Sekong Lun was a useless person. He's the kind of useless person that even an ordinary person with a knife could kill. Who exactly is it? A storm raged in Sekong Lun's heart. As the leader of the rebellious god society, he was considered a pariah in the eyes of the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Sekong Lun was well aware that he was no match for the 36 kingdoms that possessed national treasures. For this reason, Sekong Lun paid great attention to secrecy when establishing the headquarters of the rebel god society. Furthermore, they dug numerous tunnels beneath the headquarters, so that even if any clues were discovered, they could also quickly escape through the secret passage, preserving their strength. Just now, Sekong Lun couldn't help but feel a chill. More than 20 blood-refining martial saints unleashed their overwhelming aura and pressure. Thousands of innate martial arts masters who had mastered organ refining and grandmasters who had mastered marrow refining quickly took action. Under such suppression, even he, the chief leader, could not escape, let alone the other members. Which force was behind this? The Great Yan Dynasty or the other 35 kingdoms? Wrong. Saikong Lun frowned deeply. If he falls into the hands of the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, how could he possibly still be alive? The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains treated these remnants of the rebellious God Society as such. They always kill them outright, leaving no trace of trouble. As for torture and interrogation of other remnants of the rebel God Society, which are strictly prohibited by the rebel God Society's structure, a leader like him has other methods at his disposal. Anyone who dares to reveal an important secret will die instantly. Ordinary members of the congregation would not know much, so there is no point in interrogating them. Saikong Lun racked his brains but couldn't figure out which force had attacked him. This place should still be Wuyan City. Saikong Lun reluctantly lifted the curtain and glanced outside. Never mind. Whether I live or die, I can't decide. Saikong Lun had no intention of running away. Are you kidding me? A mysterious force capable of mobilizing more than 20 martial saints. Could he escape from the carriage? More than half an hour later, the carriage finally came to a stop. Saikong Lun immediately perked up. The car door was immediately opened, and a man asked him to get out. Saikong Lun glanced at the man. It looked somewhat familiar, and I recognized it quickly. This man was one of the more than 20 blood-refining martial saints who had attacked earlier. Given the blood-refining martial saint's status in the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, why is he now being used as a coachman? Saikong Lun took a deep breath. I have gained a deeper understanding of the methods used by those behind the scenes. He stepped down from the carriage. Saikong Lun then followed the martial saint's coachman into the mansion in front of him. Although it is called a mansion, it is more like a temporary palace. The interior is winding and intricate, dotted with palaces. Saikong Lun was in a palace deep inside. He met the person behind the attack on his rebellious God Society. This was a young man who exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility. Just sitting there made Saikong Lun feel somewhat ashamed. You can go down now. Lin Yuan looked up, waved his hand, and told the coachman, Wu Sheng, to step back. Yes, master. The coachman Wu Sheng left the main hall with utmost respect. Master Saikong Lun swallowed hard. How could a dignified blood-refining martial saint recognize this young man as his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Saikong Lun would never have believed it. After a moment of silence, Saikong Lun composed himself and spoke first. I wonder what your demands are for capturing me. At this moment, Saikong Lun knew in his heart that he should be of some use to that young man. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to walk up to the other person. I want to know. What exactly do you, the Rebel God Society, have to fight against the national guardian weapons of the 36 kingdoms? And what is an evil weapon? Lin Yuan asked. These words were spoken. Saikong Lun's expression revealed astonishment. He thought the other party wanted to know information about the other headquarters of the Rebel God Society. Saikong Lun was prepared. If Lin Yuan asked about this matter, he would immediately activate the technique within his body and commit suicide. I just didn't expect it to be this. Divine weapons are high above. How could we mere mortals possibly deal with them? Saikong Lun paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Since ancient times, only divine weapons can counter divine weapons. This is an ironclad rule. Only divine weapons can fight against other divine weapons. Lin Yuan remained calm. There's nothing wrong with that statement. For thousands of years, under the covert influence of divine weapons, the martial arts system of this world is already distorted, merely focusing on refining the physical body and improving Kai and blood. Even the most brilliant and talented person will eventually stop at the blood-refining martial saint stage and become a delicious treat in the eyes of many divine weapons. The blood-refining martial saint is at most equivalent to the ultimate level of the second tier. All of these divine weapons are at least near fourth tier. The difference between the two, if measured by the level of the main world, is at least a dozen realms. You mean, so-called evil weapons are also divine weapons? Lin Yuan said with great interest. That's just the way it is. Saikong Lun nodded and said, with your status, it should not be difficult for you to know that the divine weapons all come from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, ancient gods offered sacrifices to mountains and rivers, melted the four seas, and forged many divine weapons. All the divine weapons of that era originated from that period. Lin Yuan's thoughts were in turmoil, but he still looked calmly at Saikong Lun. Feeling pressured by Lin Yuan's gaze, Saikong Lun continued, 10,000 years ago, the ancient gods forged far more than 36 divine weapons. But later, we don't know what happened. Most of the divine weapons were shattered, leaving only 36 complete divine weapons. Those shattered divine weapons were later designated as evil weapons by the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Saikong Lun finished speaking in one breath. This information is considered top secret, even within the rebel god society, and only a leader like him would know a little about it. However, since these top secrets do not involve the foundation of the rebel god society, he has the right to reveal them. I see. Lin Yuan finally understood many of his doubts. Your Excellency, although I do not know which faction you belong to, the 36 national treasure weapons treat us humans as pigs and dogs, and every once in a while they devour a large number of living human sacrifices. Who can tolerate such behavior? Seeing that Lin Yuan remained silent, Saikong Lun immediately spoke up. The reason why the rebellious God Society was able to survive the siege of 36 kingdoms is that it stubbornly survived. Besides relying on the protection of certain evil soldiers, the fact that divine soldiers prey on humans easily arouses the rebellious mentality of many humans. Once people know the truth, a large number of them, if not joining the rebel god society, will at least not stand on the opposite side of it. After all, you don't have to rebel against the rule of the divine soldiers, but you also don't need to stop the rebel god's society. After all, if the rebel god were to overturn the divine weapon announcement in the future, he as a human would also benefit. You want me to join the rebel god society? A strange look flashed across Lin Yuan's face. He did have designs on the rebel god society, but it wasn't him who joined it. Then he would make the rebel god work for him. Bring over an evil weapon. I'm considering it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. So far, Lin Yuan is still no match for the divine weapon in its true full-body stage, but if it can't deal with divine weapons, it can't deal with evil weapons either? The evil weapon is a divine weapon that has been shattered, and its strength is reduced to less than 1/100th. In addition, it has been hiding and fleeing for many years, and has been unable to devour the lifeblood and souls of living people on a large scale. Therefore, the strength of the evil soldier is at most slightly stronger than that of the martial saint, roughly equivalent to a weaker version of the martial god. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan had the idea of researching evil weapons. No matter how weak the evil weapon may be, it was once a divine weapon. By using their extraordinary comprehension, they might be able to discover the weaknesses of the divine weapons. Consider? Saikong Lun's pupils contracted slightly. His words were merely an attempt to evoke Lin Yuan's pity, and so though they spared his life, I didn't expect Lin Yuan to actually be considering it. You should know that the divine soldiers feed on all living beings. They rarely have the ability to influence truly important figures. After all, these important figures hold high positions. Even if the divine soldiers really do eat people, they won't end up eating them. In Saikong Lun's eyes, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly a big shot among big shots. Good. However, I have to go back to headquarters. There is a fragment of a divine weapon there, and no one but me can find it. Saikong Lun readily agreed. He couldn't fathom the reason Lin Yuan had deceived him. Although the evil weapon is a fragment of the divine weapon, it also has its own consciousness. Let alone 20 martial saints, even 200 martial saints couldn't contain a single evil weapon. Under Lin Yuan's orders, Saikong Lun successfully left the imperial palace. If such an important figure really did join the rebel god society, Saikong Lun was in high spirits, although Lin Yuan never revealed his true identity from beginning to end. However, just from the powerful figures who destroyed the headquarters of the rebel god society, one could sense that its power was immense and unfathomable. With such a figure supporting them, the rebel god society will surely have a much better future. Thinking of this, Saikong Lun quickened his pace again. The headquarters of the rebellious gods society. This place has been razed to the ground, but a few people remain to guard it. Saikong Lun returned to this place with a complicated expression, bringing with him Lin Yuan's orders. Soon, Saikong Lun then went to the deepest part of the earth. This is a stone chamber, completely empty. Saikong Lun went to a corner, muttered a few words, and then dripped a few drops of blood. Rumble. A stone gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Saikong Lun breathed a slight sigh of relief. The stone door was opened, indicating that the evil weapon had not left. It is important to know that every evil weapon possesses its own consciousness. It's perfectly normal that the headquarters of the rebellious god society was destroyed and the evil soldiers stationed there left. Enter the stone gate. Saikong Lun walked to a stone platform. With a slightly respectful expression, he spoke in a low voice. Greetings, Your Excellency. A fragment was placed on the stone platform. It appears to be part of a mirror. Oh, wasn't this rebellious god society destroyed? How come you're still alive? A mental fluctuation emanated from the fragment on the stone platform. His tone carried a hint of interest. That's right. Saikong Lun told everything he knew. No way. They wanted to take the evil weapon to see Lin Yuan. The evil soldiers have to be willing to do it themselves. So that's how it is. The mental fluctuations of the fragment slowly emanated. You want me to subdue that person the moment I see him? Fragment continued to inquire. The fragment is part of the divine weapon Sacred Heart Mirror. Even when broken, it still has the power to deceive and enslave people's hearts. However, using this ability as little as possible is also a burden on the fragment itself. Most importantly, the fluctuations emitted by evil weapons are easily detected by genuine divine weapons. This led to the revival of the national guardian deity. This is also why the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror did not intervene, even after the headquarters of the rebel god society was destroyed. Of course, the probability of this is very small, but for evil soldiers, it is something that must be guarded against. However, that refers to the enslavement and control of ordinary people. If the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror could control a powerful figure like Lin Yuan, the gains will far outweigh the risks. Putting everything else aside, just considering the 20-odd martial saints under Lin Yuan's command, if 10 of them could be devoured by the Sacred Heart Mirror fragments, this will greatly restore the original damage to the Sacred Heart Mirror fragments. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains each had a national guardian deity, which could devour large numbers of human sacrifices every so often. But evil weapons like the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror don't receive this treatment at all. Are you sure you're telling the truth? The fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror once again emitted spiritual fluctuations. My lord, everything I said is true, Saikong Lun said solemnly. It's impossible to get evil forces to act without paying a price. Good. Take me there. The fragments of the sacred heart mirror floated up and landed in Sikong Lun's hands. With the fragments of the sacred heart mirror in his possession, Sikong Lun will soon be able to return to the palace. That's a taste I miss so much. The fragments of the sacred heart mirror were hidden in Sikong Lun's bosom, emitting a slight spiritual fluctuation. Just standing at the doorway, it sensed the aura of 7 or 8 martial saints. Even for a true national treasure, the blood-refining martial saint is a rare sight, and it's not something you can get every time. Moreover, in the eyes of evil soldiers like the fragments of the sacred heart mirror, who are like rats crossing the street. The fragment of the sacred heart mirror couldn't remember when it was last time he tasted the blood-refining martial saint. 200 years ago? 300 years ago? Or was it 500 years ago? Filled with nostalgia and excitement, the fragments of the sacred heart realm, together with Sikong Lun, approached the grand hall deep within. The aura that kept flashing through the air further excited the fragments of the sacred heart mirror. At this moment, the fragment of the sacred heart mirror had only one thought: to control Lin Yuan as soon as possible. Then, by ordering Lin Yuan, he made these blood-refining martial saints devour him one by one, after about half an incense stick's time. Sikong Lun stopped in front of the main hall at the deepest part of the hall. He met Lin Yuan in this very hall, and Lin Yuan must still be waiting for him inside. "My lord, we have arrived." Sikong Lun touched the fragments in his robes, reminding them of the sacred heart mirror. Okay. The fragments of the sacred heart mirror emitted an impatient mental fluctuation. However, out of caution, it subconsciously used the residual power of the divine weapon to sense the interior of the hall. The fragments of the sacred heart mirror stirred a frenzy within them. Through his close-up perception with the divine weapon, he instinctively sensed an extremely dangerous aura. What happened? The fragments of the sacred heart mirror left him bewildered and uncertain. Under heaven, only a true divine weapon can threaten it. By examining the connections between the divine weapons, it was determined that no divine weapons existed within the main hall. There is no divine weapon, yet it poses such a deadly threat to him. There's something I can't quite understand about the sacred heart mirror fragments. Never mind. This place is not safe to stay for long. After a few breaths of thought, the fragments of the sacred heart mirror decided to retreat. Its mental fluctuations swept over the nearby blood-refining martial saints with lingering affection before finally withdrawing them all. Laugh! A streak of light flew up from Sikong Lun's arms. Upon closer inspection, one will discover that the core of this stream of light resembles a fragment of a mirror. Walk. The fragments of a sacred heart mirror flew out of the palace. Just then, a voice came from inside the main hall. "Since you're already here, why not come in and take a look?" In an instant, within a radius of several miles, the power of heaven and earth surged, and the power of yin and yang merged. The enormous black and white hand formed, as if it were grabbing a chicken. He caught the fleeing fragments of the sacred heart mirror in his palm, and then quickly retreated into the main hall. Outside the main hall, Sikong Lun's mind was like a jumbled mess. He had not yet recovered from the fact that the sacred heart mirror fragment had deserted its post. Then they saw a huge black and white hand, as if grabbing a chicken, drag the sacred heart mirror back into the hall. Sikong Lun clearly saw that just as the enormous black and white hand reached out, the fragments of the sacred heart mirror suddenly erupted with a dark light, their aura shaking heaven and earth. However, this dark light was instantly dissolved by the enormous black and white hand, just like fire meeting water. This, Sikong Lun trembled inwardly. That's an evil weapon. It is also a genuine fragment of a divine weapon. Without the divine weapon, the fragments of the divine weapon are invincible. It is beyond human power to resist. This is an ironclad rule. But now, Sikong Lun discovers that the fragments of the divine weapon are not as powerful as he had imagined. At least in the face of that enormous black and white hand, it appeared exceptionally vulnerable. Wrong. Sikong Lun was immediately startled. It's not that the fragments of divine weapons are fragile. Rather, it was because that enormous black and white hand was too powerful. How could such power exist in this world? Sikong Lun was in a state of turmoil, and the image of Lin Yuan, whom he had just met not long ago, flashed through his mind. That enormous black and white hand from earlier must have been Lin Yuan's doing. However, Lin Yuan is neither a divine weapon nor a weapon wielder, so how could he possibly have the strength to crush the fragments of a divine weapon? Based on the intelligence gathering of the rebel god society over the years, all the soldiers are deeply influenced by the divine weapon, and they naturally possess a cold, indifferent, and aloof temperament. Lin Yuan clearly does not meet this requirement. Inside the main hall, Lin Yuan sat casually at the table. Before him, a fragment resembling a mirror floated. "You're human?" "No, how could a human cultivate to your level?" The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror emitted terrifying mental fluctuations. Compared to the perception outside the main hall, now that I am standing in front of Lin Yuan, only then was the saintly realm deeply shaken by Lin Yuan's vast and boundless aura. While it is still not as powerful as a true divine weapon resurrected, it far surpasses even fragments of such divine weapons. To the fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror, this was utterly incredible and inconceivable. The cultivation system in this world has a limit of blood-refining martial saint. Going any higher is a dead end, an impassable path. But Lin Yuan, this is the essence of a divine weapon. A strange look appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror in front of him looked like nothing more than fragments. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, it seemed to be the most perfect thing in the world. Looking at the fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror is like looking at a part of the universe. No, it's about observing a part of the universe that has had its surface dissected, revealing its true nature. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have observed a portion of the essence of the rules of this realm, and have gained some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You observed a portion of the essence of the rules of this realm, and seem to gain some insight. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have observed a portion of the essence of the rules of this realm, and have gained some insight. Are these so-called divine weapons merely an external manifestation of the rules of this world? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. As their strength continues to improve, they progress further and further in the third tier. Lin Yuan also began to vaguely sense the essential rules that support heaven and earth and maintain the operation of the world. Even the main world, Lin Yuan had the same feeling, except that the rules of the main world were exceptionally powerful. Even if Lin Yuan tried his best to comprehend it, he gained very little. For example, Lin Yuan once tried to comprehend the endless starry sky. As a result, progress was extremely slow. To comprehend the mysteries of the endless starry sky's operating rules, one might not be able to succeed even if one sat in meditation for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of years. Although the essence of this world is far inferior to that of the main world, it is still not an easy task for Lin Yuan to comprehend the essential rules of this world. After all, as long as it's a world, no matter how small, it forms a perfect cycle. The essence of everything is already contained within, making it naturally very difficult to comprehend. But now, Lin Yuan looked at the fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror in front of him, his eyes burning with fervor. Divine weapons like the Sacred Heart mirror are manifestations of the essential rules of this world. which is why they can develop sentience and are inherently powerful. However, because it is an external manifestation of the essence of the rules, observing such divine weapons is far easier than directly comprehending the essence of heaven and earth. Especially since the Sacred Heart mirror itself is already broken, the essential rules revealed within it are even clearer. Just by observing and reflecting for a while, Lin Yuan improved his martial arts cultivation system a little, saving him a day or two of effort. What exactly do you want to do? This vessel is a divine weapon of heaven and earth, and cannot be destroyed. Seeing Lin Yuan staring at him with intense gaze, the fragment of the Sacred Heart mirror felt a little uneasy. With your strength, you are undoubtedly a hot commodity in the eyes of those 36 old guys, the most delicious feast in thousands of years. If you release me, I will teach you a secret technique that can help you evade the senses of those 36 old men. How about it? The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror immediately began discussing terms. The 36 old guys it mentioned naturally referred to the 36 complete national treasure weapons. Indestructible? Lin Yuan spared some of his attention to examine the fragments of the Sacred Heart realm a few times. This fragment is indeed correct. As a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, at least in this world, the fragment of the Sacred Heart realm cannot be destroyed. Of course, the destruction here is utter destruction, leaving not even fragments. As for turning a complete divine weapon into something shattered, that's still achievable. What is indestructible is only the divine weapon itself. As for its intelligence and consciousness, those can still be worn down, right? Lin Yuan spoke several times with a half smile. These words were spoken. The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror were immediately startled. How did you know? The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror are unbelievable. When the original Sacred Heart mirror was shattered, its original consciousness vanished. As for the current fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror, they are merely new consciousnesses that have been born from the fragments themselves over a long period of time. Not only this fragment of the Sacred Heart mirror, but other fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror also gave birth to new consciousness. Evil weapons like the fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror fear true, complete divine weapons because they fear falling into the hands of the enemy and having their consciousness obliterated. However, this matter has always been a secret among the divine soldiers. Other fragments of divine weapons could not possibly tell mortals about this. As for the secret technique, you don't need to tell me. I can obtain it myself. A mysterious vortex appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes, and the black and white Tai Chi mark spread out with terrifying spiritual power and soul power suddenly suppressing the fragment of the Sacred Heart realm. Lin Yuan plans to search the soul of the Sage Heart realm fragment. Since the fragments of the Sacred Heart realm have developed self-awareness, they belong to living beings and can have their memories forcibly viewed. This cell-searching technique was created by Lin Yuan after observing several evolutionary paths of soul and spirit. There are other similar arcane arts in the main world, and their uses are roughly the same. You? What exactly do you want to do? The fragments of the Sacred Heart mirror suddenly screamed. The surface of his body shone with a dark light once again. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field. All the dark light quickly dissipated, and a vast and invisible force invaded the depths of the fragments. Using the soul-searching technique, Lin Yuanru quickly browsed through the other party's memories. Because the Sacred Heart mirror itself is broken, many memories are incomplete. But Lin Yuan still found the information he wanted, based on the description from memory, that happened 8,000 years ago. High above, the fierce winds could easily tear apart a blood-refining martial saint. This is a forbidden zone for life, But at this moment, hundreds of terrifying auras stood tall. The source of this terrifying aura was none other than weapons and armor. Knife, gun, halberd, tripod, and so on. What is that? Through memorizing images, Lin Yuan saw a long spear. It was as if all the light in the world had converged on that long spear. The surface of the gun is etched with the sun and moon and is filled with an extremely sharp power. Sun and Moon Spear. The national treasure weapon of the Great Yan Dynasty. It is also one of the 36 complete divine weapons of the time. Are all these 100 weapons divine weapons? Lin Yuan looked around, his expression becoming slightly serious. Using the memories from the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror, Lin Yuan quickly determined the number of all the weapons. Including the source of Lin Yuan's perspective at this moment, which is a divine weapon that looks like a mirror, complete divine weapon Sacred Heart Mirror. So, 10,000 years ago, there were a total of 100 divine weapons? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For more than 20 years, he has been collecting information about divine weapons. All the intelligence we have obtained mentions that in ancient times, there were more than 36 divine weapons. Later, something happened that caused most of the divine weapons to disappear. However, there is no information on the exact number of divine weapons. But now, through the memories of viewing the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror, Lin Yuan determined the total number of divine soldiers. 100 items, 100 divine weapons. Just as Lin Yuan continued to observe those divine weapons, boom! The tower-shaped divine weapon in the very center moved. The immense power exploded, affecting the other divine weapons. This forced other divine weapons to also take action. The spear, etched with the sun and moon, thrust forward gently, its sharp aura gathering, piercing directly through a fan-shaped divine weapon. A chaotic battle broke out between the hundreds of divine weapons. The world was in turmoil. If the battlefield weren't in the ninth heaven, far from the ground. It seems that the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains are no longer relevant. The chaotic battle lasted for several months. In the end, most of the divine weapons were shattered, turning into fragments that scattered across the world. Only 36 divine weapons remain standing on the field. Among these 36 divine weapons is the Sun and Moon Spear, the national treasure of the Great Yan Dynasty. At this moment, the aura emanating from the Sun and Moon Spear was somewhat unstable. But they clearly emerged as the victors. A chaotic battle between divine weapons, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the reason for the chaotic battle, Lin Yuan could roughly guess. Divine weapons need to devour humans in order to slowly grow stronger. However, the number of humans is limited. With an appetite for 100 divine weapons, the human race of the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains simply could not satisfy it. That's what ultimately led to this great war. Only the most powerful divine weapons are qualified to enjoy blood offerings. As for weak divine weapons, simply smash them and let them perish on their own. At the desk, Lin Yuan put down the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror in his hand. His expression showed that he was deep in thought. This time, he traveled a great distance, leaving the capital. Arriving in Wuyan City was definitely the right decision. Not only did they obtain a fragment of a divine weapon that could be considered a manifestation of the essence of the rules, they also learned about the great battle that took place 8,000 years ago, a battle that was never recorded in any written record, a great battle between hundreds of divine weapons. Owner, Master, spare my life. On the table, the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror emitted faint spiritual fluctuations. While forcibly searching the soul, Lin Yuan also took the opportunity to refine the fragment of the mirror. If it were a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to refine it. but since it's just a fragment, it naturally can't stop Lin Yuan. After refining the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror, Lin Yuan gained absolute control over the consciousness within them. Even if the fragments cannot be destroyed, erasing the consciousness within them is merely a matter of a single thought. The fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror, realizing their predicament, changed their previous negotiating stance and directly addressed Lin Yuan as master. "Spare your life?" Lin Yuan glanced at the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror. His understanding of the essential rules within the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror had nothing to do with his consciousness. Even if consciousness disappears, as long as the fragment's original form exists, the essence of the rules remains, and it will not hinder Lin Yuan's comprehension. However, now that consciousness can be created or destroyed at Lin Yuan's whim, there is no need to erase it so quickly. Otherwise, it would be many years before the next consciousness is born. The fragments of divine weapons that possess consciousness are indeed somewhat useful to Lin Yuan. At least they can revive on their own without Lin Yuan having to activate them. Outside the main hall, Sikong Lun was in a dilemma after the Sacred Heart Mirror fragments were forcibly dragged into the main hall. Sikong Lun then realized that his biggest backer might have fallen. At this moment, Sikong Lun was filled with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Lin Yuan's effortless suppression of the evil soldiers stirred a strange, unwarranted hope in Sikong Lun's heart. For thousands of years, humans have been the staple food of the divine soldiers. No one has ever been able to withstand a divine weapon, not even a fragment of one. However, Lin Yuan's appearance shattered this. However, Sikong Lun couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's origins, whether he was a human or not, or whether he would also stand on the side of the divine weapon. Time passed. Just as Sikong Lun was breathing and lost in thought, a voice silently rang in his ears. "Come in too." Yes. Sikong Lun took a deep breath. As if being judged, they entered the main hall. The interior of the hall was no different from what Sikong Lun remembered. The only difference was that a shard of mirror was casually placed on the table where Lin Yuan was sitting. Shards of a mirror. Sikong Lun swallowed hard. They realized that those were not ordinary fragments of a mirror, but rather the evil soldier whom their rebel god society worshipped and supported day and night. Grown-ups. Sikong Lun knelt down with a thud. "Kindness." Lin Yuan glanced at the other person casually. "From this day forward, I demand that you, the entire anti-god society, submit to me." "Can you do that?" Lin Yuan said calmly. The influence of the rebellious god society extends throughout the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. The rebellious god society, to which Sikong Lun belonged, was merely a headquarters located in the Great Yin dynasty. The rebel god society has 35 such headquarters, all hidden within the other 35 kingdoms. Lin Yuan's implication was that Sikong Lun should subdue the other 35 headquarters of the rebellious god society. The entire rebel god society was brought under Lin Yuan's control. Faced with Lin Yuan's words, Sikong Lun fell silent. If it were someone else saying such things to him, Sikong Lun would absolutely not agree, not even in the slightest. The rebellion against the gods is the last line of defense against the rule of the divine soldiers. Even if one worships evil weapons, it's merely to increase one's confidence in fighting against true divine weapons. Sikong Lun may die, but the rebel god society must never perish. Otherwise, all the human beings of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains would be reduced to food for the divine soldiers for all eternity. "I only want to know one thing." Sikong Lun stared at Lin Yuan and asked recklessly, "Are you human, sir? And what is your opinion on divine weapons?" "People." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He looked towards Sikong Lun, who was fearless in the face of death. He said slowly, "I am naturally human, and as for those divine weapons, I have disliked them for a long time." These words were spoken. Sekong Lun immediately felt relieved. "From now on, the Rebel God Society will follow your lead," Sekong Lun said respectfully. "I got the answer I wanted." Sekong Lun's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed completely. In order to preserve the flame of hope for humanity, the Rebel God Society is even willing to worship evil weapons that were originally divine weapons, let alone Lin Yuan, who is a human being. Lin Yuan's methods gave Sekong Lun hope of a fighting against divine weapon. It would be perfectly logical for him to bring the rest of the rebel gods to join him. After subduing Sekong Lun, Lin Yuan issued the first order. That is, all the information about the evil soldiers known to the Rebel God Society. Report everything. For Lin Yuan, every evil weapon is an external manifestation of the essential rules of the world. Observing its original form has great benefits and can greatly improve the path of martial arts evolution. To help Lin Yuan advance to the 4th tier earlier, it not only has an effect on the 4th rank, but also on the path of martial arts evolution. Does Your Excellency intend to continue subduing those evil soldiers? Sekong Lun immediately saw through Lin Yuan's thoughts. My lord, you must be careful. Those evil soldiers are all formidable opponents, Sekong Lun said in a low voice, although Lin Yuan suppressed the fragments of the Sacred Heart Mirror with overwhelming advantage. However, there are differences between divine weapons and their fragments. Some fragments of divine weapons are larger in size and occupy more of the complete divine weapon, and therefore their abilities are stronger. Even if they still can't defeat Lin Yuan, if he escapes, it will still cause future troubles. It's all right. Lin Yuan waved his hand. With his current strength, even without his divine weapon, he can suppress any number of fragments in an instant. Time passed. 50 years have passed again, for the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains with a history spanning thousands of years. 50 years is not a long time for most ordinary people. It may not be any different from the past. However, the royal families of the 36 kingdoms, I vaguely sensed a subtle difference that had occurred over the past 50 years. It's mainly those remnants of the Rebel God Society whose actions are becoming increasingly aggressive. The Rebellious God Society was an underground organization that was rejected and wanted by the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. They've always been a pariah. They all resorted to clandestine methods to recruit followers. In recent years, these remnants of the Rebel God Society have become increasingly arrogant, even daring to drag people down in the street. What surprised the royal families of the 36 kingdoms the most is that every time they launched an attack, it seems the remnants of the Rebel God Society all received advance notice, by a remarkable coincidence, managed to escape. This made the royal families of the 36 kingdoms realize that the Rebel God Society had come prepared. This led to a further increase in the suppression of the Rebellious God Society by the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Even 36 years ago and 19 years ago, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains dispatched military envoys. They wanted to use the power of the most powerful divine weapon to severely damage the Rebel God Society. Unfortunately, the soldiers from the Rebel God Society intervened just in time. They held back the military commanders of the 36 kingdoms, causing most of the elite troops of the Rebellious God Society to leave ahead of schedule. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains possessed national-level divine weapons. By borrowing the power of the National Guardian divine weapon, military commanders can be trained. Although the Rebel God Society does not possess complete divine weapons, it has many fragments of divine weapons. In other words, evil weapons. Evil weapons are essentially divine weapons. As long as the completeness of the evil weapon reaches a certain standard, it can also be trained into a soldier commander. Of course, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains referred to this type of military commander as the evil military commander. In terms of direct combat, evil soldiers are naturally inferior to divine soldiers. However, the former can slightly interfere with the other party. Unless the divine weapon master activates the divine weapon to its full potential, it will be difficult to capture the evil weapon master. Generally speaking, the divine weapon master will not completely revive the divine weapon, because doing so would mean that one's lifespan would be drastically reduced. A fully revived divine weapon will absorb the very essence of its wielder's soul to a terrifying degree. Each time a divine weapon is fully revived, the wielder of that weapon will live 10 years less. A hidden underground plaza, a tall, imposing man sat cross-legged in the very center. Dozens of fragments of weapons were scattered around the imposing man. If any of the evil weapon wielders from the rebellious God Society were present, they would be horrified to discover that these fragments of weapons were actually evil weapons. The evil weapon is a fragment of a divine weapon. Although it is far inferior to divine weapons in terms of power, it still surpasses the limits of the mortal realm. At this moment, however, these supreme evil weapons were casually tossed on the ground as if they were ordinary objects. 50 years, the imposing man, Lin Yuan, slowly opened his eyes. For the vast majority of the past 50 years, he has been cultivating and comprehending the essential rules within the fragments of the divine weapon. As for the many political affairs of the Great Yan dynasty, more than 40 years ago, Lin Yuan specially selected a group of capable and loyal ministers to establish a cabinet to handle the affairs of the country on behalf of the emperor. Lin Yuan only needs to go back and check on things every now and then. As an emperor, the most taboo thing is to do everything personally. How many things there in a country? If you have to be in charge of everything, wouldn't you be exhausted? Of course, it is rare for someone like Lin Yuan to ignore things for a long time, which is a major taboo for emperors and makes them vulnerable to being sidelined. But Lin Yuan's strength is undeniable. He possesses immense power, so who would dare to challenge him? Fourth tier, Lin Yuan looked around at the fragments of divine weapons, his expression briefly lost in thought. Given Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, he had already reached the peak of the celestial realm 20 years ago. A celestial realm perfection, if placed in the main world, would be equivalent to a near fourth-tier cultivator. However, Lin Yuan hesitated when it came to breaking through and officially entering the fourth rank. The transition from third to fourth tier is a major bottleneck and constraint, even in the main world. Which of those evolved individuals who can cultivate to the ultimate third rank is not a genius among millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions? Even so, it would take at least several hundred years to overcome this major bottleneck and constraint, and most would simply die of old age at the peak of the third tier. This is still based on the premise of having a complete evolutionary path to guide us. For someone like Lin Yuan, who is pioneering a path of evolution, every step is on a completely unknown road, and breaking through to the fourth rank is thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more difficult. Of course, the 1,000 times, 10,000 times here is based on the fact that Lin Yuan's current strength is only at the peak of the third tier. For higher-level evolvers, such as fifth or sixth order beings, opening up evolutionary paths is naturally much easier from their superior perspective. In fact, even if it were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more, with Lin Yuan's unreasonable and heaven-defying comprehension, he should have broken through to the fourth rank by now. But Lin Yuan kept hesitating. Fourth order. For example, a celestial master who is promoted by using the power of Tai-yin or Tai-yin energy. The concept of a celestial master who ascends to the rank of Tai Chi master is naturally different from that of a celestial master who ascends to the rank of Tai Chi master. For this advancement to the fourth rank, Lin Yuan intended to use the essential rules within the divine weapon fragments. This method of advancing to the fourth tier definitely has the greatest potential. Over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan has collected dozens of fragments of divine weapons, incorporating the essential rules within them into his martial arts cultivation system. But for Lin Yuan, these fragmented rules were still too few. It cannot support Lin Yuan's advancement to the fourth rank. Evil Weapon Master Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Over the years, the fragments of divine weapons that the Rebel God Society helped him collect were naturally the weaker ones. There's no way around it. The fragments of divine weapons all possess their own consciousness. Even if Sekong Lun leads the way and gets things skewed, he can only fool those ordinary fragments of divine weapons. As for the truly powerful fragments of divine weapons, their whereabouts are beyond the grasp of the Rebel God Society. These fragments of divine weapons are usually trained to serve as weapon masters long ago, and they usually lie dormant within the weapon masters' bodies. The Rebel God Society and these evil soldiers tend to cooperate, and the former cannot command the latter. Each time the rebellious gods summon these evil soldiers, they have to pay a heavy price. Even so, the rebellious gods' society and these evil soldiers were on the same side as the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains in the face of suppression. The evil soldiers obeyed the evil soldiers, who were the losers in the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago. Its original form was shattered by the 36 most powerful divine weapons and scattered across the four corners of the world. Therefore, the evil soldiers harbor a natural resentment towards the 36 divine weapons. The two sides are inherently opposed. As for the rebellious gods' society, it is a force composed of people who want to rebel against the rule of the divine weapons. It is also opposed to the 36 divine soldiers. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, the rebel god society and the evil soldiers are natural allies. Previously, at Sekong Lun's headquarters of the rebellious god society, there were fragments of the Sacred Heart Realm used for suppression. However, Lin Yuan's dispatch of more than 20 martial saints to annihilate that headquarters was simply too swift. Before the fragments of the Sacred Heart Realm could even react, the battle was already over. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, a series of faint footsteps approached from afar. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The visitor was none other than Sekong Lun. 50 years have passed, and Sekong Lun has aged considerably, with many more white hairs on his head. Kindness, Lin Yuan glanced at Sekong Lun and nodded slightly. Over the years, Sekong Lun has indeed done a good job, constantly traveling between the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Today, many headquarters of the Rebel God Society are under Lin Yuan's command, and Sekong Lun deserves much credit for this. After all, Lin Yuan was immersed in cultivation, and in order to avoid being noticed by those true divine weapons, he rarely showed himself. "Get to the point," Lin Yuan said directly. Having known each other for 50 years, he had a fairly good understanding of Sekong Lun and knew that the other party would not come here to find him, unless something serious had happened. "Grown-ups, those evil warriors wish to meet you to discuss the decisive battle with the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains." Sekong Lun hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Decisive battle? Aren't they afraid of another war?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The so-called war disaster refers to the calamities caused by the conflict between divine soldiers. 8,000 years ago, the battle of 100 divine weapons came to an end, and the situation was settled. The 36 divine soldiers each guard a country, enjoying the blood and food of all living beings. But why did the great Yan dynasty only last for more than 3,600 years? This was true not only for the great Yan dynasty, but also for the other 35 kingdoms in the Central Plains, whose histories spanned 3,000 to 4,000 years. The reason for this is that 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, a great battle was initiated by many evil soldiers and the rebellious God society. That decisive battle directly enraged the 36 national treasure weapons. The 36 divine weapons all revived and began to suppress the evil soldiers who had recovered a great deal of energy. The battle between the two sides spread to the Central Plains, leading to the downfall of dynasties and the lamentation of the people. The 36 divine soldiers suppressed the crowd while simultaneously reaping their life force and souls. This caused severe damage to the human race, which took hundreds or thousands of years to recover from. But the effects of the decisive battle continued, the old dynasty collapsed, and the new 36 kingdoms were established. This is the origin of the great Yan dynasty and the other 35 kingdoms. Later generations also referred to this period as few people knew about the calamity of war. Even among the royal families of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, very few people knew about it. At least the great Yan dynasty has no records of this. Lin Yuan learned about this extremely dark history from the ancient records of the rebel god society. The 36 divine weapons revived and began to reap the lives of all beings without restraint. That dark period was like the end of the world. I don't know either. Saikong Lun couldn't understand it either, although he didn't see things as clearly as Lin Yuan. However, it is clear that the current rebellious god society and the evil soldiers are far from being a match for the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Even in the last 50 years, with Lin Yuan's covert support, the rebel god society has gained immense power, causing great headaches for the royal families of the 36 kingdoms. However, the gap in top-tier combat power still exists. What can the rebel gods use to deal with the fully revived 36 divine soldiers? If we can't handle it, there's a high chance we'll see a repeat of the war that happened 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Could it be? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Even Saikong Lun realized something was wrong, so there's no reason why the evil soldiers wouldn't have thought of it. Even if the evil soldiers obey their respective evil soldiers, the evil soldiers are not fools and will also weigh the pros and cons. Once war breaks out, those evil soldiers will suffer heavy losses, and their own consciousness may even be erased, unless there is a compelling reason to launch a decisive battle. Lin Yuan's thoughts were in turmoil, and he came up with two possible reasons. One possibility is that the evil soldiers have mastered some means to increase their confidence, such as repairing their other fragments, which gives them the confidence to fight against true divine weapons. Secondly, the evil soldiers realized that if they didn't launch a decisive battle now, they would never have another chance to do so. Upon closer examination, the latter concluded that it was highly likely that the 36 divine weapons would undergo some kind of transformation in the coming period. Once the transformation is complete, the evil soldiers will have no chance of survival. Transformation? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. 8,000 years ago, the 36 divine weapons were already quasi-fourth-tier weapons. After 8,000 years of slumber, it has continuously harvested the lifeblood and souls of all living beings. Perhaps these divine weapons will take that step and advance to the fourth tier. This is the only reason why the evil soldiers would launch a decisive battle regardless of everything. Because they understand that if they wait until the 36 divine weapons advance to the fourth rank, they will have no more chances. That's why they're going all out to launch a decisive battle. The purpose of the decisive battle is even if we cannot defeat the 36 divine soldiers, its transformation must be halted or even fail. Fine, let's go and see those evil soldiers, Lin Yuan said slowly, regardless of whether it's for their own need for more divine weapon fragments. As I speculated before, Lin Yuandu needs to meet those evil soldiers. 1 month later, in the far south. This is a dense forest filled with miasma, rarely visited by humans. Ordinary hunters would only glance at it from afar and dare not approach it even a little. For hundreds or thousands of years, countless people have died in the dense forests. Once the miasma is inhaled, it is basically a death sentence. Over the years, this dense forest became a no-go zone for hunters in the vicinity. However, beneath this dense forest, there stood a grand hall made of blue stone. In the center of the main hall, there are 18 stone seats arranged in a row. At this moment, all 18 stone seats were filled with people. They all had cold expressions and profound auras, as if connected to some great being, and their every move far surpassed that of the blood-refining martial saint. These 18 people were all, in fact, evil soldiers. Behind him stood an evil weapon. Even if it was just a fragment of a divine weapon, its power was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. What is the background of the leader of the rebellious God Society that makes the rebellious God Society so obedient to him? A malevolent soldier dressed in a green robe spoke up. Before the appearance of this leader of the rebellious God Society, the rebellious God Society treated their evil weapons and all evil weapons with utmost respect. But now everything has changed. The rebel gods even dare to negotiate with them. It is said that this master of the rebellious God Society possesses the power to suppress fragments of divine weapons and even the power to suppress divine weapons. Another evil soldier spoke up. Absurd. Upon hearing this, several evil soldiers immediately revealed mocking expressions. Since ancient times, the power of divine weapons has surpassed that of living beings, and even fragments of divine weapons are no exception. How can human strength contend with the power of divine weapons? These wicked soldiers understand this better than anyone else. Perhaps behind this leader of the rebellious God Society stands an evil weapon, and he himself is also an evil weapon wielder. Then another evil soldier spoke up. This statement was agreed upon by most of the evil soldiers present, no matter what. Just then, the figure sitting in the main seat spoke. When we meet this new master of the rebellious God Society, if he is like us and a master of evil weapons, then let it go. We can discuss the decisive battle later. I'm sure the evil soldiers behind him won't refuse. If not, at this point, the host's tone revealed a hint of cruelty. Although the evil weapon master is also human, under the influence of the evil weapon master, he has gradually developed an attitude of regarding everyone as ants. No problem. Brother King Wu is right. Then let's do as Brother King Wu says. The figure in charge, the one who was the Green Witch, was someone no evil weapon user on the field dared to refuse. Even among those wielding evil weapons, there are differences in strength. The essence of an evil weapon is a fragment of a divine weapon, and the size of this fragment, and how much of the original divine weapon it occupies, naturally determines the strength of the evil weapon. Thus, the evil soldiers are divided into 5 levels. The evil weapon is 30% intact. The evil weapon is 40% intact. The evil weapon is 50% complete. The evil weapon is 60% intact. The evil weapon is 80% complete. The higher the degree of completion, the closer the evil weapon is to the power of a true divine weapon. The evil weapon behind the Green Witch was actually a weapon that was 90% complete. This evil weapon is probably extremely close to a true divine weapon in terms of true power, which is why it holds an extraordinary position among the evil weapon wielders present. This time, the evil warriors decided to take the initiative and launch a decisive battle. Aside from the fact that those 36 divine weapons are about to take the final step. This is because the evil weapon behind the Green Witch is 90% intact, a rare feat. Thus, even if a decisive battle were to be launched, they would still be no match for those 36 divine weapons. With the evil weapon behind the Green Witch, they would at least have some ability to protect themselves. In any case, their purpose in launching the final battle was not to defeat the 36 divine weapons, but merely to influence them so that they could not take the final step. Once the decisive battle begins, their primary concern will naturally be survival. Suddenly, the 18 evil soldiers on the 18 stone seats showed a slight change in expression. In their perception, an aura was slowly entering from the entrance of the blue stone hall. "Is it the master of the rebel god society? How dare you come alone?" The 18 evil weapon wielders were slightly taken aback, and a playful look appeared on their faces. A moment later, a young man appeared at the entrance of the blue stone hall. "You are the master of the rebel god society?" The 18 military commanders remained seated on the stone thrones, showing no intention of standing up to greet the guests. Buzz. The power of heaven and earth converges. In the dim light, a huge black iron hammer appeared from the air and smashed down towards Lin Yuan. Some evil soldiers couldn't resist testing Lin Yuan. "I'm so disappointed." Lin Yuan sighed softly. Before the astonished eyes of the 18 evil weapon wielders, he merely waved his hand, causing the black iron hammer phantom to disintegrate. Before the evil soldiers could react, "You evil soldiers are very impolite." Lin Yuan took a step forward and appeared next to the 18 stone seats. Immediately after taking a step forward, the King Wu, who was sitting solemnly in the main seat with a 90% intact evil weapon, was pulled out by an invisible force and thrown onto a distant bluestone as if it were trash. Still sitting, Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining 17 evil soldiers. The words had barely left his mouth. The 17 evil soldiers on the 17 stone seats were all forced to get up. During this time, some evil soldiers resisted fiercely, even unleashing their evil power, which caused terrifying auras to erupt, but they were all suppressed within an inch of their bodies. The evil weapon, which could normally shake the heavens and earth, was now like a docile kitten. All the evil soldiers sitting on the stones stood up. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuankai slowly sat down in the main seat. "Thank you everyone for your monthly votes." Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you see a typo, please post it in the chapter comments to remind me. Sometimes you might not notice it. Grateful. The main hall made of bluestone. A deathly silence. All the high-ranking evil soldiers stood up and stared at the young man sitting in the main seat. "All right, please sit down as well." Lin Yuan waved his sleeve. Instantly, power that forced the evil soldiers to stand up vanished. The entire blue stone hall was restored to its original state. If it weren't for the fact that the person sitting in the main seat had changed, the evil soldier might have thought that everything just now was an illusion. The evil soldiers exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. For a moment, sitting was awkward, standing was awkward, and running away was awkward. "Not going to sit?" Lin Yuan smiled and looked at the evil soldiers. In an instant, as if Mount Tai were pressing down, all the evil soldiers felt a tremendous force pressing down on their shoulders. Their faces turned pale, their legs trembled, and they all sat down on the stone seats. "That's more like it." Lin Yuan's face showed a satisfied expression. The other evil soldiers were filled with turbulent emotions. From the time Lin Yuan entered the Blue Stone Hall until now, only a dozen or so breaths have passed. In that short time, he suppressed all the evil soldiers on the field to the point that they had no ability to resist whatsoever. From beginning to end, it was not the evil soldiers who did not resist. Instead, they resisted, but to no avail. How is that possible? What the evil warriors found even more unbelievable was, they couldn't sense even the slightest aura of a divine weapon from Lin Yuan. In other words, Lin Yuan was not a military commander. He is not a military commander, yet he possesses power surpassing that of a military commander. This is a scene that defies common sense. This made all of you evil soldiers tremble with fear. What exactly are you? In the main hall of the Blue Stone, the Blue Witch who'd been thrown off the main seat by Lin Yuan managed to get up and looked at Lin Yuan with fear in her eyes. That throw just now almost shattered his bones and internal organs. If it weren't for the power of the evil weapon protecting him, he was now beyond dead. Why are you interrupting me when I haven't said anything? Lin Yuan looked at King Wu. Boom! A tremendous force descended. The Green Witch's face turned red, and she knelt down on the ground with a thud. Such a tragic scene sent chills down the spines of the other evil warriors. Compared to the kneeling shamans, these evil warriors at least sat on stone seats, even if they were forced to, but at least they looked much more dignified. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer it. If you have anything to add, you can say so. Lin Yuan casually rolled up his sleeves and said, "Next." Lin Yuan didn't care what these evil soldiers thought. He asked directly, "Why do you want to launch a decisive battle?" Although Lin Yuan already had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to hear what these evil weapon wielders had to say. That's right. There were evil soldiers who couldn't withstand the pressure. Are you kidding me? Even now, all 18 of them, the evil warriors, are still alive. But given the overwhelming strength Lin Yuan had just displayed, this evil weapon wielder had no doubt that the other party possessed the power to completely annihilate them. Under such circumstances, no evil soldier would show any sign of resisting to the death. In fact, an evil weapon wielder has already communicated with the evil weapon within his body, wanting to revive it. At that time, even if they still couldn't do anything to Lin Yuan, at least they would have the hope of escaping unscathed. But aside from the very beginning, when the evil soldier attempted to unleash his power to fight against Lin Yuan, now, all the evil weapons within the bodies of the evil weapon users seem to have vanished, completely ignoring their pleas for help. This is the will of evil soldiers. The evil weapons told us that within 100 years, those 36 divine weapons will take that step and reach the realm of the Father God. Therefore, we must do everything in our power, no matter the cost, to prevent this from happening. Otherwise, there will be no place for us to live, either in heaven or on earth. The numerous evil soldiers spoke one after another, revealing what they knew in general. This is pretty much what Lin Yuan predicted. After 8,000 years of nurturing and dormancy, those 36 national treasures are indeed very close to reaching the 4th tier. This also shows the difficulty of the 3rd to 4th order. The 36 divine weapons are the outward manifestation of the essential rules of this world. Even so, it is still incredibly difficult to advance to the 4th tier, let alone ordinary living beings, ancient gods and humans. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The Father God mentioned by the evil soldier refers to an ancient deity. 10,000 years ago, ancient gods offered sacrifices to mountains and rivers, smelted the 4 seas, and finally forged 100 divine weapons. This is also the origin of all divine weapons in the world today. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether it's a complete divine weapon or a broken evil weapon. They all refer to that ancient god from 10,000 years ago as Father God. For decades, Lin Yuan has been trying to learn more about the ancient gods, but the results were minimal. Even if one forcibly seizes the evil weapon, due to its shattered form, one can only obtain a few scenes from 10,000 years later at most. As for the memories related to that ancient god from 10,000 years ago, and how the divine weapons were forged, but it was incredibly blurry. The evil soldiers only knew that Father God was great, but they had no recollection of anything more specific or detailed. Lin Yuan was quite curious about that ancient deity. In his view, that ancient god was at least a fourth-tier powerhouse, and had even gone very far in the fourth tier. However, such a powerful being, even if he didn't live for 10,000 years, shouldn't have left behind some information. My thoughts came to a standstill. Lin Yuan looked at the evil weapon envoys again. "There's something I need your help with." Lin Yuan spoke gently with a smile. These words left the evil soldiers on the field completely baffled. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he's almost on par with a true divine weapon, so what else could he possibly need their help with? "Sir, please speak." The evil soldier who first answered Lin Yuan's question spoke cautiously. "I would like to take a look at the evil weapons within your bodies." Lin Yuan spoke slowly, his gaze calm. These words were spoken. Silence fell over the field once again. Immediately afterwards, "Bold, presumptuous, you mortal, you're courting death." A terrifying mental fluctuation erupted from the body of each evil soldier. One after another, phantom images of evil weapons appeared, especially the Green Witch kneeling in the main hall, whose phantom image was a nearly complete giant axe. The divine weapon, the sky-splitting axe. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the giant axe phantom for a moment. In the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, this heaven-splitting axe was second only to the 36 most powerful divine weapons. Even if it ultimately loses, it retains most of its original form. Originally, these evil soldiers realized Lin Yuan's strength. They intended to avoid direct confrontation, which is why they ignored the evil weapon wielder's calls. However, none of the evil weapons could have imagined that Lin Yuan would be so audacious as to want to borrow them for a look. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan's gaze was slightly intense. He came here specifically to confirm his suspicions. The main purpose was to collect more and more complete evil weapons. If Lin Yuan intends to advance to the fourth rank based on the essence of the rules, he must comprehend a large number of evil weapons, or even true divine weapons. Therefore, the stronger these evil soldiers on the field are, the better. Outside the blue stone hall, Sikong Lun looked worried and paced back and forth. My lord acted impulsively. Sikong Lun was deeply worried. He and Lin Yuan arrived at this location as instructed by the evil soldier. Sikong Lun planned to go in with Lin Yuan. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, Sikong Lun had much more experience communicating with those evil soldiers. Knowing what the evil soldiers wanted meant that even if negotiations broke down, he and Lin Yuan would still have a chance to escape unscathed. At most, we'll just have to pay a price. Lin Yuan told him to wait outside while he went in to handle the situation. This made Sikong Lun increasingly worried. He was well aware of Lin Yuan's strength. It can easily suppress evil soldiers. But at this moment, which of those evil soldiers in the Blue Stone Hall is easy to deal with? The evil weapon wielders who can gather here all possess evil weapons that are at least 50% intact. It far surpasses that fragment of the Sacred Heart realm from back then. There is even an evil weapon that is 90% complete and extremely close to a divine weapon. With such strength, Lin Yuan just walked right in. What if the negotiations go wrong? Wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Sikong Lun acknowledged Lin Yuan's strength, but he didn't think Lin Yuan could gain any advantage in front of so many powerful evil weapon users. There probably wasn't a fight. Saikong Lun breathed a slight sigh of relief. With Lin Yuan's methods and the strength of the various evil weapon wielders, once things really get serious, it will be a cataclysmic event. It won't be this quiet. This offered Saikong Lun some comfort. It was only a small consolation, because Lin Yuan still hasn't come out. They didn't come out. This means there are still variables. A major war could still occur. Just as Saikong Lun was anxiously waiting, a figure slowly walked out of the entrance. Grown-ups, Saikong Lun was overjoyed. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. Kindness. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face, clearly in a good mood. Make arrangements for the people in the back. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he left directly. What kind of accommodation? Saikong Lun was somewhat bewildered. Those people behind? Who are they? He remembered that Lin Yuaming went in alone. The entire Blue Stone Hall was empty except for Lin Yuan and those powerful evil soldiers. They don't have any of their own people, do they? Even when Saikong Lun had doubts, the evil weapon wielders, led by King Wu, walked out of the entrance, their faces pale and trembling. The forced extraction of the evil weapons from their bodies is tantamount to having their marrow pulled out, akin to having their tendons and marrow ripped out for these evil weapon wielders. If Lin Yuan hadn't thought that the evil weapon made their souls and spirits inherently strong and might be useful in the future, they wouldn't have survived at all. Upon seeing these evil soldiers and observing their expressions and demeanor, Saikong Lun immediately realized that the people Lin Yuan wanted him to settle were these very evil soldiers. This, Saikong Lun swallowed hard. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that since it was a placement, it meant that these evil soldiers had already submitted. Otherwise, even if he wanted to settle down, the evil soldiers would never allow him to. That's all. Saikong Lun was deeply shocked. He was just worried about Lin Yuan's safety and whether he would suffer at the hands of the evil soldier. Now, seeing the 18 evil soldiers with deathly pale faces, Saikong Lun looked up at Lin Yuan's departing figure. It was as if they were looking up at a god. The inherent rules contained within evil weapons like the sky-splitting axe allowed Lin Yuan to advance further towards the 4th rank. In order to further increase the strength of the rebel god society, Lin Yuan used the divine weapon fragments he had previously obtained. They were all given away, used to train new evil soldiers. Lin Yuan had already comprehended all of these divine weapon fragments, so keeping them with him was pointless. Furthermore, the fragments of the divine weapon bestowed upon them were also refined and became completely obedient to Lin Yuan's commands. The evil soldiers trained by these evil soldiers would naturally not be unruly, but would be completely loyal to Lin Yuan. Time passed. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The capital of the Great Yan Kingdom, the Palace of 100 Flowers. This is the palace where the Empress Dowager of the Great Yan Dynasty once lived when she was a concubine. Although as the Empress Dowager, she should have been able to move to a palace of a higher standard, Wang Shangfeng did not do so. She had lived in the 100 Flowers Palace for over 10 years and had grown accustomed to it. This day, Lin Yuanlai visited his mother. Since taking the throne, Lin Yuan has devoted most of his energy to cultivation and only comes here once every 6 months to a year. Yuaner, what do you think of those concubines I chose for you last time? Although Wang Shangfeng is over 90 years old, she looks only 45 with a rosy complexion and good health. In this world's cultivation system, the blood-refining martial saint is comparable to the ultimate second-tier cultivator. However, it is of little use in terms of prolonging life. Even a martial saint can only live for a little over 100 years at most. Lin Yuan speculated that this was also influenced by the divine weapon. After all, the longer one lives, the more likely one is to develop skills that surpass those of a martial saint. The 36 divine weapons are mostly dormant, so naturally, such an uncontrollable event cannot be allowed to occur. This directly limits lifespan. Even a powerful blood-refining martial saint, upon reaching this stage, would typically be in their 80s or 90s, their vital energy and blood declining, and their lifespan nearing its end. Where would one find the energy to delve into the realms beyond the martial saint? Wang Shangfeng is not a martial arts saint, yet she is still lively, energetic at this age, which is naturally inseparable from Lin Yuan's secret training in tendon and marrow cleansing. For Wang Shangfeng, Lin Yuan's current strength and the resulting tendon and marrow cleansing would be nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Given Wang Shangfeng's current physical condition, living to 200 years old wouldn't be a problem at all. Good, Lin Yuan said casually. During his 50 or 60 years on the throne, Lin Yuan did not have any children. The main reason is that it's unnecessary. Lin Yuan is not the retired Emperor Liu Shi. The emperor needed offspring, primarily to determine the crown prince and confirm the successor to the dynasty. Lin Yuan doesn't need any of that. Given his lifespan, even if he has offspring and a crown prince is chosen, that crown prince will inevitably pass away first. Staying in this realm for at least 160 years is enough to outlive a blood-refining martial saint. Even if one really wants to have offspring, it should be considered only in the last 20 or 30 years before the deadline for staying in the country. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Empress Dowager Wang Shangfeng immediately realized that her son was merely giving her a perfunctory response. However, Wang Shangfeng can't do anything about Lin Yuan now. Under Lin Yuan's rule, the Great Yan dynasty is now almost comparable to the most powerful of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. Lin Yuan's prestige surpassed that of all previous emperors, making him the most accomplished emperor since the founding of the Great Yan dynasty. By the way, your father has not been feeling well lately, Yuaner. Would you like to go and visit him when you have time? Wang Shangfeng seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice. Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Leave the Palace of 100 Flowers." Then a member of the royal family came to pay his respects. Your Majesty, our Great Yan dynasty has not produced a military commander for more than 10 years. This royal descendant was Lin Yuan's elder, and at this moment he looked very old, reminding Lin Yuan. For the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, the most important thing was to train military commanders. As for everything else, they are secondary. Only with a military commander can the foundation of the state be suppressed. The previous military commander, Lin Yuan's seventh sister, passed away more than 10 years ago. Because seventh sister never revived the divine weapon, or even activated it, she lived longer than previous generations of weapon masters. Military commander, Lin Yuan recalled his seventh sister from 50 or 60 years ago, who ran up to him to see him one last time, her eyes red with tears. Once you become a divine weapon wielder, you are essentially bound to the divine weapon. Unless Lin Yuan's strength is overwhelming, it will be difficult to sever the connection between the two. This matter is not urgent, Lin Yuan said calmly. Yes. The royal heir hesitated, then ultimately said nothing. Send this imperial heir away. Lin Yuan soon met with the retired Emperor Liu Shi. Compared to Wang Shangfeng, Liu Shi was in much worse condition. His hair and beard were all white and his skin was wrinkled. That's why. This because Lin Yuan did not perform the Yi Jin Sisui procedure on Liu Shi. Liu Shi, as a former emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, offered sacrifices to the national guardian deity on many occasions. The marks of divine weapons had long been planted on his body. Once Lin Yuan uses his own power, He can perform a tendon and marrow cleansing treatment on Liu Shi. It will most likely alarm the Great Yan Dynasty's national treasure weapon. Father, Lin Yuan talked with the retired Emperor Liu Shi for a long time. Liu Shi was mainly speaking while Lin Yuan was listening. Liu Shi had heard about the current state of the Great Yan Dynasty. His own son became the most accomplished sage ruler in the history of the dynasty. Liu Shi was naturally delighted from the bottom of his heart. Yuaner, I'm afraid I have to go. The one thing I regret least in my life, Liu Shi, is handing the Great Yan over to you. After talking for a while, Liu Shi felt listless and closed his eyes to fall asleep. It's about time. After leaving the palace where the retired Emperor Liu Shi resided, Lin Yuan looked up and glanced at the due north direction. That was the location of the ancestral land of the Great Yan Dynasty's divine weapons. 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the quasi-4th level, which was no weaker than a divine weapon. Now, having absorbed the essence of the rules within many evil weapons, such as the sky-splitting axe, his strength has been enhanced once again. The next day, in the imperial court, the civil and military officials of the Great Yan Dynasty were excited. Lin Yuan will participate in this morning court session to discuss state affairs with the officials. This was undoubtedly encouraging for the ministers. It is important to know that this emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty, his abilities and methods were unparalleled among all previous emperors. His only flaw was that he disliked showing himself. Many of the new officials in the court had never even seen the emperor before. Countless people of the Great Yan Dynasty regarded Lin Yuan as the most respected person in their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how could the dynasty have achieved such great prosperity? On the dragon throne, Lin Yuan sat casually. One by one, the ministers stepped forward to present their reports on state affairs and government matters. When the morning court session was almost over, the Minister of Rights finally came out. Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years. According to ancestral custom, you should go to the ancestral site of the divine army to offer sacrifices. The Minister of Rights simply read from the script, without any intention of getting a positive response. More than 50 years have passed since Lin Yuan ascended the throne, and there have been 3 ministers of rights. All 3 ministers of rights made it a point to advise the emperor to visit the ancestral site of the divine soldiers and offer sacrifices to them during every morning court session. However, the emperor never gave them a reply, and the 3 successive ministers of rights did not dare to press them. They could only try to talk about it when they had the chance. This had become a habit for the 3 successive ministers of rights, or rather, it's something to look forward to, only, just as the current minister of rights finished speaking. Lin Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, nodded slightly, stood up, and said, "Indeed, it's time to go to the ancestral land to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon." Upon hearing this, the current Minister of Rights was stunned. Then my eyes immediately started to well up with tears. After more than 50 years, the emperor's health finally improved, and he decided to go to his ancestral home to offer sacrifices to the divine soldiers, the ancestral land of the divine soldiers, place for worshipping the national guardian divine soldiers. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains each possessed a national treasure weapon, and naturally, there were also 36 ancestral lands for these weapons. For the royal families of the 36 kingdoms, worshipping the divine soldiers was a more important matter than worshipping their ancestors or previous emperors. It was only because Lin Yuan was able to act unilaterally in the Great Yan Dynasty and withstand the pressure from the court that he was able to drag out the matter of sacrificing to the divine weapon for 50 or 60 years. Even so, the number of living human sacrifices sent to the ancestral land of the divine soldiers every year has not decreased by the slightest. Lin Yuan turned a blind eye to this. Divine weapons might not pay attention to things like the change of the throne. However, if the number of human sacrifices were even slightly less, it would definitely attract the attention of the divine soldiers. At that time, the divine soldiers will be revived and actively seek out offerings. The consequences of this would be difficult for the great Yan dynasty to bear. After all, once a divine weapon is actively revived, the amount of offerings required will certainly far exceed that during its dormant period. So, before we have enough strength to suppress the divine weapon, maintaining the status quo and buying more time to become stronger is the best choice. At least Lin Yuan has the initiative to choose when to take action. For example, right now, this was a good opportunity for Lin Yuan to take action. By taking advantage of the sacrificial ceremony, the divine weapon is lured out, and then the attack is made when the opponent feeds. Divine weapon. After Lin Yuan agreed to the sacrifice to the divine soldiers, the Minister of Rites and many other officials hurriedly prepared for the various rituals required for the sacrifice. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, returned to Chengshan Palace to ponder the matter of the divine weapon. Having decided to take action against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan must have made sure he was fully prepared. By browsing through the memories of numerous civil weapons, Lin Yuan has gained a deep understanding of the 36 divine weapons. Putting aside combat power for the moment, Lin Yuan was confident that it was no weaker than any divine weapon. What Lin Yuan needs to be careful about is the divine weapon's last trump card. To merge with heaven and earth, whether it's a divine weapon or an evil weapon. Essentially, they are all external manifestations of the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. Since it is an external manifestation, it can naturally be reintegrated when necessary. The evil weapon's original form was shattered and no longer complete, so it could not return to the world. But divine weapons are different. If a divine weapon so desires, it can completely merge with heaven and earth. In this state, even if Lin Yuan were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he would be helpless unless he could destroy the world. Of course, there is no way out unless absolutely necessary. Divine weapons will not choose to return to the world, because in this way, the divine weapon's own consciousness will be cleansed by the consciousness of heaven and earth. Simply put, it will be formatted. Even if we were to separate from the world again after thousands of years, this divine weapon is not the same divine weapon it was back then. Because the inner consciousness has changed, but since Lin Yuan has chosen to take action against the divine weapon, they certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch the other party return to the world. One of Lin Yuan's main purposes in taking action was to suppress the divine weapon and thereby comprehend the essential rules contained within it. For decades, the essential rules within numerous fragments of evil weapons have greatly benefited Lin Yuan. This is still just an evil weapon, a fragment of a divine weapon. If it were a complete divine weapon, containing the complete essence of rules, how much would it help Lin Yuan? At least it can push him to the 4th tier. It's not a typical 4th order. Instead, it is a 4th order system based on the essence of rules. Since divine weapons can merge with heaven and earth, then I'll just isolate heaven and earth. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. Having been in this world for 80 years, Lin Yuan comprehended numerous fragments of evil weapons. With his extraordinary comprehension, created a secret technique that isolates him from heaven and earth. Using 81 evil weapons as the core, a certain area was completely sealed off, that is, to isolate oneself from heaven and earth. However, the so-called lockdown is time-limited. The universe has the ability to repair itself. With Lin Yuan's methods, he can only seal it off for a maximum of 1 hour. That is, to be isolated from heaven and earth for 1 hour. The matter of the great Yen Emperor's journey to his ancestral home to offer sacrifices to the divine soldiers became the most important event in the imperial court. Since it is a sacrificial ceremony, a large number of offerings will definitely be prepared. The offerings for the sacrifices to the divine soldiers were naturally living people, and specifically, cultivators with abundant cayenne blood. Since Lin Yuan ascended the throne, although he did not reduce the number of sacrificial offerings, he tried his best to select the living people for the sacrifices from those who were sentenced to death or were convicted of serious crimes. If the quantity is still not enough, the idea was to recruit as many people as possible from the general populace. As long as one voluntarily becomes a sacrifice, one's parents, children, and so on will receive care from the imperial court. Elders who are cared for by the Da Yan family have priority in education, politics, and military service for their descendants. This policy once sparked controversy in the imperial court, with many ministers believing it was unnecessary and that it was an honor for those commoners to worship the divine soldiers. After all, once this policy is implemented, the pressure on the national treasury will be considerable. However, despite Lin Yuan's strong leadership, the policy was still implemented. The process of worshipping the divine soldiers was extremely complicated. The ministers worked for most of the day before the final sacrificial ceremony began. As the emperor, Lin Yuan walked at the forefront, heading towards the center of the ancestral palace. Several hours later, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked toward the center of the altar. In his perception, a vast and powerful aura, as immense as mountains and seas, was almost bursting forth. This aura was fierce and majestic, sharp and domineering, surpassing any evil weapon Lin Yuan had ever seen. Even the sky-splitting axe that was 90% intact was far inferior to this aura. For 8,000 years, those evil soldiers have stood still. However, the 36 divine weapons continuously devoured the lifeblood and souls of all living beings, slowly increasing in strength. 8,000 years passed, and like water dripping on stone, their power naturally surpassed that of the past. Not to mention, these 36 divine weapons were forged from the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, and were the 36 strongest among the 100 divine weapons. Sun and Moon Spear, a strange look flashed across Lin Yuan's face. The Great Yan Dynasty's national treasure weapon is the Sun and Moon Spear, one of the 36 divine weapons most adept at offensive warfare. In that great battle of divine weapons, the Sun and Moon Spear pierced through at least 7 or 8 divine weapons, demonstrating its formidable power. All right, you may all leave. I have something to say to the divine soldiers. Lin Yuan sensed that the Sun and Moon Spear was about to appear and devour the offerings. He immediately turned to look at the ministers and the imperial heirs. Yes. Then we shall take our leave. Everyone was already a little out of breath. After all, the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear gradually circulated, and ordinary people would find it difficult to withstand such an aura that was like heaven and earth. Lin Yuan's reasons were also quite compelling. The great Yan royal family is the representative chosen by the divine weapon. As the emperor, the highest-ranking member of the royal family, it was perfectly normal for Lin Yuan to be alone with the divine weapon. Soon, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone left respectfully. In an instant, the vast altar was left with only Lin Yuan and the living human sacrifices kneeling in the distance. The human sacrifices used in this ritual were all death row inmates from various places. To ensure the success of the sacrificial ceremony, these death row inmates were already unconscious. Lin Yuan stood still, quietly waiting for the divine weapon to appear. At this moment, Lin Yuan concealed his aura, and even the divine weapon could not detect anything unusual. Otherwise, given Lin Yuan's physical strength and blood energy, he would have driven the sun and moon spear crazy long ago, instead of being so slow and hesitant as he is now. Rumble. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, a divine dragon, hundreds of feet long and surrounded by the sun and moon, slowly flew out. Dragon? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not a dragon. The so-called divine dragon is nothing more than a phantom formed by the aura of a divine weapon. Lin Yuan saw that at the core of the divine dragon phantom, a hazy spear was floating. The divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. This wasn't the first time he'd seen a divine weapon. In browsing through those memories of evil weapons, I once saw many divine weapons. I have even seen many scenes of the moon and sun spears thrusting out, but a picture is just a picture. Compared to the blazing sun and moon spear, it was like a firefly vying for brilliance with the moon. Call. The sun and moon spear trembled slightly. The 100-foot-tall phantom of the divine dragon opened its massive maw and inhaled slightly towards the offerings. Instantly, a large amount of vital energy, blood, and soul were swallowed into the dragon's mouth. The offerings this time are quite good. The sun and moon spear emitted a massive mental fluctuation, clearly indicating slight satisfaction. Are you the new emperor? As if sensing something, the sun and moon spear once again emitted spiritual fluctuations. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. Since that's the case, the sun and moon spear swayed. An inexplicable aura descended. Each emperor would have the divine weapon's mark implanted on him during the sacrificial ceremony. It is both a deterrent and a restriction. Lin Yuan has not yet performed the tissue changing and marrow cleansing for the Emperor Emeritus because he is worried about this divine weapon mark. Wait a minute. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. As Lin Yuan uttered the word wait, he lifted his right foot and took a step forward. After Lin Yuan finished saying wait, his right foot landed, and the surrounding world was isolated from the altar, isolated from heaven and earth, for Lin Yuan. It's not just about preventing the divine weapons from returning to the world. More importantly, it blocks the energy fluctuations generated when one clashes with a divine weapon. The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains each had a divine weapon guarding them, and all 36 divine weapons came from the Great War 8,000 years ago. They jointly divided up the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. These 36 divine weapons are coexisting peacefully. They must have made some secret agreement. For example, something like watching out for each other. Lin Yuan's suppression of the sun and moon spear could be detected by the other 35 divine weapons. They might face an attack from 36 divine weapons, even without any mutual agreement to watch over each other, after seeing such a powerful human as Lin Yuan. Whether it's sharing food or preventing future problems, the other 35 divine weapons will also be deployed, even if Lin Yuan manages to escape the encirclement and kill. Those 35 divine weapons, after witnessing Lin Yuan's strength, they will definitely feel a strong sense of dread and will most likely harvest all living beings in advance in order to quickly advance to the 4th level. After all, according to the other evil weapons, the 36 divine weapons are already very close to the 4th tier. Wait for what? The sun and moon spear was unaware of the changes in the world. It has just awakened from its slumber, and its perception of its surroundings is somewhat weak. Some time ago, there was an evil weapon called the sky-splitting axe. Lin Yuan randomly chose a topic to draw the attention of the sun and moon spear. Is that it? Sun and moon spear paused slightly, his tone revealing contempt. 8,000 years ago, the sky-splitting axe was no match for it, let alone now. If Sun and Moon Spear was about to give his instructions, but then they saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand and slowly clench it. Buzz. A terrifying pressure filled every inch of the air. The divine dragon conjured by the Sun and Moon Spear disintegrated instantly. Lin Yuan's figure moved forward nearly 1,000 meters in mid-air, appearing in front of the Sun and Moon Spear, and then his outstretched right hand grasped the spear. How dare you! The Sun and Moon Spear was driven by an instinctive rage. So many years have passed. Even in that fierce battle 8,000 years ago, no divine weapon dared to get so close to it, let alone be grasped. Apart from the Father God who forged him, no other being has ever done this. A terrifying aura of divine weapon suddenly erupted, its sharpness reaching its extreme, a force almost tearing through the air as it pierced towards Lin Yuan. Too late, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had not yet gotten close, had not yet grasped the Sun and Moon Spear. With the power of the divine weapon, we can fight him for a while. Just now, he has already locked the Sun and Moon Spear itself. No matter how much they try, it will be to no avail. And this was Lin Yuan's final plan. If we directly attack the Sun and Moon Spear, leaving aside whether we can deal with it, we probably don't even know where the opponent's main body is. And if they reveal their strength and arouse the vigilance of the Sun and Moon Spears, things will become even more difficult. Only by using the pretext of a sacrificial ceremony to lower the guard of the Sun and Moon Spear could Lin Yuan, as its representative, get close to it. Only in this way can we seize the vital point of this divine weapon in an instant, just like now. It really is almost at the fourth tier. Feeling the struggle of the Sun and Moon Spear in his hands, Lin Yuan became serious. At this moment, it may seem that he is only holding a 2-meter-long spear, but in reality, it is as if he is holding down a dragon that can soar through the clouds and bring rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who exactly are you? And how do you possess such strength? The Sun and Moon Spear was filled with dread. After several counterattacks, all of which were suppressed by Lin Yuan, Sun and Moon Spear immediately realized its predicament. This is troublesome. This is really troublesome. Once its true form is suppressed, even if it possesses great supernatural powers and abilities, it will be difficult for it to turn the tide. Tai Chi. A black and white vortex faintly appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. In an instant, the Sun and Moon Spear felt the pressure it was under increase several times, or even dozens of times. The two extreme forces of yin and yang flowed along the gun and continuously invaded his consciousness. You forced me to do this. The mental energy of the Sun and Moon Spear exploded. The gun began to appear ethereal. It's obvious they intend to return to the world, although this method will extinguish his consciousness, but it's better than falling into Lin Yuan's hands. We'll see. Faced with Lin Yuan's Tai Chi power suppression, faced with that extreme force that formed a perfect balance, even if the Sun and Moon Spear did not return to the world, one's own consciousness cannot be maintained for long. Rather than that, it would be better to return to the world. 1,000 years from now, I will make your descendants of the great Yan dynasty suffer the torment of the Sun and Moon. With a fierce determination, Sun and Moon Spear planted this obsession deep within its body. In this way, even if the Sun and Moon Spear reappears in the world and a new consciousness is born, it will still be extremely disgusted with the descendants of the great Yan dynasty. However, just as the Sun and Moon Spears were halfway fused together, the previously illusory gun body solidified once again. The Sun and Moon Spear was shocked. His process of merging with heaven-earth was interrupted. You actually separated heaven-earth? Sun and Moon Spear, my mind is heavy. isolated from heaven and earth. It sounds simple, but to actually do it is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Rumble, as the Tai Chi millstone further grinds and crushes. The consciousness of the sun and moon spear began to gradually sink into darkness. Mission accomplished. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the time limit of 1 hour to isolate heaven and earth is very close. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. A complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear in front of him, which was only the size of a palm after he had suppressed it. Even so, the sun and moon spear still exuded a faint pressure, the pressure of the very essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Receive. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The fragments of evil weapons that had been placed around the ancestral land all returned to his side. The evil soldiers disappeared, and the isolation between heaven and earth was restored. However, the battle was over by now, so there was no problem. After suppressing the sun and moon gun, Lin Yuan returned to his underground palace immediately. This place was built in a remote corner of the Great Yan dynasty and was difficult for outsiders to detect. Sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing at the palm-sized spear in front of him, and for a moment he was somewhat mesmerized. Upon viewing a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan's first impression was one of perfection. It was as if the sun, moon, stars, and other external objects were perfectly aligned with the universe, making it incomparably perfect. Several days later, Sekong Lun arrived at the underground palace. He was holding a wooden box in his hand. Inside was a fragment of a weapon. They are evil soldiers. Lin Yuan had already given orders for the rebel god society to collect all sorts of evil weapons. The evil weapon in the wooden box, though lacking consciousness, was still a fragment of a divine weapon, meeting Lin Yuan's requirements. Only, as Sekong Lun approached the palace, when he saw Lin Yuan sitting in the center of the palace, with a long spear floating in front of him, he was stunned. What kind of evil weapon is that spear? Sekong Lun looked somewhat puzzled. Among the many evil weapons he collected for Lin Yuan, there were very few spears. Furthermore, Sekong Lun noticed that the spear in front of Lin Yuan was exceptionally intact, seemingly. Sekong Lun's gaze gradually became vacant, and his heart was filled with turmoil, because he sensed, very cautiously sensed, that the spear did not seem to be an evil weapon. It is a divine weapon. A complete divine weapon. But how is that possible? All the divine weapons in the world are predetermined. 36 divine weapons overlook the world. How could there possibly be an extra divine weapon now? Is it the sun and moon spear, the one from the Great Yan dynasty? Sekong Lun trembled inwardly. A mighty divine weapon, yet it was completely submissive to Lin Yuan. This is simply, although Sekong Lun knew that Lin Yuan had once suppressed all the evil soldiers. But what are evil weapons compared to true divine weapons? Grown-ups. Sekong Lun's legs went weak, and for a moment he dared not approach any further. In the center of the palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After completely suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan then tried to browse the other party's memories. Rumble. A massive spiritual force began to invade. The memories of the sun and moon spear over 10,000 years were gradually revealed to Lin Yuan. Compared to other evil weapons, the sun and moon spear is a complete divine weapon, with all its memories intact. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn, and he soon browsed to the time 10,000 years ago. Memories from 10,000 years ago were something Lin Yuan had never encountered before. The other evil weapons were destroyed and had long since lost this memory. Boom. Memories of the sun and moon gun. Lin Yuan seemed to have traveled back 10,000 years. It was a vast expanse of land and sky, and Lin Yuan looked around. Soon a huge figure came into view. It's incredibly majestic, radiating endless light. He is an ancient god. Thank you to reader. If I don't want to miss you, how can I miss you for the 100 book coins? This instance will end the day after tomorrow, 10,000 years ago. The concept of nation did not yet exist. At that time, humans lived in tribes, eating raw meat and drinking blood, and dwelling in all directions. In that incredibly distant ancient time, a divine being appeared. He walks the world and observes all things. Finally, the sacrifice was offered to the mountains and rivers, and the four seas were united. They forged 100 weapons right between heaven and earth. These 100 weapons are the manifestation of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth, and were forcibly snatched from heaven and earth by that ancient god. Without this ancient deity, the 100 weapons could not have escaped the control of heaven and earth and separated. These 100 weapons became the most powerful divine weapons in later generations. You call him the eldest, you call him the second eldest, you call him the third eldest. The ancient deity's face was blurred as he gazed at the hundreds of weapons floating between heaven and earth, emitting a vast spiritual wave. Lin Yuan's perspective at this moment comes from a long spear, Sun and Moon Spear. The Sun and Moon Spear was the 18th weapon forged by that ancient deity. Therefore, he was also known as Old 18. I don't know how much time has passed. The ancient deity once again appeared before the 100 divine weapons. I'm leaving. From now on, this world will only have you two left. After saying these words, the ancient deity disappeared. Time flew by after that. The ancient gods never appeared again. Meanwhile, the intelligence of the 100 divine weapons became increasingly perfect. Finally, one day, they discovered the lifeblood and soul of humans, which was of great use to their growth. So they began to harvest the human race. However, the tower-shaped divine weapon at the head later realized this. At the speed at which they devoured the human race with their hundreds of divine weapons, it's estimated that it won't be long before the human race, on this land, they will become extinct, and at that time, no human will be able to consume any of the divine weapons, and their own growth will return to an extremely slow period. Thus, this tower-shaped divine weapon began to restrain other divine weapons. This move garnered approval from some of the divine soldiers, while also provoking opposition from others. In the end, the 100 divine weapons reached an agreement. All humans were kept in a confinement area, and every so often, a portion of them were selected and devoured. This was the prototype of the later 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Another 1,000 or 2,000 years have passed. Some divine weapons have been discovered to have consumed a higher number of humans than others. This unfair distribution led to a battle involving hundreds of divine weapons. In that great battle, 64 divine weapons were shattered. The 36 most powerful divine weapons are enjoyed by all humankind inside the underground palace. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. By browsing the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan has gained some understanding of that ancient deity. It's obvious. The strength of the ancient gods was at least at the 4th level. It could even be the peak of the 4th tier. As for why the other party traveled through mountains and rivers, traversing the world, and even fought against heaven and earth to forge those 100 divine weapons, Lin Yuan speculated that the other party must also have their eyes on the essential rules of this world. While forging hundreds of divine weapons, the ancient gods were also comprehending the many rules within those weapons. Although the ancient gods' comprehension was certainly not as good as Lin Yuan's, they had plenty of time. This ancient period, dating back tens of thousands of years, lasted for at least several thousand years. Such a long period of time, coupled with the fact that the ancient deity himself was the forger of the divine weapon, must have benefited immensely. A true divine weapon. As his thoughts raced, Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on the sun and moon spear. Even though the sun and moon spear had been suppressed by Lin Yuan, its consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep. The gun's instinctive resistance alone was enough to shatter hundreds or thousands of blood-red refining martial saints. Of course, these acts of resistance were insignificant to Lin Yuan. Sun and moon, Lin Yuan reached out and gently stroked the gun barrel, feeling its texture and patterns, and countless inspirations burst forth in his mind. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing and touching the complete essence of the rules of this world, you have been touched by the rules of the sun and moon. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing and touching the complete essence of the rules of this world, you have been touched by the rules of the sun and moon. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing and touching the complete essence of the rules of this world, you have been touched by the rules of the sun and moon. In just a short while, Lin Yuan felt that the road ahead was much clearer. Truly a divine weapon. Lin Yuan gave a slight sigh of admiration. Compared to those broken and evil weapons, the divine weapon's assistance to Lin Yuan was a qualitative leap. In particular, the essence of the sun and moon contained in the sun and moon spear is in perfect harmony with Lin Yuan's Tai Chi philosophy. The sun and moon are inherently parts of the yin and yang, and understanding their essence can significantly enhance one's understanding of the Tai Chi principle. Patty, there is only one divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear, but his mind was on the other 35 divine weapons. How wonderful it would be if all the divine weapons were laid out before him, allowing him to study and comprehend them. But Lin Yuan also knew that this was just a thought for now. As for imitating the method used to suppress the sun and moon spear, continue to suppress other divine weapons. It's almost impossible to achieve. The 36 divine weapons are interconnected. Lin Yuan isolated heaven and earth and suppressed the sun and moon spear, which indeed did not attract the attention of other divine weapons. However, the aura of the sun and moon spear completely disappeared afterward, and other divine weapons could not sense its presence for a long time. They would certainly become wary. If Lin Yuan were to continue his attack, he might not gain anything, but he would most likely be ambushed by the other 35 divine weapons. Never underestimate the intelligence of divine weapons. Having grown over 10,000 years, the wisdom of divine weapons is not only comparable to the AI of the main world, but also far superior to that of ordinary people. But one divine weapon is enough. The inherent rules within are enough to push me to the 4th rank. Lin Yuan was very satisfied. He'd already met his expectations by successfully suppressing the sun and moon spear. After continuing to meditate for a while, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. He put away the sun and moon spear and glanced outside the hall. At this moment, Saikong Lun was still waiting respectfully. Without Lin Yuan's order, he dared not step into the main hall. "Come in," Lin Yuan spoke up. The sound wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly in Saikong Lun's ears. Yes, Saikong Lun took a deep breath and walked into the palace. "Grown-ups, this is an evil weapon. As instructed by the master, collect as many evil weapons as possible." Saikong Lun handed over the wooden box, his expression growing increasingly reverent. "New." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now that he has a divine weapon in hand, he naturally looks down on mere evil weapons. But even a mosquito is still meat, and although the evil weapon contained the essence of rules, it was still somewhat useful to Lin Yuan. "Then I shall take my leave." Saikong Lun left the wooden box behind and was about to leave respectfully. "After all these years, you should know who I am by now, right?" Lin Yuan suddenly said. It has been several decades since Saikong Lun was subdued. Lin Yuan never revealed his identity to Saikong Lun. Upon hearing this, Saikong Lun was suddenly startled. If before it was just a guess in his mind, then just now after seeing Lin Yuan playing with the sun and moon spear, which originally belonged to the great Yan dynasty, he realized Saikong Lun was almost 90% certain. He was certain that the master he was loyal to was the emperor of the great Yan dynasty. Although this speculation is extremely unbelievable, the great Yan emperor was chosen as the representative by the divine soldiers, unlike ordinary people who could be devoured by the divine soldiers at any time. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Saikong Lun composed himself and said respectfully. "Good." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It wasn't difficult for Saikong Lun to guess his identity. Over the years, the rebel god society has often secretly cooperated with the great Yan dynasty. Outsiders were unaware of these matters, and even the royal heirs were completely oblivious, but Saikong Lun, the leader of rebellious god society, was aware of them. Next, let's launch a decisive battle according to the ideas of those evil soldiers. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and said calmly, "The only way to completely eliminate the remaining 35 divine weapons is to lure them all out. If he only deals with them one by one, once the other divine soldiers witness Lin Yuan's true strength, they will certainly not dare to show themselves." Even if a divine weapon wanted to dodge, Lin Yuan had no way to do so, given his trump card of merging with heaven and earth. His stay in this world is limited, and he cannot afford to waste time with those divine weapons. Even if it can isolate heaven and earth, its scope is limited. Lin Yuan's plan was to have the rebellious god society and many evil weapon wielders shake the rule of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, and then force the 35 divine weapons to take action. After all, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains were the breeding ground for divine soldiers. If the rebellion against the gods occurred, those divine soldiers would definitely be the first to not tolerate it. Good. Saikong Lun nodded. In the past, he would not have had any hope for such a decisive battle, as it might have led to a repeat of the war that occurred thousands of years ago. But after seeing Lin Yuan just now holding the sun and moon spear in its true form, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Saikong Lun's heart. Besides, go and find more people with strong souls. I will personally train some evil soldiers. Lin Yuan spoke again. The evil weapon master he trained this time is a top-tier evil weapon master with at least 90% of the evil weapon's completeness. The evil weapon is a fragment of a divine weapon from the past. It cannot be healed on its own, which is why no evil weapon has been restored to a complete divine weapon in the past 8,000 years. But the evil weapon cannot heal itself, while Lin Yuan can. With the numerous evil weapons currently at Lin Yuan's disposal, he is fully capable of piecing together 2 or 3 complete divine weapons. Of course, the assembled divine weapon was far less powerful than the 36 divine weapons of the time. After all, he had just recovered from serious injuries, and was certainly not as good as he was at his peak 8,000 years ago. In addition, the current 36 divine weapons, having grown through 8,000 years of harvesting from all living beings, are about to increase in strength even further. But a complete evil weapon can at least sweep away all powerful beings below the level of a divine weapon. It is even more likely to force the remaining 35 divine weapons to appear, not long after Lin Yuan suppressed the sun and moon spear. The remaining 35 kingdoms of the Central Plains, to be precise, are located within the ancestral lands of the divine soldiers of these 35 kingdoms. A series of massive mental fluctuations are resurfacing. Where is the 18th sun? Why has the aura of the 18th prince disappeared? What exactly happened? Could it be that the 18th prince deliberately isolated his own aura? Could something have happened? We are divine soldiers, overlooking all living beings. What unexpected events could possibly occur to us? Dozens of enormous divine weapon consciousnesses began to communicate, following the unseen connection. Divine weapons originate from the rules of heaven and earth, so as long as one is willing, one can easily sense the aura of other divine weapons, provided that the divine weapon does not actively isolate its aura. No matter what happens, this period is crucial for us to take that step. Even if you consume the offerings, you must be careful and try not to reveal your true forms. A massive mental fluctuation emanated from a tower-shaped divine weapon. This tower-shaped divine weapon was the first divine weapon forged by the ancient gods. Among the 36 divine weapons, or rather among the 100 divine weapons, it can be considered the strongest. Time passed. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to the past, this decade has been nothing short of tumultuous. The conflict between the rebellious God society and the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains has further escalated. The truth about how all living beings were kept by divine soldiers began to spread throughout the world. Originally, the fact that divine soldiers used living beings as sacrifices and food had already aroused dissatisfaction among many people in the world. After all, what's the difference between these and the livestock they raise? However, under the strong suppression of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains, this discontent could only be buried deep in their hearts. No way. Without a leader to step forward, no matter how dissatisfied or resentful people are, they cannot unite. But this time the rebel god society took the initiative to act as the leader, calling on all living beings to stand up and resist, no longer becoming mindless beasts. The Great Xia Dynasty. The capital city, inside a restaurant, a storyteller was speaking passionately. Gentlemen, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains regard us as livestock raised by divine soldiers, but on what grounds? We don't care we're old, but our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren need to do the same. Why should they do that? Why should divine weapons be high above us, while we are reduced to food? Why is it that divine weapons can look down upon all living beings, while we are looked down upon by them? Why is it that divine weapons can decide everything, while we are the ones being decided? The storyteller was naturally a member of the anti-God society. He came here to spread the anti-God society's ideology and awaken the people's spirit of resistance. Good. Yes, on what grounds? Why should I, born a human being, become food? The guests in the restaurant were immediately agitated. If it were just them, it would be one thing, but for thousands of generations to come, their descendants and their descendants' descendants would all live numbly, like livestock. This is simply unbearable. We must resist. Rebel against the divine soldiers. A young man stood up excitedly. His name was Xu Chong. Not long ago, his father had been forcibly conscripted by the Great Xia Dynasty and made a sacrifice. He was the one who should have been sacrificed, but his father resolutely chose to die in his place. Hearing these words now, he was immediately overwhelmed by anger and stood up to echo the storyteller's words. It wasn't just Xu Chong, others were the same. With long-standing grievances, there are definitely quite a few people who are dissatisfied with the divine weapon. At the same time, on the high platform, the storyteller glanced around. Within his body, a demonic weapon, 70% complete, began to rapidly sense him. That's the person. He has a strong innate spirit and should be suitable to become the master of this evil weapon. The evil weapon's gaze was fixed on Xu Chong. Good. The storyteller nodded slightly. I remembered what Xu Chong looked like. Oh no, Oh, no, the officials are here. Just then, someone rushed in from outside the restaurant. Please don't be anxious, everyone. The storyteller immediately stood up. There is a secret passage under the platform. If you are worried about running into the officials, you can leave through this secret passage. The storyteller waved his hand, and a 1-meter-high entrance appeared. Instantly, a large number of guests began to leave through the secret passage. Are you kidding me? While it may be pleasant to hear slogans that promote anti-God, such words are certainly comforting. However, if caught by the officials, they would inevitably be designated as a sacrifice and offered to the divine soldiers to devour next time. I acted impulsively. Suchong quickly emerged from the secret passage, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he realize that responding to the storyteller was truly unwise. No matter how powerful the rebellious God Society becomes, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains are now the absolute rulers. If word gets out about his behavior just now, his whole family will be implicated. I can't die. I still have my mother to support, and my younger sister is not yet married. Suchong kept thinking about it. But it felt so good to say those words just now. For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Suchong's mind, just as Suchong composed himself and was about to return home. A figure emerged from the shadows ahead. Suchong looked closely. It was the same storyteller from earlier. Young friend. The storyteller smiled when he saw Suchong. Would you be willing to join us in overthrowing the rule of the divine soldiers? Entrance to the underground palace. Sikong Lun looked at Suchong, who had a blank stare, and nodded slightly, saying, "Come in with me." Good, Suchong nodded. Even now, he still feels like he's dreaming. Ever since the storyteller stopped me and asked if I was willing to join him in overthrowing the rule of the divine soldiers, Suchong, as if possessed, agreed. Without even thinking about it, I agreed immediately. Then he was taken away by the storyteller, and after much tossing and turning, he finally arrived here. My mother and my younger sister, Suchong, followed behind Sikong Lun and couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, your mother will be well taken care of, and your sister doesn't need to worry too much. Since you've joined the Rebel God Society, these worries will definitely be resolved, even in the future. Sikong Lun paused for a moment before continuing. Even if my rebellious God Society loses and is completely wiped out by the 36 kingdoms, your parents and family will not be implicated. That's good. Upon hearing this, Suchong breathed a slight sigh of relief. For some reason, he completely believed what Sikong Lun said. The two followed the secret passage of the underground palace deeper into the ground. Grown-ups. Suchong didn't know how to address Sikong Lun, so he could only call him Sir. Where are we going now? Suchong voiced his doubts. The storyteller only told me that he was going to see a very important person, but he didn't reveal who it was. I'm going to take you to see someone. Sikong Lun did not hide anything and added, go see the most important person in the rebellious God Society. If it weren't for him, the rebellious God Society would still be hiding in the gutter like a rat crossing the street. Upon hearing this, Suchong paused for a moment, then subconsciously asked. Then he must be very strong. Nature is very strong, Sikong Lun said matter-of-factly. Throughout the entire world, Sikong Lun had never seen anyone stronger than Lin Yuan. So that's how it is. Suchong nodded as if he understood and tried again to ask, is he a military commander? In Suchong's mind, among the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, apart from those divine weapons, the military commanders were the strongest. The soldier attendant can activate divine weapons and draw upon their power. Even someone as powerful as the blood-refining martial saint is as fragile as an ant when facing a soldier. Military commander? Saikong Lun paused, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. In Saikong Lun's eyes, the so-called divine weapon envoys and evil weapon envoys, to Lin Yuan, they were all worthless and easily defeated. If one insists on associating Lin Yuan with divine weapons and evil weapons, so, both in the sky and on the ground. He is the chief of military affairs soon. Su Chong then met Lin Yuan. Compared to those high-ranking military commanders, who exuded an overwhelming aura, Lin Yuan gave Su Chong a very ordinary impression. He is far inferior even to the blood-refining martial saint. If Saikong Lun hadn't repeatedly emphasized that he must not show any disrespect, he would have been fine. Su Chong probably couldn't help but look up and scrutinize him. Good aptitude. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and nodded slightly. In terms of mental strength, Su Chong ranks among the top 10 of the people Lin Yuan has met. The people seen here. This refers to the time period following Lin Yuan's arrival. The cultivation system in this world is purely for honing the physical body. There is virtually no information available regarding the cultivation and enhancement of one's spirit and soul. Even a blood-refining martial saint is merely someone with abundant blood and ki. This sky-splitting axe is yours. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan sent out a black axe the size of a palm. Before being suppressed by Lin Yuan, the sky-splitting axe was already an evil weapon with a completeness of 90%. Over the years, Lin Yuan has collected the remaining fragments of the sky-splitting axe and pieced them together. Once fully completed, the sky-splitting axe is no longer an evil weapon, but a true divine weapon. Even if it is still inferior to the 36 divine weapons, such as the Sun and Moon Spear, it is still superior to other evil weapons. What is that? Su Chong hadn't reacted yet. He could only watch helplessly as the sky-splitting axe flew toward him. Finally, it merged into the space between his eyebrows, forming a black axe mark on it. Su Chong felt that something had been added to his body. A gigantic axe, as large as a mountain, vaguely appeared in his mind. Familiarize yourself with the power of the divine weapon as much as possible. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and said calmly. He had thoroughly understood the essential rules contained within the heaven-splitting axe. There's no point in keeping them around. Of course, Lin Yuan did bestow the sky-splitting axe upon Su Chong. However, because it has been refined, it can be retrieved with a single thought. Rather than saying Su Chong was the wielder of the sky-splitting axe, it would be more accurate to say he was the one who activated the sky-splitting axe on behalf of Lin Yuan. A divine weapon? Was that a divine weapon? Su Chong was dumbfounded. He never expected that the black axe was actually a legendary divine weapon. Furthermore, how could Lin Yuan bestow such a divine weapon so readily? Aren't divine weapons supposed to possess their own consciousness, be high above and inviolable? What's going on here? Next, I will leave this place. Lin Yuan ignored Su Chong's shock and looked at Saikong Lun. Having comprehended the Sun and Moon Spear for 10 years, Lin Yuan could potentially advance to the 4th rank at any time. During this time, Lin Yuan wanted to emulate the ancient gods from 10,000 years ago, crossing rivers and mountains, and traversing this land. Yes. Upon hearing this, Saikong Lun seemed to want to ask something, but then swallowed his words and said respectfully. Lin Yuan naturally saw through Saikong Lun's thoughts and shook his head, saying, if you encounter anything insurmountable, just shout the words as Emperor Yan. Lin Yuan was the great Yan Emperor, so he could naturally also be called the Yan Emperor. Yes, Saikong Lun breathed a slight sigh of relief. With Lin Yuan's words, he gained confidence. Emperor Yan? Su Chong silently recited the words to himself. then cautiously glanced at Lin Yuan, imprinting those two words deeply into his mind, before walking in the world. Lin Yuan returned to the great Yan imperial palace. Emperor Emeritus Liu Shi was in good spirits. After suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan performed several bone and marrow cleansing treatments on him, and he was full of energy. It was estimated they could live for another 100 years. Yuaner, whatever you want to do, go for it boldly. Liu Shi looked at his most favored son and began to speak. In recent years, the world has been in turmoil, with the rebel god society constantly clashing with the 35 kingdoms of the Central Plains, while the Great Yan dynasty remains silent. Having been emperor for decades, Liu Shi naturally recognized the problem and speculated that Lin Yuan might have reached some kind of agreement with the rebel god society. The Rebel Gods Association's insistence on overthrowing the rule of the divine soldiers is tantamount to standing in opposition to the royal families of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. Lin Yuan's collusion with the rebellious gods is undoubtedly a major taboo, but Liu Shi trusted his son and believed that he must have his reasons for doing so. Besides, it's just collusion, and there's no substantial evidence. So what if other 35 countries guessed it? Liu Shi never dreamed that his son was not colluding with the Rebel God Society, but rather that the mysterious master of the Rebel God Society was the reason for the current changes in the world. Situation. Time passed. 10 years later, the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, the Great Qi dynasty, the Emperor of Qi looked grim, his face showing anger. Those remnants of the rebellious god society. How dare they? How dare they? The Emperor of Qi suddenly stood up and roared, and the many ministers below lowered their heads, not daring to reply. Over the past decade, the rebel god society, with its overwhelming momentum, has launched a direct counterattack against the 35 kingdoms of the Central Plains. In a short time, like a spark that could start a prairie fire, the rebellious god society was initially suppressed, but as time went on, its ideology spread, and resentment among the people of various countries boiled over. In just 10 years, of the 35 kingdoms in the Central Plains, 7 dynasties were conquered by the rebel god society. The national treasures of these 7 dynasties seem to have vanished, never appearing again. The Emperor of Qi just learned that the capital of the neighboring Mo dynasty had recently been captured. The territories of Da Mo and Da Qi were connected. With the fall of the Great Mo dynasty, the Great Qi dynasty will naturally be next. In the Great Qi court, the Emperor of Qi took a deep breath. He then looked at the middle-aged man with a stern face next to him. I wonder what the divine weapon side said. The Emperor of Qi tried to appear calm as he asked. This middle-aged man with a stern face was the military commander of the Great Qi dynasty. 8 years ago, the National Guardian soldiers of 35 countries seemed to have agreed beforehand, and all left their ancestral lands, disappearing to who knows where. According to the message the divine weapon left for the soldiers, they were to take that final, crucial step. Now, 8 years have passed, and apart from the occasional communication between the military commander and the divine weapon, no one else, including the emperor of a country, can sense the slightest aura of the divine weapon. The divine weapon master said that they are almost ready to take that step, and will soon return to the world. The middle-aged man, with a stern face, spoke with barely concealed excitement. Although, before the divine weapons left behind a trace of power within them, this ensured that these soldiers were not completely powerless. However, compared to directly activating divine weapons, it is naturally far inferior, to the point that even those evil weapon wielders can block them head-on. Okay. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Qi said, "Good," 3 times. Over the years, if they hadn't lost their divine weapons, how could they have been repeatedly defeated by the rebel god society? Fortunately, these difficult times are coming to an end. The divine weapons that protect the nation are about to once again reign supreme over the world. As the legitimate dynasty, they would surely return to their previous ruling position. In that case, then I will join forces with other dynasties to fight the rebel god society, and then use divine weapons to suppress them and wipe out all the remaining rebels. After ruling for decades, the Emperor of Kai immediately devised a way to solve the problem once and for all for the next few decades, or even centuries. The remnants of the rebel god society are like rats in a ditch. No matter what you do, you can't kill them all. With the rebel gods currently at the peak of their prestige, they are sure to unleash a host of new strategies. If, at this moment, everything of the rebel god society is utterly crushed, then for a very long time to come, the rebel god society will be unable to recover its strength. On the contrary, it would be better to spread the news of the divine weapon's imminent return to the outside world at this time. The rebel god society would surely be frightened, causing them to quickly retreat and hide back in the ditch, eyeing the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains with predatory intent. Faced with two options for dealing with the rebellious god society, the Emperor of Great Qi naturally chose the former, the central position of the 36 kingdoms in the Central Plains. The vast Five Sacred Mountains region was transformed into a battlefield, with the rebellious gods' alliance facing off against the remaining armies of the 35 kingdoms. The forces on both sides were countless, the rebel gods' society. These 35 nations are going to fight us so easily? Su Chong, with an imposing air, sat in his chair and spoke with a furrowed brow. 10 years have passed, and Su Chong is no longer the ignorant boy he once was. After countless battles, he has grown into a qualified military commander. When fully activated, the heaven-splitting axe could even suppress the divine weapon wielders of the 35 kingdoms. Although the divine weapon envoys of those 35 kingdoms seemed unable to directly borrow the power of the divine weapons, Xu Chong's valiant achievements were still renowned throughout the world. Could it be? Xu Chong's expression shifted slightly. It seemed like he had thought of something. The fact that the 35 nations are engaging in such a grand and open battle suggests that their powerful backers have returned. It's all right. Since 35 nations dare to fight a decisive battle, then let us fight a decisive battle. Saikong Lun, seated in the main seat, remained silent for a moment before speaking. Good. Then let's fight. Everyone else on the field immediately stood up. Looking towards the 36 kingdoms in the distance, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and longing. They have waited far too long for this day. Battlefield of the Five Sacred Mountains. The two sides suddenly began to fight. Both sides were in perfect harmony. Ordinary soldiers fought each other, cultivators fought each other, and military commanders fought each other. Die. Xu Chong gripped a huge black axe and swung it down fiercely. This immediately forced back the soldiers who had surrounded them, and then the black axe wielder swung his blade, beheading one of the soldiers. This scene is inspiring. After all, very few military commanders from the 35 kingdoms perished. Even in the 8 dynasties that were conquered by the rebel god society, the military commanders and emperors fled in advance. It should be noted that in other eras, the divine warriors of the 35 kingdoms were invincible. The morale of the other battlefields was greatly boosted, and the side of the 35 kingdoms was forced to retreat continuously. On the other side, the emperors of 35 kingdoms all gathered in the rear. They gazed at the battlefield from afar, watching their side retreat continuously, but their expressions remained unchanged. That's about it. The rebel god society probably has no other means. Please, divine weapons, make your move. The Emperor of Kai exchanged glances with the other emperors and made a decision in his heart. On the battlefield, that felt so good. Xu Chong swung his black giant axe, and the power from the divine weapon, the heaven-splitting axe, surged and boiled, suddenly. Not good. Those old guys are here. The divine weapon, the heaven-splitting axe, was suddenly startled and quickly informed Xu Chong. What old guy? Before Xu Chong could react, he exclaimed in surprise, You mean those 36 national treasures? Where are they? Xu Chong looked around but did not retreat easily. Over the years, he has come to know that the sky-splitting axe in his hand is now complete and can be considered a true divine weapon, and he feels that it is not much weaker than the 36 divine weapons. Even if we encounter it, we won't be so scared that we run away in panic. How can he be so strong? This is troublesome. This is troublesome. They took that step. The sky-splitting axe's consciousness trembled, constantly emitting mental fluctuations, revealing a look of despair. Where exactly is it? Xu Chong stood still and no one else dared to attack him. It's in the sky. The sky-splitting axe barely regained consciousness and informed Xu Chong. The sky? Xu Chong looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, countless weapons had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. These weapons are majestic and imposing, totaling 35, and at this moment they stand high in the sky, overlooking the human world. The 35 enormous weapons hanging high in the sky exuded an aura as majestic as heaven and earth. This is also why Xu Chong didn't notice the other party, because his aura was too vast. Just like in a vast, boundless ocean, you would definitely notice the ships sailing on it and the scattered islands. As for the ocean itself, it is easily overlooked. Xu Chong's teeth were chattering. In his countless predictions, even if he couldn't defeat the 36 divine weapons with his own strength when wielding the heaven-splitting axe, the difference wouldn't be too great. Now, having witnessed the 35 divine weapons with his own eyes, Xu Chong realized from the bottom of his heart the difference between the sky-splitting axe and the former was like a chasm. As Xu Chong looked up at the sky, more and more people on the battlefield are looking up at the sky. It's a divine weapon, the divine weapon of my great Qi dynasty, and my great Chu dynasty too. Ha ha ha, the end is nigh for those remnants of the rebellious gods of society. People from countless countries were thrilled, some even kneeling down to welcome the arrival of the divine weapon. In contrast, the rebel god society was in dire straits. Those evil warriors, in particular, felt the pressure from the clouds as if it were the heavens themselves, even more deeply. At the same time, above the clouds, the 35 divine weapons emitted a massive spiritual fluctuation. So much flesh and soul, it's simply delicious. And those losers, let's deal with them all this time. Although this breakthrough was successful, my vital energy was greatly depleted, and I urgently need to replenish it with my flesh, blood, and soul. Wait, why haven't we seen old 18 for so long? Perhaps the 18th brother is also undergoing a transformation somewhere. He hasn't finished yet, but never mind. I'm going to enjoy these flesh and souls first. 35 divine soldiers dispersed simultaneously, their terrifying pressure enveloping the entire 5 Sacred Mountains battlefield. Enjoy. In an instant, a divine weapon gently sucked away the tens of thousands of soldiers from the 35 kingdoms below, turning them into withered bones. To the divine weapon, the 35 kingdoms and the rebellious god society were nothing more than food on a plate. Now, Due to the transformation and breakthrough, it needs flesh and blood and soul, so it doesn't care whether the food is raised by itself or not. Ah? Xuchong gazed at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, the 35 divine soldiers separated and took up residence in the 4 directions, completely sealing off this battlefield. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to get out. It's over. Xuchong was utterly despondent, feeling that he probably had no way out today. In this situation, Xuchong subconsciously began to reflect on his life. From birth, he had a father, mother, and younger sister, but unfortunately, they were taken away by the storyteller to fight against the rule of the divine soldiers. For some reason, Xuchong's thoughts seemed to drift back to that night 10 years ago. At that time, Saikong Lun led him into the underground palace, where he met the master of the rebellious god society, and was even given the heaven-splitting axe by the other party. Xuchong's memories gradually became clearer. He seemed to remember that the last leader of the rebellious god society had said that if they encountered something beyond their control, they could shout, "Emperor Yan." Thinking of this, Xuchong, for some reason, inexplicably raised his head, looked directly at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, took a deep breath, and roared, "Emperor Yan?" Ordered to shout out those 2 words, Xuchong burned his blood and kai, and even used the power of the sky-splitting axe. In an instant, the name Emperor Yan spread in all directions, resounding throughout the entire battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains. The world fell into complete silence. "Why are you rushing me?" Just then, another voice came. As everyone looked over, they saw a young emperor dressed in a dragon robe, looking calm and composed as he walked through the void, his eyes piercing and his demeanor majestic. The young emperor ascended to the heavens step by step, arriving above the clouds and reaching a position level with the 35 divine soldiers. Lin Yuan hovered in midair, looking at the 35 divine weapons. "We've been waiting for you for a long time. Since it's 4 or 5,000 words, I won't divide it into 2 chapters. I'll just combine them into one. It will be available for purchase early this morning, and there will be a massive 10,000-word update. Please support me with your first subscription, Above the Clouds." Lin Yuan faced 35 divine soldiers alone. Compared to the 35 divine weapons that stood as tall as mountains, Lin Yuan appeared exceptionally small, like a speck of dust. Even so, under the terrifying pressure of the divine weapon, Lin Yuan remained suspended in midair, showing no signs of distress. Who is that? They actually charged right up to the divine weapon? Court death. On the other side of the 35 kingdoms, the emperors all frowned upon seeing this scene. Even though one of the 35 divine soldiers had just devoured their soldiers, it only caused them a momentary pang of heartache. He immediately stopped caring. Let alone just devouring 30,000 to 50,000 soldiers, even if we devour all the soldiers on their side, as long as we can completely crush the rebel god society, all the emperors felt it was worth it. For the royal families of the 35 kingdoms, soldiers were like leeks. Once one batch died, another would quickly grow. As long as their status can be maintained, everything else can be tolerated. It's the master of the rebel god society. Is that the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty? Indeed, the Great Yan dynasty has a close relationship with the rebellious god society and the people. Behind the rebellious god society are even the Great Yan dynasty. What does the Great Yan emperor intend to do? Declare war on the divine army? However, have you noticed that the Great Yan dynasty's national treasure weapon has not appeared? Countless people looked up at the sky, including those outside the 5 sacred mountains battlefield. The decisive battle between the 35 kingdoms and the rebellious God Society attracted the attention of all beings in this world, for example, some reclusive cultivators. There were even some fragments of divine weapon consciousness. The great battle of the gods 8,000 years ago resulted in the shattering of 64 divine weapons, which fell to the four corners of the earth. Among these fragments of divine weapons, some, unwilling to accept defeat, transformed into evil weapons, emerging to stir up trouble. Some of the fragments of the divine weapons gave up completely, believing that the 36 national protecting divine weapons were invincible, so they hid away. In the eyes of most beings, the rebel God Society represents the former losers, the many evil soldiers. However, the appearance of the great Yen Emperor has undoubtedly surprised most people. Leaving aside whether Lin Yuan can actually contend with the 35 divine weapons, his current performance alone, ignoring the oppressive aura of the 35 divine weapons, this is enough to show that the strength of this great Yen Emperor far exceeds the limits of the human race in this world. You must understand, even these evil soldiers, even the 35 divine weapons that have now undergone transformation trembled with unease, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Master, can Master win? On the battlefield, the many evil weapons that Lin Yuan had refined, such as the sky-splitting axe, couldn't help but think. They had experienced Lin Yuan's strength up close before, and it was indeed incredibly powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it rivals a true divine weapon. But right now, Lin Yuan is facing not just one divine weapon, but 35 divine weapons, and these are the 35 divine weapons that have taken the final step. Especially the eldest, second, third, and fourth among them, whose strength far surpassed that of other divine weapons 8,000 years ago, let alone now, above the clouds, beneath the vast sky. The 35 divine weapons were clearly taken aback. Their immense mental fluctuations continuously swept over Lin Yuan. Strangely, all mental fluctuations were swallowed up by some kind of force when they came within 3 feet of him. It was as if Lin Yuan himself was a black hole, capable of absorbing everything that came near. Interesting? Are you really human? A divine weapon shaped like a sword, seemingly adorned with a dragon stepping on a sparrow, emitted a spiritual fluctuation, carrying a hint of curiosity. For thousands of years, humans have always been food in their eyes. Now that a food that they can't even understand has suddenly appeared, it is naturally a strange thing. Regardless of whether you are human or not, I can sense that the vast, ocean-like energy within you has absorbed your power, which might allow you to advance further. Another divine weapon emitted. Greedy spiritual fluctuation. Boom! A divine power descended silently. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. At this moment, just looking at the 35 divine weapons, he felt as if he were observing some kind of essence of heaven and earth. Now that everyone's here, then come in everyone. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. The power of that divine weapon vanished without a trace. Not only that, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains is vast and expansive, yet at this moment it is bursting with auras, and a huge prison is faintly taking shape. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan followed the example of the ancient gods and successfully entered the 4th rank in his first year of walking in the world. By applying the essence of the rules of this realm, Lin Yuan stepped into the 4th rank, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. At the same time, they vaguely sensed that the national treasures of the other 35 countries were also on the verge of breakthrough. Lin Yuan tried to use his 4th-tier strength to take down those 35 divine weapons one by one. However, these divine weapons are very cautious. If Lin Yuan were to forcefully attack, he could certainly suppress 5 or 6 of them quickly, but he would undoubtedly frighten away the remaining divine weapons. In order to wipe them all out, Lin Yuan deduced the general trend of the world and secretly orchestrated the war between the rebel God Society and the 35 kingdoms, setting the decisive battle. Location at the 5 Sacred Mountains battlefield. The 5 Sacred Mountains battlefield is located in the central part of the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains, adjacent to rivers. Lin Yuan spent 8 years traversing every part of the 5 Sacred Mountains battlefield, setting up key points one by one. The entire battlefield of the 5 Sacred Mountains was forcibly condensed into a furnace. All that remains is for the 35 divine soldiers to gather here and devour the lives of both sides. Then the furnace can be pulled to form the shape, and then suppress the 35 divine soldiers. Rumble. A terrifying aura emanated from all directions. Lin Yuan had spent 8 years abandoning cultivation and enlightenment, focusing all his energy on the 5 Mountains furnace. At this moment, it suddenly erupted, its power nearly reaching the late stage of the 4th rank, and the flow of its aura made the 35 divine weapons tremble with fear. What's this? Oh no, let's go. Upon witnessing this scene, the spirits of the 35 divine soldiers trembled. For thousands of years, apart from that ancient god, they have never been afraid of anything. Even in the great battle of the gods 8,000 years ago, they were the final victors. Just now, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the entire 5 Sacred Mountains battlefield, all the divine weapons were terrified. Buzz! The 35 divine weapons, without a second thought, fled in all directions. On the ground, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They had not yet recovered from the changing atmosphere on the battlefield of the 5 Sacred Mountains. Then saw the 35 divine weapons that were high above them scatter and flee. Everyone stared wide-eyed, and it took them a long time to recover. It turns out that even the most awe-inspiring divine soldiers, in the eyes of the masses, have a day when they run away. Impossible. Divine weapons are invincible. Why would they run away? In the rear areas of the 35 kingdoms, the emperors of various dynasties were filled with incomprehension. They were all waiting to kneel and welcome the divine soldiers, but now the divine soldiers have all fled. The divine soldiers have escaped, so what should they do? You want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Yuan smiled. If it were just now, the instant Lin Yuan appeared, the 35 divine soldiers chose to return to the world. Perhaps they could escape before the 5 Sacred Mountains furnace completely sealed off the world. However, in Lin Yuan's deduction, this possibility is almost zero. After all, returning to the world is almost like a complete recreation for the divine weapons. Consciousness and memories will be completely washed away and worn away by heaven and earth, which is better than complete death. These divine warriors have just taken that step, completed their transformation, and haven't even enjoyed anything yet. How could they possibly choose such an extreme method when they encounter someone they can't see through? As Lin Yuan had predicted, things turned out just as he had expected. Even though they sensed something was wrong, none of the 35 divine weapons chose to return to the world. Rise! Lin Yuan's mind stirred once again. The vast and powerful Tai Chi field spread rapidly. After breaking through to the 4th level, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field received another huge boost. The way of Tai Chi is not just about the yin and yang, it takes the yin and yang as its core and encompasses all the ways of the world. This is also why Lin Yuan was still able to improve even after comprehending the essential rules within other evil weapons. Break. Among the 35 divine weapons, the tower-shaped divine weapon suddenly stopped. The red light was intense, like a great sun bursting forth with all its light and heat in an instant. The void seemed to boil, as if hundreds of miles of sky had been boiled at once, and the misty atmosphere swirled around the entire battlefield, the 5 sacred mountains like clouds and fog. The temperature rose within a radius of hundreds of miles. Even for a blood-refining martial saint, the air he breathed felt like burning coals, unbearably hot. A terrifying burst of heat exploded, instantly shattering a section of the furnace-like structure that stretched for miles around. Water. Seeing this, Lin Yuan reached out again, and the waters of the rivers outside the 5 sacred mountains battlefield were immediately drawn in. A large amount of river water evaporated, quickly blocking the intense heat of the tower-shaped divine weapon. Not good. Upon seeing this, the tower-shaped divine weapon became heavy-hearted. Because at this moment, the auras from countless nodes of the 5 sacred mountains battlefield have all merged together. Endless light and shadow energy, and the power of heaven and earth intertwine and interweave, outlining a Tai Chi furnace in black and white. It took shape with a bang. All 35 divine weapons, without exception, they were all enveloped within the Tai Chi furnace. The Tai Chi furnace hangs beneath the sky, stretching for hundreds of miles, like a colossal behemoth. A constant roar emanated from inside the furnace, clearly indicating that the 35 divine weapons had not given up and were still struggling. However, as time went by, this struggle became weaker and weaker. The 36 divine weapons have all fallen into my trap. Lin Yuan took a step forward and sat on top of the furnace. Immediately, a spear-shaped divine weapon, engraved with the sun and moon, flew out and entered the furnace on its own. The 36 divine weapons emerged from heaven and earth together. To facilitate his comprehension, Lin Yuan directly included the sun and moon spear as well. Next comes the suppression and enlightenment. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged, his mind calm. The divine weapon has been suppressed. On the ground, everyone who witnessed this scene, whether human or the consciousness of the evil soldiers, was plunged into an overwhelming shock. 10,000 years ago, ancient gods roamed the world, worshipping mountains and rivers and merging with the 4 seas, forging hundreds of weapons, towering for 10,000 years, with all living beings bowing in reverence. 10,000 years later, a young emperor sits high in the sky, cooking rivers and refining the 5 sacred mountains, suppressing the 3 or 6 armies. His majestic power is revered by all living beings, the 36. Divine weapons are more than just divine weapons. It is also a part of the complete essence of the rules. Even if someone else possessed the power to suppress divine weapons, it would be difficult for them to benefit from it. After all, the essence of the rules of a realm, even if it is outwardly manifest, is difficult for normal people to comprehend. For example, even if you write out the entire solution process for a complex math problem, others may not be able to understand it. 10,000 years ago, that ancient deity forcibly separated 100 divine weapons from heaven and earth, and then took the opportunity to comprehend them, thus benefiting greatly. But Lin Yuan is different. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan was more than adept at things that required enlightenment. We've made a fortune this time. Lin Yuan's mind sank into the Tai Chi furnace. It can be said that Lin Yuan's greatest gain from this journey was the divine weapon of this world. As for other things, they are far less important than the fundamental principles of rules. Unfortunately, these divine weapons originated from this world and cannot be taken away. Lin Yuan felt a little regretful. He wasn't interested in the power of the divine weapon. There were many weapons in the main world that were far more powerful than divine weapons. The divine weapon contains the essence of the world's rules. If it can be brought back to the main world, it can be sold or handed over to the goddess of wisdom. You can definitely make a fortune. After all, other citizens, even if they are far inferior to Lin Yuan in fully comprehending the divine weapon, would definitely spend a lot of money to buy it as long as they are even slightly moved. However, divine weapons are essentially manifestations of the rules of this world, and once they leave this world, they will dissipate on their own. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have tried it even at a cost. Although he descended to this world as a consciousness, the gate of all worlds can bring back items from the worlds he travels through by accumulating energy. However, Lin Yuan didn't know how much energy was needed. Never mind. Let's first thoroughly understand the essence of the rules within all the divine weapons. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and began to carefully comprehend the meaning. The entire Tai Chi furnace is an extension of his 5 senses. With just a thought, Lin Yuan can sense the location of any of the 36 divine weapons inside. Compared to Lin Yuan, who was deeply focused on comprehending the divine weapon, on the ground, the battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains was in complete chaos. How could the Emperor of Great Yen be so powerful? That's a divine weapon, a complete divine weapon. Even divine weapons have been suppressed by the Great Yen Emperor. Should we continue fighting against the rebellious God's society? On this side of the 35 nations, countless people looked up at the sky, gazing at the 100-mile-long furnace that stretched between heaven and earth. This scene was too unbelievable. No one could imagine how the Great Yen Emperor could have done such a thing. The shock he felt was unimaginable. Actually, surrendering to the Great Yen isn't such a bad thing. At least in the future, divine weapons won't devour our descendants. This idea suddenly popped into someone's mind. In the past, if a divine weapon were to subdue the world, they would have had the courage to do so, even if they had 10 or 100 times the courage. I dare not even entertain such a thought. Now, however, the divine weapon hanging over their heads has been suppressed, which means that no matter how much they are exploited in the future, they will not have to worry about being devoured. Impossible. I don't believe it. It's all an illusion. Everything is an illusion. The emperors of the 35 kingdoms were in utter despair, having placed all their hopes on the divine weapon. They even initiated a decisive battle with the rebel gods, waiting for the divine weapon to make its final move and sweep everything away. And now you're telling him the divine weapon was swept away? Not only were they swept away, but they were also suppressed by the Great Yen Emperor. Not a single one of them escaped, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope that these emperors could turn the tide. Everyone. At this moment, an older emperor slowly spoke. What we need to consider now is how to deal with the rebel god society and the Great Yen dynasty. The emperor sighed. These words were spoken. All the emperors fell silent. How about we vote? The emperor of the Great Chu dynasty asked tentatively. In fact, this was the sentiment of most emperors on the field. Although the country and its people are passed down from our ancestors, they should not be easily abandoned. But now, these 35 kingdoms have no trump cards left when facing the Great Yen dynasty and the rebellious god society. Putting everything else aside, the sheer strength displayed by that Great Yen Emperor was enough to wipe out all 35 of their kingdoms. No matter how much they struggle, they are only stalling for time. Rather than doing that, it would be better to surrender voluntarily. Perhaps that would even get you better treatment. His Majesty, Saikong Lun looked up at the figure beneath the sky and above the furnace. Although small, it was taller than the entire furnace in Saikong Lun's eyes at this moment. All right, everyone. His Majesty has already solved the problem of the divine weapon for us. Now it's our turn to sweep across 35 countries and overthrow the rule of the divine soldiers. Saikong Lun looked at the army, whose expressions had turned to fervor, and immediately gave the order to attack. With Lin Yuan suppressing the furnace in the sky, the 35 kingdoms had no courage to resist, and the rebel god society and the Great Yan dynasty quickly took over the entire battlefield. Of the 35 emperors, 3 escaped, while the rest were all captured. Sekong Lun did not order the execution of these emperors, as they could at least play a role in ruling the territories of the 35 kingdoms in the future. Did you see it clearly? Did that emperor, Yan, really reach the level of the Father God? Outside the 5 sacred mountains battlefield, 7 or 8 figures of evil soldiers, their auras concealed, gathered. These evil soldiers had never appeared before. They arrived quietly because of the decisive battle between the 35 kingdoms and the rebellious god society, and unexpectedly witnessed such an earth-shattering scene. Even if he's not as good as the Father God, he's not far off. A divine weapon shaped like an umbrella emitted a slight spiritual fluctuation. Its integrity is 95%. Its memories are fully preserved, and it has a general impression of ancient gods. Father God, the spiritual energy of the umbrella-shaped divine soldiers spread outwards, and their memories from 10,000 years ago became blurred. They only remembered that they were created by the Father God. For divine warriors like them, the Father God is everything, and now, another being has emerged who is comparable to the Father God. Originally, the umbrella-shaped divine weapon believed that this being would be born from among the 36 divine weapons. After all, those 36 divine soldiers had devoured all living beings for 8,000 years. If anyone in the world is most likely to follow in the footsteps of the Father God, it can only be them. Unexpectedly, the Great Yan Emperor appeared out of nowhere, surpassing the accumulation of the 36 divine weapons over 10,000 years at a speed that no living being could comprehend, and forcibly stepped onto that level. Above the sky, Lin Yuan sat atop the Tai Chi furnace, high in the sky, as if looking down upon all living beings. The most direct consequence of this was that the rebellious god society and the Great Yan dynasty conquered the territories of the other 35 countries with unprecedented ease. Under normal circumstances, completely conquering a country requires paying a heavy price, time, policy, energy, etc. Even if you conquer the enemy's capital and take over all their territory, it's still not enough. However, as long as the people of the opposing capital are still alive, various organizations and forces will emerge to restore the country. But now, if you're not satisfied, if you want to restore your country, you can look up at the sky. Look at the 36 divine soldiers who were suppressed to death by the Emperor of Great Yan. Thus, even the most patriotic person lost their desire to restore their country. After all, there has to be hope for restoring a nation. No one thought that anything could be stirred up under the watchful eye of the Great Yan Emperor, who reigned high in the heavens. That's all. The Great Yan Emperor sat atop the heavens, overlooking all living beings. 20 years have passed again. Above the Tai Chi furnace, Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes. Finally, it's done. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. After 20 years of meditation, with the help of the power of the Tai Chi furnace, he finally comprehended the essence of the 36 divine weapons throughout history. Perhaps only that ancient deity from 10,000 years ago accomplished this. The ancient deity also took a shortcut, and the time involved far exceeded that of Lin Yuan. Foundation. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the changes within himself. After incorporating the essential rules of the 36 divine weapons and numerous evil weapons into the Tai Chi Dao, Lin Yuan, though still at the 4th level, vaguely saw the path to the 5th level. In the main world, the 3rd-tier beings are known as city-destroying level, capable of destroying half a city with a single full-force attack. The fifth tier is the land sinking level. Evolvers at this stage can sink the land with a single blow, making them arguably the strongest life forms on the surface. The next step is the sixth tier, the falling star level. No rush, no rush. Lin Yuan composed himself and temporarily put aside thoughts about the fifth rank. He hasn't even finished the fourth stage yet, so thinking about the fifth stage is just needless worry. Ancient gods and humans, Lin Yuan's expression fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After thoroughly understanding and refining the 36 divine weapons, Lin Yuan naturally gained more memories about these 36 divine weapons. The Sun and Moon Spear has few memories of the ancient gods. After all, it was the 18th to be born. The tower-shaped divine weapon, which ranks first, along with other divine weapons ranked near the top, possesses a wealth of information about ancient gods and humans. Especially that tower-shaped divine weapon, which revealed the final resting place of the ancient gods. There, Lin Yuan sat atop the Tai Chi furnace, gazing northwards. According to the memories of that tower-shaped divine weapon, the ancient god had spoken a few words with it before disappearing. That's the general idea. The ancient gods were not actually beings of this world. Instead, it was due to an accident that caused it to fall from another world. Now that his injuries have healed, he plans to return to his home world. As for how to return, before falling into this world, the ancient gods used their last strength to tear a rift at the edge of the world. By following that crevice and navigating the spatial turbulence, one can approach the mother realm of the ancient gods. At that time, the ancient gods will only need to activate the secret technique to summon their people from the mother realm to guide them. Other worlds. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The worlds are actually interconnected. Lin Yuan had already noticed this back in the previous world, Dragon Tiger World. The true martial sword of the Celestial Master's mansion comes from a higher world, as does the primal demon spirit. If I could travel to the mother realm of the ancient gods, wouldn't one trip be equivalent to 2 uses? Lin Yuan's thoughts raced, and suddenly an idea came to him. Without a doubt, the mother realm where the ancient gods resided was on a level higher than the current world. Otherwise, the ancient gods wouldn't have been able to extract the essence of the rules of heaven and earth 10,000 years ago. If Lin Yuan could go there, he would definitely gain even greater benefits. In fact, cross-border travel is a very dangerous thing. The ancient gods are an example. When they fell into this world, they almost perished. However, Lin Yuan's presence this time was a descent of consciousness, so there was no risk of death for him. Even if he perished on the spot, he would simply return to the main world. Having thoroughly understood the 36 divine weapons and numerous evil weapons, Lin Yuan had already made enough. Even if he ultimately failed, he would suffer no loss. No rush. Let's talk about it in the last 20 years, Lin Yuan thought to himself. There are 30 years left until Lin Yuan's 160-year residency period ends. Lin Yuan used the remaining time to handle the remaining tasks. As for you, Lin Yuan looked down at the furnace beneath his feet. After 20 years of repeated refinement, the consciousness of the 36 divine weapons had long been obliterated by Lin Yuan. It's unknown how many hundreds or thousands of years it will take for a new consciousness to emerge. Broken, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. Cracks began to appear on the surfaces of the 36 divine weapons. The cracks continued to spread, expand, and split. In the end, all the divine weapons were reduced to a pile of fragments. Divine weapons are the outward manifestation of the essential rules of heaven and earth. It cannot be destroyed, but Lin Yuan can easily shatter it. Even if consciousness were to emerge in the future, its threat would be far less than that of a fully formed divine weapon, battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains. Since 20 years ago, the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty forcefully suppressed many divine weapons. This place thus became a sacred site for the world. Especially after the Great Yan dynasty unified the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains and established an unprecedented unified country. Countless people come here every day because of its reputation. After all, other places are at most ruins. On the battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains, one can truly see the legendary emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. As long as that black and white furnace, spanning hundreds of miles, remains, the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty will sit atop it. And on that very day, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the black and white furnace slowly dissipated. Battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains, the disappearance of the 100-mile furnace. This caused a huge uproar. After all, that furnace had stood under the sky for 20 years. It has long been a pillar of faith for all humankind. This is because it is the first time in history that the human race has defeated a divine weapon and defeated evidence of an existence that had ruled them for 10,000 years. The capital of the Great Yan Kingdom. After Sekong Lun led the rebel god society to defeat the 35 kingdoms, he quickly submitted to the Great Yan dynasty and served as prime minister. Sekong Lun knew very well that Lin Yuan was the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. After defeating the other 35 countries, he did not hesitate to begin assisting the Great Yan dynasty. For the past 20 years, the unification of the Central Plains by the Great Yan dynasty was not only due to Lin Yuan's deterrence, but also to Sekong Lun's skillful tactics. This day, Sekong Lun finished reading the intelligences in his hand. He suddenly stood up. The furnace has disappeared. Sekong Lun glanced at the intelligence report in his hand again. His Majesty has also disappeared. A look of worry appeared on Sekong Lun's face. Xu Chong. Sekong Lun spoke. Xu Chong immediately walked in from outside. What happened? Xu Chong asked, puzzled. I need you to go to the battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains and search for it. Sekong Lun had not finished speaking. A gentle voice then rang in my ears. Are you coming to find me? Lin Yuan appeared in the room with a smile. His Majesty. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sekong Lun's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Your Majesty the Yan Emperor, when Xu Chong saw Lin Yuan, he shrank back and didn't dare to speak. 20 years ago, on the battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains, his words, Emperor Yan, resounded throughout the entire battlefield, and countless people heard them. Lin Yuan then appeared and replied with a somewhat displeased tone, Why are you rushing me? Therefore, over the past 20 years, Xu Chong was going through a very difficult time. Actually, Xu Chong felt quite wronged. It was clearly Lin Yuan himself who said that this name could be used when faced with an unstoppable situation. The situation was indeed unstoppable. The 35 divine weapons high in the sky were beginning to devour them. Your Majesty, I heard that the furnace has disappeared. After a moment, Sekong Lun asked cautiously, How is Zheng'er now? Lin Yuan did not answer directly, but instead asked a question in return. Zheng'er, also known as Liu Zhang, was the offspring of Lin Yuan and a female martial artist with the skill of blood refining, born more than 30 years ago, after Empress Dowager Wang Shangfeng relentlessly persuaded him. As for why it had to be a woman at the martial saint level, it was naturally because Lin Yuan's physique was too powerful at that time. Ordinary women, let alone giving birth to Lin Yuan's child, cannot even bear the essence of Lin Yuan. Even a female martial saint wouldn't have been able to withstand it if Lin Yuan hadn't drastically weakened his own energy. Finally, this female martial saint gave birth to a son for Lin Yuan, who was raised as the crown prince by the Great Yan dynasty from birth. The crown prince is exceptionally intelligent, but Sekong Lun originally wanted to say that he was no worse than Lin Yuan, but before he could say it, he felt that he had been boasting. Are you kidding me? Who is Lin Yuan? Over the years, he has been hailed as the greatest sage ruler in the Central Plains for 10,000 years. No matter how intelligent Liu Zhang is, he would never stoop to Lin Yuan's level, under the whole world, for tens of thousands of years. 10,000 years later. Even thousands of years from now, there will probably only be one Lin Yuan and no one else who can compare with him. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Lin Yuan didn't have high expectations for Liu Zhang. He just wanted Liu Zhang to protect the foundation of the great Yan dynasty. Your Majesty, those divine soldiers? Saikong Lun asked again, cautiously. No way. This is a very important question. I have already shattered all the divine weapons, Lin Yuan said casually. Broken? Saikong Lun was slightly taken aback. Can it be completely destroyed? Saikong Lun couldn't help but ask. Even if a divine weapon is shattered, it can become an evil weapon and continue to generate consciousness. Divine weapons are born from heaven and earth and cannot be destroyed, Lin Yuan said directly. This is something that even the ancient gods of 10,000 years ago could not do, and Lin Yuan cannot do either. Are you worried that after I leave, 100 or 1,000 years later, those fragments of divine weapons will regain consciousness and recreate the scene of divine weapons ruling the world? Yuan noticed Saikong Lun's worry. Even evil weapons that are far inferior to complete divine weapons. His actual strength far surpasses that of the blood-refining martial saint. At that time, with Lin Yuan gone, the fragments of the divine weapon will wreak havoc, and no one in the world will be able to stop them. Your Majesty is right. Saikong Lun gave a bitter smile. It's all right. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pointed slightly at the space between Saikong Lun and Su Chong's eyebrows. Instantly, a flood of information entered their minds. That was Lin Yuan's refinement of the existing cultivation system in this world over the past few decades, eliminating the shortcomings of only honing the physical body and taking into account the spirit and soul. This cultivation system was also influenced by Lin Yuan. Above the martial saint is the martial god, and above the martial god is the celestial being. Normally, once you cultivate to the martial god realm, you can rival or even surpass those fragments of divine weapons. Lin Yuan passed on this cultivation system, thus giving hope to future generations of humanity. With such a complete cultivation system, even if surpassing a martial saint is extremely difficult, every few decades, a few geniuses are born who cultivate to the level of martial god. What is this? What is this? Saikong Lun quickly absorbed the information in his mind, his expression becoming increasingly shocked. He immediately realized how terrifying the cultivation system Lin Yuan had passed on to him was. Although in general, it is similar to the original cultivation system of flesh refining martial artist, tendon refining martial apprentice, skin refining warrior, bone refining martial master, organ refining innate martial master, marrow refining grandmaster, and blood refining martial saint. However, at each stage, Lin Yuan added the concept of how to condense the spirit and soul and achieve a joint transformation of the physical body and spirit. This has led to the blood-refining martial saint no longer being the end point, but also to the realms of martial god and celestial being. According to the description of realms, the martial god realm is sufficient to fight against those evil soldiers. This is simply the only one of its kind in ancient times. This kind of cultivation system. Su Chong swallowed hard. He was a weapon wielder, or more accurately, a divine weapon wielder, since the sky-splitting axe was already a complete divine weapon. But how many soldiers like him are there in the world? And he relies on the divine weapon within his body. Without the divine weapon, he is nothing. How could it compare to the cultivation system that Lin Yuan passed on to him? It concentrated great power within himself, and in the end, it was no less powerful than the evil weapon user, and it even had the effect of prolonging life. Sekong Lun, on behalf of all the people, thanks your majesty for your great kindness and virtue. Sekong Lun knelt down with a thud and said from the bottom of his heart. If Lin Yuan's suppression of all the divine soldiers on the battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains was a feat unparalleled in his time, then this is a remarkable achievement. Therefore, passing on this cultivation system would be a merit that lasts for generations. From this day forward, all cultivators must remember Lin Yuan's kindness and never forget it for the rest of their lives. All right. Get up. Lin Yuan waved his hand, he said, completely unconcerned. This cultivation system was relevant to him. It's nothing at all. Passing it down is just a way of not wanting to see the future, where humanity is once again reduced to food for the divine soldiers. After all, Lin Yuan is now considered a human, and the Great Yan dynasty is also a human dynasty. Whether it's helping a relative or acting in accordance with reason, Lin Yuan would do the same. There's another matter I've come to discuss. Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xu Chong. Ah? Xu Chong blinked, not knowing what had happened. Come out. Lin Yuan had just finished speaking. A black axe flew out from Xu Chong's body. It was the sky-splitting axe. Before I came here, I had already smashed all the evil and divine weapons and erased their consciousness. You are no exception. Lin Yuan gripped the sky-splitting axe. The invincible divine weapon was as fragile as cotton in Lin Yuan's hands. With just a light press, it shattered into dozens of fragments, its inner consciousness completely erased. Although Lin Yuan had refined the sky-splitting axe, and it was absolutely loyal, he was unsure whether the axe would change after he left this world. To be on the safe side. No complete divine weapon can be left behind. All right. Lin Yuan glanced at Xu Chong, who looked somewhat dejected. With your talent, if you were to cultivate the cultivation system I taught you, you would very likely reach the martial god realm, Lin Yuan added. He modified that cultivation system mainly by adding the refinement of the spirit and soul. Xu Chong was born with a strong spirit and soul, otherwise he could not have become the wielder of the sky-splitting axe. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced at Sekong Lun and Xu Chong again. His figure vanished silently from the spot. His Majesty. Sekong Lun felt a void in his heart, as if he had lost something forever. No. We must record that cultivation system immediately. Sekong Lun forced himself to stay alert, and had someone bring in paper and pen, then quickly write down the information in your mind. Prime Minister, you're getting old, why don't I write it? Xu Chong rubbed his head, and after Lin Yuan's reminder, he felt much better. No, this cultivation system is too important. I can only feel at ease if I write it myself. Sekong Lun's gaze was intense as he rapidly wielded his brush, continuously taking notes. 2 hours later, looking at the complete cultivation system before him, Sekong Lun looked excited. With this cultivation system, the human race will be completely freed from the predicament of being reduced to food for divine weapons for thousands of years. Even if another complete divine weapon appears in the future, the human race will have the possibility of fighting back, no longer having to beg for mercy like in the past. All humiliation and resentment vanished under this cultivation system, and from then on, the human race on this land would rise up completely. His Majesty. Sekong Lun thought of Lin Yuan again, his eyes reddened, and he murmured to himself, a room that has been dark for 1,000 years can be illuminated by a single lamp. Beyond the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains lies the far north. The place is freezing cold for thousands of miles. Even a blood-refining martial saint cannot endure such low temperatures for long. The extremely low temperatures have turned this area into a no-man's land. For thousands of years, no living being has ever come here. However, on this very day, a figure slowly walked into this place. The extreme cold had no effect on that figure. The area within a radius of several dozen meters centered on that figure was surprisingly warm and pleasant. This is it. Lin Yuan stopped and looked around. This is where the last traces of the ancient gods are found in the memories of the divine weapon. That is, that ancient deity returned to his homeland. A spatial rift? Lin Yuan continued walking forward, vaguely sensing an aura of spatial tearing. Not long after, Lin Yuan then saw the source of the aura. At that time, it was an irregular shape, as if a piece had been torn off from the painting. A faint wisp of grayish gas was visible inside. Did the ancient gods leave from here? Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. Even just watching quietly, Lin Yuan felt an extremely dangerous sensation. It is foreseeable that once one truly enters this field, there was absolutely no hope of survival. Lin Yuan stayed for a while, then decisively returned. Although he didn't know how the ancient gods got in, but I definitely can't do it myself. If you have hope of living, Lin Yuan doesn't mind taking a gamble with the next 20 years. But now it seems there's not even a sliver of hope left, so Lin Yuan naturally knows what to choose. With his extraordinary comprehension, even just wandering around this world for 20 years would bring him considerable improvement. There's no reason to waste time on an unknown death. Time passed slowly. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 20 years, Lin Yuan has traveled to various parts of the Central Plains. He witnessed firsthand the growing strength of the Great Yan dynasty and the widespread dissemination of the cultivation system he passed down. A name, Liu Yuan, Lin Yuan, an identity, holder of the gate to all realms, outbound talent, unparalleled comprehension, a current status, consciousness descends, remaining stay time, 1 hour, until the deadline for his stay was approaching. Lin Yuan returned to the far north and arrived at the spatial rift. Anyway, we're going back soon. Let's go in and take a look. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field contracted, sticking to his body surface an inch away. This level of Tai Chi stance can be considered Lin Yuan's strongest defensive posture. Walk. Lin Yuan took a step and entered the spatial rift. The next chapter will begin the main world storyline. In short, top 10 globally? That's too weak. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He's dead. The image of stepping into the spatial rift flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. That was an endless spatial turbulence. It has no color and no direction. Before Lin Yuan could react, he himself began to collapse. Tai Chi field, physical body, spirit, soul, and everything else. Everything collapsed. Luckily I didn't go in 20 years ago, otherwise I would have really wasted this time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. From the moment Lin Yuan first saw that spatial rift, he felt an extreme sense of danger. So I left decisively. I will use these 20 years to continue traveling the world. While pursuing enlightenment, he also helped resolve a few troubles for the Great Yan dynasty. They cultivated several martial arts masters, thus solidifying the Liu family's position in the empire. How exactly did the ancient deity from 10,000 years ago leave? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. According to his estimation, the ancient gods were at most at the peak of the 4th tier. It is absolutely impossible for it to exceed the 5th order. Faced with that level of spatial turbulence, even a 5th order cultivator wouldn't survive for long. Never mind. Lin Yuan was too lazy to think about it. Let's begin to review this journey. Without a doubt, Lin Yuan's biggest gain from this journey was this led to the development of the 3rd and 4th tiers of the martial arts evolution system. although Lin Yuan had already entered the third stage before he traveled through time. But that was when I first entered the third stage. The subsequent 3 stages, mid-stage, late stage, and peak air, all of these were perfected in the world of divine weapons. Finally, he even made it to the 4th tier. It should be understood that the cultivation path Lin Yuan chose is the most difficult path based on the essence of the rules. If it were just a simple breakthrough to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan wouldn't have wasted so much time. The essence of rules. As Lin Yuan stepped out of the nutrient tank, he vaguely sensed the vast and boundless rules emanating from all directions from the cosmos. Compared to the fundamental rules of the divine weapon world, the fundamental rules of the main world are immeasurably more powerful. It is not only huge, but also more complete. In the main world, it is almost impossible to forcibly extract the essence of its rules like the ancient gods did. This isn't a matter of strength. Anyone who dares to do this will inevitably be crushed by the overwhelming power of the main world. More than 2 days have passed, so it's not too bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and got a sense of the situation. 160 years in the world of divine weapons is only a little over 50 hours in the main world. My current level is roughly equivalent to the 4th rank, 9th stage. Lin Yuan examined himself. Only a little over 10 years had passed since he suppressed the Sun and Moon Spear, and he had already entered the 4th rank. For the next 8 or 9 years, key points were set up on the battlefields of the 5 sacred mountains, in order to form a Taiji furnace to suppress the 35 divine soldiers. Then I spent the next 20 years traveling the world. They were truly cultivating and comprehending the Tao. The 4th level, from the 1st to the 9th stage, was basically perfected in the last 20 years. Of course, realm is realm. Lin Yuan's current strength is still at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. Once you choose a suitable cosmic treasure, you will recover quickly. Lin Yuan opened the online store and began making selections. For those who evolve, the most important thing is their own realm of enlightenment. As for energy intensity, it's meaningless if you lose control over your realm. That's all. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan decided on his choice of spirit object. Lin Yuan's current cultivation system is still based on the Tai Chi Dao, with the Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang as its core. Therefore, the chosen cosmic spiritual objects are naturally either Yin or Yang attribute spiritual objects. 1.2 billion, Lin Yuan glanced at the price. This time, Lin Yuan crossed far more levels than in the previous 2 trips. From the 1st stage of the 3rd rank to the 9th stage of the 4th rank, there is a difference of 21 stages. Therefore, the cosmic spiritual objects selected this time are naturally of very high quality. In fact, without level 4 citizen access, no matter how rich Lin Yuan is, you can't even see a cosmic spirit of this quality. We're still short of money, Lin Yuan sighed. Normally, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for a 3rd tier early stage evolver to cultivate to the 4th tier 9th stage, even if everything went smoothly and without encountering any bottlenecks. This is still based on the premise of having a complete evolutionary path to guide us. For a 3rd tier evolver, spreading out the cultivation expenditure of 1.2 billion over several hundred years is not a burden at all. It is precisely because Lin Yuan, this freak and abnormal individual, improved too quickly in a short period of time that his wealth could not keep up. Level 4 citizens have a loan limit of 1 billion, plus the prize money from my tournament. Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and purchased the 2 cosmic spiritual objects. This team competition provided Lin Yuan with nearly 1 billion yuan in prize money. As for the individual competition, since the individual competition has not yet ended, all prize money will be settled together after the competition concludes. Upload the third order chapter that I've gleaned from this time travel. Lin Yuan saw that his bank account balance had decreased, and he made a decision. Uploading the subsequent parts of the martial arts evolution path will only bring benefits to Lin Yuan, with no drawbacks. Firstly, you can obtain a large number of merit points. In the Universal Human Alliance, merit points are extremely important. There are 3 main ways for ordinary citizens to obtain merit points. One option was to join the army and go to the border to fight against foreign tribes. Each kill of an alien species is a contribution to the entire human civilization and therefore earns corresponding merit points. Secondly, it serves the human civilization of the universe. And finally, based on the assessment of the 3 goddesses, one can also obtain corresponding merit points. For example, the governor of Kanglan Star. If the citizens of Kanglan Star are highly satisfied during his term in office. Furthermore, those who make genuine contributions to the planet will receive corresponding merit points as a reward. The third category is research and development and invention, which includes all kinds of new discoveries, including evolutionary pathways and other types of technologies. Besides the 3 types mentioned above, there are other ways to obtain merit points. For example, accidentally discovering traces of an alien race or a conspiracy by an alien race. Then they reported it to the goddess of wisdom, thus preventing a loss for human civilization. Afterwards, the goddess of wisdom will fairly determine the importance of this information and award merit points accordingly. In Lin Yuan's mind, uploading the evolution path was undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to obtain merit points. As for killing alien races, the battlefield on the border is fraught with danger, and Lin Yuan has no need to take that risk. Serving the Universal Human Alliance, taking on an official position would be too troublesome, and there would be pressure to achieve merits. Also, there is another benefit to perfecting the path of martial arts evolution. That means improving your ranking on the evolution leaderboard. It's important to understand that this doesn't mean Lin Yuan passed on the evolutionary path, the goddess of wisdom. This evolutionary path is no longer his own. Lin Yuan remains the originator of the evolutionary path. Within the Universal Human Alliance, Lin Yuan receives 30% of the income from every citizen who purchases a martial arts evolution path for cultivation. The higher the potential of a martial arts evolution path, the higher its ranking on the evolution list, and the greater the promotion it receives. Ultimately, Lin Yuan accumulated even more wealth. The key point is that this income is continuous. This is only the direct impact. As the founder of a powerful evolutionary pathway, he also had many indirect and implicit influences. Third stage, with his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan began to make certain improvements to the third stage of the martial arts evolution path. Make it suitable for the practice of citizens in the main world. 2 days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan directly connects to the goddess of wisdom. Dear Level 4 Citizen Lin Yuan, the goddess of wisdom is pleased to serve you. After being promoted to Level 4 Citizen, the goddess of wisdom treated Lin Yuan with increasing gentleness. I want to upload the third stage of the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan spoke up. As for why there's no 4th tier chapter, Lin Yuan himself is currently only at the 4th tier, 9th level. Since we haven't fully completed this level yet, there's no need to upload it in advance. That's enough about the third stage. The essential path of rules that Lin Yuan chose is reflected in the third order chapter. Buzz. Lin Yuan quickly uploaded the third stage chapter content. In a mysterious space, countless light years away from Kanglan Star, enormous light screens flashed rapidly, and massive computing power frantically evaluated and deduced the value of the martial arts evolution system third order. The three-tiered chapters uploaded by Lin Yuan are divided into the Martial God chapter and the Celestial Being chapter. The Martial God chapter has been detected to contain a certain advanced method of forging the physical body. The Celestial Being chapter has been detected to involve the power of primordial rules. We are beginning to re-evaluate the potential of martial arts evolution paths. Evaluation complete. The current martial arts evolution path has a 100% probability of advancing to the 5th tier evolution path and a 60% probability of advancing to the 6th tier evolution path. Probability of advancing to the 6th tier evolution path through martial arts evolution exceeds 50%, triggering the confidentiality agreement of the charter. A relevant contingency plan has been generated. From this day forward, all promotions of the human citizen with citizen number 123 will be handled by the three goddesses, without the need for authorization from others. Begin determining value of the Tier 3 chapter. 40,000 merit points. Should we seek authorization from the highest-ranking citizen in the vicinity? No. Shuyu Residential Area, House number 32. Lin Yuan is adapting to his current weak physical body. Then the solemn and cool voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. Dear Level 4 Citizen Lin Yuan, so fast? Lin Yuan looked somewhat surprised. Compared to the previous 2 uploads of evolution paths, the goddess of wisdom responded much faster this time. After final assessment, the Tier 3 chapter you uploaded it is worth 40,000 merit points. The goddess of wisdom gave a reply. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. 40,000 merit points are not the value of the entire martial arts evolution path, but the value of the 3rd stage. Unfortunately, I'm still a few merit points short of being promoted to level 5 citizen. Lin Yuan glanced at his remaining merit points. A level 4 citizen needs 50,000 merit points to advance to level 5. Last time, Lin Yuan advanced to the 4th level of citizenship, which cost 10,000 merit points, leaving him with 9,000 merit points. Now, with the addition of the newly acquired 40,000 merit belts, the total is 49,000 merit points. Take a look at the updated information on the current martial arts evolution path. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan brought up his own evolution system panel. Their maximum potential is still at level 6. Lin Yuan touched his chin. The 7th order evolution path was much more difficult than he had imagined. Even the many fundamental rules he comprehended in the world of divine weapons could not make the path of martial arts evolution have even the slightest possibility of advancing to the 7th rank. Perhaps there are other limitations to the 7th order evolution path? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued looking behind him. There is a 100% chance of advancing to the 5th tier evolution system and a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th tier evolution path. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If he remembers correctly, before the 3rd tier chapter was uploaded, the possibility of advancing from the martial arts evolution path to the 6th tier evolution path was only 10%. The current surge to 60% is clearly due to the fundamental nature of the rules. Oh right. Where does the current martial arts evolution system rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan looked at the latest ranking of martial arts evolution paths with a hint of curiosity. Others who want to know the ranking of a certain evolution path in real time must wait for the Kanglin evolution ranking to be updated. As the founder of the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan naturally has the right to view any real-time information about the martial arts evolution path. A martial arts evolution path Kanglen Evolution Ranking. First virtual world. Private room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The environment simulated in his personal room was a vast desert. The scorching air spread like wildfire. Kindness? Lin Yuan opened his eyes. President Liao is looking for me? Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The barren desert before us began to change. It quickly took shape into the appearance of a manor, with small bridges, flowing water, and the style of a Jiangnan family. The next moment, Chairman Liao then appeared on the chair opposite him. Mr. Lin Yuan. Chairman Liao treated Lin Yuan with great respect. After all, Lin Yuan's strength in the arena has repeatedly shattered Chairman Liao's expectations. Now, he has even broken into the top 10 in the individual competition. It's important to know that the arena competition on Kanglen Star is open to all evolved beings on Kanglen Star. Lin Yuan's ability to break into top 10 in this kind of competition is truly remarkable. Even without thinking, Chairman Liao knew that after this tournament ended, Lin Yuan would soar to a level that he could never even look up to. There's just over a week left before the final competition for the top 10 begins. Chairman Liao explained the purpose of his visit. Although it's easy to see from previous battle records that Lin Yuan's chances of winning are not very high compared to the other monsters in the top 10. Many people speculate that Lin Yuan might be the weakest among the top 10, but at least some basic concern was shown. No matter what, Lin Yuan still secured a spot in the top 10, a source of pride for Dongning City for centuries. Mr. Lin Yuan, these are the combat videos I collected of the top 10 evolved individuals. They also include analysis of evolved individuals at higher levels. I believe you will gain a better understanding after watching them. Chairman Liao immediately opened a video and started playing it. Combat videos aren't uncommon. What's common is the inclusion of analyses of other evolved beings. It's important to understand that even in the same battle, what different levels of evolved beings see often differs. High-level evolved beings can see the weaknesses and shortcomings of both sides in a battle at a glance. If Lin Yuan can learn from the analysis, he might gain an advantage in the upcoming competition for the top 10. I dare not even think about finishing in the top 5 or top 3, but getting 7th or 8th place is still very promising. After all, those who can reach the top 10 globally are not far apart in strength, and perhaps a little more understanding of each other can play a crucial role. Mr. Lin, please take a look. Chairman Liao played a video. That's really strong. Chairman Liao accompanied Lin Yuan to watch. Even after watching it many times, Chairman Liao was still deeply moved. However, Lin Yuan sat next to Chairman Liao, watching the video together, but he didn't care much. Before traversing the passage, Lin Yuan felt pressure. Those evolutionists who stand among the top 10 in the world. Lin Yuan is too weak now. Among the top 10 evolvers in the world today, the one most likely to win the championship is the evolver named Fang Qing. Fang Qing's origins are unknown. It is suspected that he had a great opportunity, obtained the inheritance of a high-level evolver, and cultivated the evolutionary path of the ancient god. The ancient god evolution path is a collective term for an incredibly powerful evolution path. Each evolutionary path of an ancient god corresponds to a certain ancient god deep within the starry sky. In terms of rank, the evolution path of the ancient god must go beyond the 6th rank. Before Lin Yuan began his journey, he was most wary of this Fang Qing. With the help of the Tai Chi field, if one were to go all out, Lin Yuan was confident that he could go toe-to-toe with the other 8 evolved beings. Lin Yuan wasn't very confident about this one, Fang Qing, but that was before the journey. After completing his 3rd time travel, Lin Yuan underwent a complete transformation, both inside and out. In terms of strength, he has reached the 4th rank, 9th level. In this situation, even the current martial arts evolution path still has a lower potential ceiling than the ancient God evolution path. However, due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels, the two were no longer on the same level. Lin Yuan is currently watching the battle videos of the other 9 evolved beings, but he has absolutely no interest in them, not to mention the pressure. Then I'll be going now. Seeing that Lin Yuan was not very interested, Chairman Liao immediately took his leave. It seems that Mr. Lin Yuan is not very confident about the upcoming top 10 competition. President Liao returned to his private room, thinking to himself, "Actually, this is perfectly normal. Just look at what the other 9 evolvers are like. The Thunder God who can transform into lightning, the lucky one who awakened the 6th order falling stalling star blind, and Fang King who cultivated the ancient God evolution path. This lineup is considered extravagant even by the standards of previous tournaments. The virtual world of Kanglan Star, Central Plaza area. The fire from the arena battle has made the area much quieter, with most citizens concentrated in the arena area. In the early hours of that day, the Kanglan Evolution ranking began to update its ranking information. At first, not many people paid attention to this. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. Holy crap, am I seeing things? How did the Purple Lightning Evolution path, which was ranked first, move to second place? I think my eyes are blurry too. My God, the martial arts evolution path has reached its peak. In an instant, the central square area erupted in chaos. Countless people stared in disbelief at the words martial arts that appeared at the very top of the evolution ranking. The path of martial arts evolution is familiar to everyone. In fact, it can be said to be quite well known. It only took 1 or 2 years to go from breaking into the top 100 to the top 10. Originally, everyone thought that the evolution path of martial arts would calm down for a while. After all, which of the top 10 evolution paths on the evolution list has not undergone the test of hundreds of thousands of years? In particular, the Purple Lightning evolutionary path, which ranks first, has held the top spot for 500,000 years. Thor, one of the current favorites to win the tournament, is following the Purple Thunder evolution path. However, the myth surrounding the evolutionary path of Purple Lightning has now been shattered. What is the origin of the martial arts evolution path? Which master developed this evolution path? I suspect that this evolutionary path was deliberately placed on my Kanglan star by the big shots from other advanced planets. I agree. The rise of the martial arts evolution path was too sudden. I have an elder who works in the Central Continent Evolution Association and has never seen an evolution path similar to the martial arts evolution path. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, offering their guesses. The conclusion was ultimately drawn that the path to martial arts evolution most likely originated from something dropped onto Kanglan's star by powerful beings from other advanced planets. After all, an evolutionary path, from its inception to its perfection, certainly cannot do without its founder, but it also requires a large number of cultivators to participate in it. Take the Purple Lightning evolutionary path, for example. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, countless evolvers have devoted themselves to perfecting this evolutionary path. But what about the path of martial arts evolution? It was a complete surprise, without any warning whatsoever. Compared to most bystanders, those cultivators who were once pushed down by the martial arts evolution path are feeling much better. When the path to martial arts evolution first appeared, it then broke into the top 93 of the evolution rankings. Thus, the original evolutionary paths of 93rd, 94th, 95th, etc. naturally moved backward by 1 place. Later, the martial arts evolution path was upgraded to 78th, and the original 78th, 79th, and 80th were also moved down 1 place. Later, as the martial arts evolution path entered the top 10, there were even more evolution paths that fell one place. This has also sparked discontent among many who practice these evolutionary pathways. However, now, these evolved individuals, upon seeing their martial arts evolution path reach its peak, inexplicably felt somewhat happy. In short, it's possible. If everyone withdraws, it's the same as not withdrawing at all. Thunderstorm Starfield. Within the virtual world, Lulan he sat cross-legged. Lin Yuan's teachings came to mind. The way of Tai Chi is based on the yin and yang, and is infinitely boundless. Lulan's thoughts became increasingly vague, but he could only begin to understand by constantly sensing the trace of Tai Chi power left behind by Lin Yuan within his body. Just then, a deep voice came from behind. Lulan, father. Lulan was startled and quickly stood up, speaking with a hint of respect. Compared to his gentle mother, Lulan was more afraid of his father. His father was not only the head of the Lulan family, but also a powerful figure in the Thunderstorm Starfield. A single, casual remark can determine the fate of hundreds or even thousands of inhabited planets. The evolutionary path you're currently cultivating has too low a probability of advancing to the 6th rank. Let's switch to another one, he said in a low voice. Ah? Change it? Lulan was somewhat reluctant, but father, I really love martial arts, and the founder of it often gives me pointers. Lulan mustered his courage and pleaded. I told you, the probability of advancing to the 6th rank is too low. Only 10%. Let's try someone with a higher rank, Lulan said somewhat impatiently. Before coming, Lulan naturally browsed through the path of martial arts evolution. With his discerning eye, he could naturally see the advantages and disadvantages of different paths of martial arts evolution. Being able to accommodate both extreme energies of yin and yang was indeed quite good, but that's all. Furthermore, the current martial arts evolution path only has the 1st and 2nd tiers. Although there is potential for the 6th tier limit, the chance is only 10%. In Lulan's view, this was far from enough. Alright. However, the 3rd stage of the martial arts evolution path was only updated this morning, and I haven't finished reading it yet. Lulan felt wronged, but he could not go against his father's will. 3rd Order Chapter? Lulan was slightly taken aback. I directly accessed the information on martial arts evolution paths and indeed saw the newly released 3rd tier chapter. Lulan directly selected to purchase and quickly browsed the contents of the 3rd tier chapter. The 3rd tier involves the power of fundamental rules. Is there a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank? Lulan's expression turned slightly solemn. He glanced again at the release dates of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers of the martial arts evolution path. On average, each stage is less than a year apart. It's not that cultivation is impossible. Lulan glanced at the dejected Lulan. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you like this evolution path so much, then let's continue. Real? Lulan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever seen his father change his mind on his own initiative. The outside world was abuzz with excitement as he climbed to the top of the evolution rankings due to his martial arts evolution path. Lin Yuan, however, received the 2 cosmic spiritual items he had purchased, a cosmic spiritual object with yin and yang attributes valued at 1.2 billion. These are the vermilion fruit and the cold jade. Lin Yuan opened the alloy box, his spirits slightly lifted. The alloy box is very large and consists of 2 layers, upper and lower. The top layer is a bright red fruit. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, yet it emitted an astonishing amount of heat, like a miniature fireball. Lin Yuan knew that this vermilion fruit was the fruit of certain special plants deep in the universe. Based on age, they are divided into 100-year-old vermilion fruit, 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit, and 100,000-year-old vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit that Lin Yuan purchased was a century-old vermilion fruit, and even so, it was worth 700 million, plus the privileges of a level 4 citizen. Lin Yuan carefully picked up the vermilion fruit and set it aside, then looked at another item inside the alloy box, cold jade. Although not as valuable as the vermilion fruit, it is still a cosmic spiritual object worth 500 million. After repeatedly checking the two cosmic spiritual objects and confirming that there were no problems, Lin Yuan began to refine them. First and foremost is that vermilion fruit. Lin Yuan picked it up with utmost caution. Under the light, a liquid resembling magma could be faintly seen flowing inside the vermilion fruit. I wonder what kind of special plant could produce such fruit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He then sat cross-legged and began to slowly absorb the energy within the vermilion fruit. There are two ways to use the vermilion fruit. One option is to consume it directly, but this requires the user to be at least at the 4th rank. Only in this way can one withstand the terrifying energy that erupts the moment the vermilion fruit is swallowed. Before reaching the 4th rank, the only way to refine the vermilion fruit is through slow absorption, like Lin Yuan did. Although Lin Yuan possesses the 4th tier, 9th level cultivation realm, he could barely refine the vermilion fruit even if he swallowed it directly, but there was no need for that. Time passed. More than a day later, the vermilion fruit in front of Lin Yuan was now reduced to a thin layer of peel. The essence within was completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Next up is another cosmic artifact, the frosty jade. Refining cold jade is much easier than refining vermilion fruit. Especially since he had already refined the vermilion fruit, and his strength was faintly breaking into the 4th rank. Refining the cold jade would naturally be much easier. Most of the day later, the entire piece of cold jade vanished. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura like a black hole. The power of the sun and moon transformed into black and white, connecting with heaven and earth. Finally recovered to the 4th rank, 9th level, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. At this moment, deep within his dantian, the power of Tai-Yin formed a Taiji pattern, resembling a miniature galaxy, constantly rotating and intertwining. The current Tai Chi field should be considered a true domain. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan easily covered the entire city of Dongning with his Tai Chi field. Lin Yuan could even continue to spread it if he wanted to. The power of the domain can only be mastered by 4th or 5th tier evolvers, but it's only a hope that we can grasp it. In fact, the vast majority of 4th and 5th tier evolvers are also unable to master the domain. This is not related to combat strength, but to one's own cultivation evolution system and talent. Take Lin Yuan for example. He takes the Tai Chi principle as his foundation, perfectly integrating yin and yang, and then extends it to his domain. He mastered the Taiji field at the 2nd level, which is the prototype of the domain. Other martial arts practitioners, even if they don't possess Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, are still capable of achieving great things. As long as you follow the path of martial arts evolution, master the yin and yang, and form the Tai Chi way, even if you don't condense the Tai Chi field at the 2nd stage, you will naturally master the Tai Chi domain when you reach the 4th or 5th stage. This is the advantage of the evolutionary system. Continue your cultivation. After recovering his full strength, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation and enlightenment. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan can cultivate not only in the worlds he travels through, but also in the main world. However, compared to traveling through the world for several years, decades, or even hundreds of years, Lin Yuan's stay in the main world was very short, which led to the misconception that most of his strength came from the power gained through time travel. In fact, if Lin Yuan could be given decades or centuries in the main world, it can also reach a terrifying height. As the time draws near, the popularity of the tournament is growing. In particular, the upcoming global top 10 arena competition has attracted the attention of most citizens of Kanglan Star. Even evolved beings. Ordinary citizens, it doesn't matter. Everyone wants to know which evolved being will win the final championship. In my opinion, Thor has a very good chance of winning the championship. The evolutionary path he cultivates is the #1 evolutionary path on our Kanglan Star, and now it's #2. In any case, there's nothing wrong with the evolution method. Thor himself survived being struck by lightning and can even transform into lightning. That ability alone is enough. Well-known live streamers began to analyze and release various videos to prove their points. Even if Thor is strong, he's only at the 3rd tier. Yang Wei, who has awakened a 6th order bloodline, has the greatest chance of winning the championship. 6th tier bloodline, do you know what a 6th tier bloodline means? Not only is the upper limit as high as the 6th tier, but at the lower tiers, it can also awaken some innate abilities within the bloodline. No matter how strong the Thunder God is, can he compare to a 6th tier fallen star? Another well-known content creator stepped forward to refute this and offered their own perspective. Hey, what is Thor compared to Fang King? Does he even understand the value of the ancient god evolution path? That technique is extremely famous even in the Crimson Kun Star region. If it weren't for the numerous restrictions on cultivation, there would be no such thing as the purple lightning evolution method. And what about Yang Wei? Even if he awakens a 6th tier bloodline, so what? With such a thin bloodline concentration, what kind of talent can he possibly gain? A prominent figure in the field of popular science made a sarcastic remark. Countless people on the internet debated and stood up for their favorite contestants. Finally, a streamer ranked the current 10 evolvers according to the number of supporters and their popularity. 1st, Thor. 2nd, Fang King. 3rd, Yang Wei. 9th, Lin Yuan. 10th, Ruandu. Thor is ranked 1st entirely because of his cool fighting style. Summoning thunder, controlling thunder, and transforming into thunder, especially the transformation into thunder, has garnered countless fans. This caused her popularity to surpass Fang King's, securing her the top spot in this ranking. Of course, such unofficial rankings are not very authoritative. It was created based solely on the past achievements and popularity of the 10 evolved individuals. Even so, the ranking of the 10 evolved individuals reflects the outcome of the final battle, to some extent. First, let's talk about the top 3. Thor is #1, Fang King is #1, and even Yang Wei is #1. In short, these 3 evolved beings are clearly a level stronger than the other 7. Almost everyone believed that the champion would be one of these 3. As for which one it is, we'll only know after we fight it. To ensure fairness, the tournament organizers have not allowed these 3 evolved individuals to face each other so far. Yang Wei was an exception. Before awakening his 6th order bloodline, he had been crushed by the Thunder God. However, once the 6th tier bloodline awakens, it's hard to say who will win or lose. While bloodline-based evolvers are bound by their own bloodline, once they awaken a powerful bloodline, they can almost completely overwhelm those of the same level in the early stages. The day before the global competition, Virtual World, the tournament organizers have located Lin Yuan. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am the official assistant for this tournament. A woman with gentle features and pale purple pupils said with a smile. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded and said, We need you to record a video, mainly your thoughts on the upcoming top 10 competition. The female assistant paused for a moment, then continued, of course, if Mr. Lin Yuan doesn't know how to say it, we will provide a script for him to read. After the female assistant finished speaking, she took out a stack of documents. Lin Yuan took the manuscripts, glanced at them casually, and immediately understood that they were mainly used to declare war on the other 9 evolved beings. Although it is said that the top 3 in this tournament are almost predetermined to be among Fang Qing, Lei Shen, and Yang Wei, but no matter what, we can't lose in terms of momentum. Even if we miss the top 3, there's still 4th, 5th, and 10th place. These pre-match interviews are designed to stir up trouble and provoke other players and the audience. I'll tell you myself, after reading the interview transcripts, Lin Yuan felt that none of them were suitable for him. If Mr. Lin Yuan has his own ideas, he naturally doesn't need to read from a script. The female assistant said gently that she had followed more than one tournament and knew that some of the evolved contestants were very nervous before the competition, so she thoughtfully prepared the script. Then, Lin Yuan smiled and said, I wish everyone a pleasant competition. That's all? The female assistant waited patiently for a while after hearing Lin Yuan finish speaking. Only after noticing Lin Yuan looking at her did she realize that she had already finished speaking. Isn't that enough? Is there a time limit for recording videos? Lin Yuan asked. There's no time requirement, the female assistant quickly said. It just feels a bit short. The female assistant didn't say one more thing. Lin Yuan's declaration lacked any real impact. Just a simple, have a great game everyone. As an assistant in the arena, she couldn't control what Lin Yuan wanted to say. Then I'll be going now. Finally, I hope Mr. Lin Yuan can achieve a good ranking. The female assistant finished speaking with a smile and then disappeared from the spot. That evening, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation as usual. Just then, the intelligent assistant reminded Lin Yuan that the revenue sharing from the martial arts evolution path had been settled. Let's see how much money we have. Lin Yuan became interested. Revenue sharing is settled once a year. As of today, Lin Yuan has already settled the accounts once. However, that martial arts evolution path only barely made it into the top 100, and the time was not long, so the final share of income was less than 10 million. From the last settlement to this settlement, the martial arts evolution path has been in the top 10 of the evolution ranking for almost a year, which must have attracted many citizens to cultivate it. 1.5536 billion? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised when he saw the final share of the income. This is just the revenue received. If we include the 70% that the government takes, along with the corresponding taxes and fees, the total sales would reach nearly 10 billion. Revolutionary path. Martial arts. A number of people cultivating the innate realm. 7,893 are a number of participants in the Cultivation Master Chapter. 2. A number of participants in the Grand Master Cultivation Series. Zeuds, someone has already cultivated to the Grandmaster level. Lin Yuan glanced at the data related to the evolution path of martial arts cultivation. This data comes from the official registration of the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Evolutionary Association. There may be errors in this, such as some evolved beings cultivating to the Grandmaster level but not ascending to the throne. But there are very few, and it is extremely rare for someone like Lin Yuan to experience such a dramatic increase in strength every 8 months. This data is incorrect. Lin Yuan glanced again at the number of items sold for each level of the martial arts evolution path. The third-tier edition sold over 200 copies. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. The current path of martial arts evolution is divided into 3 stages: the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage. Lin Yuan set the prices for these 3 stages as follows: First Order Chapter, 10,000. Second Tier Chapter, 500,000. Third Tier Chapter, 5 million. Lin Yuan uploaded the 3rd stage chapter of the martial arts evolution path not long ago. More than 200 copies had been sold. Keep in mind that at a unit price of 5 million, more than 200 units would amount to more than 1 billion. Even after deducting the 70% taken by the government and taxes, it still amounts to 300 or 400 million. This is no small sum. It should be a chain reaction that occurs after reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts evolution path. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and roughly figured out the reason. After uploading the 3rd tier version, it prompted the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate the path of martial arts evolution, thus leading to its ascent to the top of the Kanglen evolution ranking. This matter might not seem like a big deal in the entire Crimson Kun starfield, but for Kanglen Star, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the evolutionary community. It's perfectly normal for top-tier evolvers to spend over 5 million to buy and study the martial arts evolution path. 5 million might be more than an amount that an ordinary citizen could never earn in a lifetime, but it's not a huge sum for those 3rd or 4th tier evolvers. I broke even in no time. Lin Yuan was in a good mood because the loss of his wealth due to the purchase of the 2 cosmic treasures, the vermilion fruit and the cold jade, was immediately made up for. And there were several 100 million more. The income should be even more than the next settlement, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The impact of reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts evolution path has not yet fully unfolded. As time goes by, future evolved beings born on Kanglen Star will inevitably prioritize the martial arts evolution path. After all, given roughly the same cost, one evolutionary path ranks first on the evolutionary list, while the other ranks 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Any normal person knows how to make a choice. The next day, the competition for the global top 10 has officially begun. On an enormous arena, a male and a female host appeared. These 2 hosts are the most famous hosts on Kanglen Star, and they are responsible for commentating on the top 10 finals. The surrounding seats quickly filled with spectators, and the virtual broadcast screen showed a large number of citizens watching. Fellow citizens, the highly anticipated top 10 finals have finally arrived. I'm sure everyone is eagerly wondering who will claim the championship of this year's tournament. The male host raised his hand and said loudly, "Without further ado, let's welcome our 10 evolved beings to the stage." Zoom in on the image. Fang King, Lei Shen, Yang Wei, Lin Yuan, and 4 others took the stage in turn. Each time a contestant appeared, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from all around, with Fang King, Lei Shen, and Yang Wei being the loudest. As for the smaller teams that follow, everyone is interested in winning the championship, and Fang King, Lei Shen, and Yang Wei are currently the 3 with the best chance of winning. Lin Yuan, I love you. When it was Lin Yuan's turn, some of the audience members became excited. Lin Yuan's unique fighting style, which involves tormenting his opponents, has indeed attracted a group of die-hard fans with peculiar interests. All right. At this point, the male host started speaking again. I must say, these 10 people are the most outstanding young evolvers on our Kanglen Star. They are the future of our Kanglen Star. But in the ring, a winner still needs to be determined. The male host's voice was impassioned as he announced, "The competition is now officially beginning. First is the points-based system. The 10 evolved contestants will all appear on an island that is hundreds of miles long and wide. The goal of all the contestants is to find this blue crystal on the island. The male host pointed with his right hand, and a palm-sized, deep blue crystal appeared before everyone. There are 100 of these crystals, scattered in various hidden locations on the island. The final ranking in the points competition will be determined by the number of crystals possessed. The male host paused for a moment after saying this. In this points-based competition, combat between contestants is not prohibited. That statement was very provocative. Not banning combat means that simply finding the crystal is useless. The most important thing is to protect it. Otherwise, even if you find 100 crystals, if they are killed and stolen by other evolved beings, it will all be for nothing. The match begins now. The male and female hosts spoke together. Instantly, Fang King, Thor, and others appeared at a certain location on the island. 10 images appeared above the giant arena. These 10 screens all feature the 10 evolved contestants. Now, everyone can choose their favorite player's perspective. You can switch perspectives at any time. The male host reminded him. The words had barely left his mouth. Many viewers then began to choose their perspective. The number of viewers at each of the 10 views is also updated in real time. A moment later, the number of viewers for the 10 screens has remained relatively constant. The largest number of people watched Thor's perspective, exceeding 11 billion. Next is Fang King, whose net worth is also over 10 billion. Yang Wei's figure is over 9 billion. The number of people on screen fluctuates frequently, indicating that many viewers are switching between different perspectives. Alright, let the match begin. The male host would change his perspective and provide commentary every so often. But most of the time, the focus is on the perspectives of Thor, Fang King, and Yang Wei. After all, these three receive the most attention, and commentating on them generates a greater response. Finding things isn't something I'm very good at. Fang King appeared in a dense forest, his face lost in thought. But we can give it a try. Fang King closed his eyes, and vaguely, a huge phantom of an ancient god appeared behind him. Fang King himself, with the help of this ancient god phantom, rapidly expanded his senses. Blue crystal? Thor appeared at the edge of the island, with blue lightning faintly appearing in his pupils. And finally, purple lightning swirled around him for hundreds and thousands of meters. Bang, bang, bang! One blue crystal after another, under the collision of purple lightning, took shape and fell into Thor's hands. Let me see where the crystal is. Yang Wei was a cold and aloof man, his pupils subtly deepening in depth, bloodline talent, eye of insight. In an instant, everything in Yang Wei's vision, including trees and stones, became illusory. Only the blue crystal shone with an unusual color. There's a crystal there. Yang Wei saw a blue crystal and flew straight towards it. Above the giant arena, the male host is giving a rapid-fire commentary. Look at our Fang King. He directly released the ancient god Phantom to enhance his perception and has already found 6 blue crystals. After the male host gave his comments, he switched the focus. Back to Thor. My god, Thor has also awakened the rudimentary form of a domain, which should be the rudimentary form of the thunder domain. Using this rudimentary form to search for the blue crystal will definitely give him an advantage over other contestants. Our Thor player has now found 11 crystals. Yang Wei's method of finding the crystal is quite interesting. He knows exactly where the crystal is. Did he use some kind of pupil-type bloodline talent? The male host and the female host constantly switch between 10 different perspectives, offering their comments on each one. Final. The male host switched to Lin Yuan's perspective. Is our athlete Lin Yuan resting? The male host was somewhat stunned. From the first 9 perspectives, all the players are frantically searching for the crystal. When Lin Yuan arrived, the other party was lying on the boulder with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. This scene was witnessed by many viewers. From this perspective, Lin Yuan is leisurely lying on the boulder. This contrasts sharply with the other contestants, who are searching for crystals. No way, has it already given up the struggle? That's right. Lin Yuan has mastered the rudimentary form of the domain, so in theory he should be good at finding crystals. But finding crystals and protecting crystals are two different things. Even if Lin Yuan finds the crystal, he'll have to hand it over obediently when he encounters powerful opponents like Thor and Fang King. Countless viewers discussed the matter, with most believing that Lin Yuan was starting to slack off, since he was still 10th in the world even if he didn't get a single crystal. It seems our Lin Yuan is very good at making choices. After thinking for a long time, the male host finally came up with a good word. Next, the male host switched perspectives again. The tournament organizers do not support Lin Yuan's passive attitude towards the competition because it makes the match uninteresting. Even if there's no hope, you still have to struggle just to generate more discussion and viewership. On a giant rock on an island, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked around. That's about enough, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The rules of this points competition are to find 100 blue crystals scattered throughout the island. This blue crystal could be hidden anywhere on the island. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to find it, it would take him some time. It would be better to wait until the other 9 evolved beings have collected enough before going to reap the rewards. Anyway, the rules of the competition do not prohibit stealing, and even encourage fighting and combat. Check who's around. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi domain rapidly expanded. 1 li, 10 li, 20 li, 30 li. There are 3. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and his figure disappeared from the spot. The 10th blue crystal. Yang Wei maintained his bloodline talent Eye of Insight and found the blue crystal very quickly, soon finding the 10th crystal. Keep in mind that the total value of all the crystals on the entire island is only about 100. You saw another one? Yang Wei looked around, his eyes lit up, and he was about to head over. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended. Yang Wei's expression revealed a look of horror. Then everything went black, and he vanished into nothingness. The next moment, Yang Wei appeared in the rest area of the stadium. An expression of disbelief appeared on Yang Wei's face. Am I dead? Yang Wei's mind was a complete mess. Even now, he still doesn't know how he died. You should know that even if he encountered the strongest Thor or Fang King, he was confident that he could fight for a while, and even if he lost, it would be a narrow defeat. It's utterly unbelievable that someone could be instantly defeated like this. At the same time, a giant arena high in the air, the screen suddenly went black from Yang Wei's perspective. Nearly 10 billion viewers who watched Yang Wei's perspective suddenly found themselves homeless and erupted in uproar. 2 chapters, totaling 8,000 words. Thank you for your support. Tomorrow we'll finish this volume and begin the next one. The Star-Lord's trial. What the hell? What just happened? Why is Yang Wei's viewpoint black? At first, the audience thought it was an isolated case. Perhaps there's a problem with the network connection. However, after exchanging information, they discovered that all the views from Yang Wei's perspective were black screens, which immediately caused an uproar. Above the giant arena, the male host clearly noticed this. Yang Wei has awakened the 6th Order Fallen Star bloodline, making him one of the favorites to win this tournament. Even the host, Yang Wei, takes a second look at him. Upon discovering the anomaly, the male host quickly took action. Let's take a look at what happened in the last few seconds before Yang Wei left the field. The male host was experienced and knew that the sudden black screen was definitely not related to the network. After all, if the network were truly affected, all 10 screens should be malfunctioning simultaneously. Another possibility for a sudden black screen is that the contestant has been eliminated. The audience may already know this, but Yang Wei is too popular and strong enough. With the bloodline of a sixth-order fallen star, how could he be suddenly eliminated? Nobody wanted to believe it. As the male host manipulated the camera, time began to rewind from Yang Wei's perspective. Return to the moment 3 seconds before the screen went black. The male host stared intently, as did nearly 10 billion viewers. Yang Wei, in the picture, has a smile on her face. This should be the location where the next piece of blue crystal will be found. The next moment, boom! Yang Wei burst into a cloud of blood mist. His internal organs shattered, and he vanished into nothingness. Because the host switched to a god's eye view, the video is not yet finished. Everyone clearly saw that after Yang Wei's body exploded, the 9 blue crystals on his body also fell down. Just then, a slender right hand caught the blue crystal. The camera pans, and the owner of this right hand is none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan put away the 9 crystals and disappeared from the spot again. This scene immediately ignited the passion of all the viewers who witnessed it. Lin Yuan? Was it Lin Yuan who killed Yang Wei? How is this possible? Does Lin Yuan have that kind of ability? Countless viewers launched into a cacophony of discussion, like a tidal wave. Even if Lin Yuan defeats or even kills Yang Wei, it won't matter much. At most, he'll be considered the dark horse of this tournament, surprising everyone. This kind of thing often happens in previous tournaments. A contestant who is not favored by all the audience suddenly bursts into the limelight. But the prerequisite is that you exchange a few moves first. What does it mean that Lin Yuan was killed before Yang Wei could even react? It turns out to be our Lin Yuan. Even though the host had learned from backstage beforehand that Lin Yuan was the one who killed Yang Wei, he still forgot his lines at this moment. That's incredible. That's unbelievable. Our Lin Yuan is truly a master of disguise. Just now, he must have used his domain ability to completely crush Yang Wei. The male host took a deep breath, pulled up the backend data, and began explaining to the audience. The competition rest area. Yang Wei, who had already been eliminated, learned the cause of her death through the host's replay and explanation. This Lin Yuan, Yang Wei clenched his fist. He's been hiding his strength all along. After awakening his 6th-tier bloodline, a dedicated team immediately approached him to analyze his other opponents. In the analysis, Yang Wei only needed to pay attention to Thor and Fang King. As for Lin Yuan, Yang Wei had also studied Lin Yuan's combat videos. I don't think it's necessary to worry about it too much. But now, with Yang Wei's elimination, more and more viewers are watching from Lin Yuan's perspective. The amount has skyrocketed from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, billions, and even tens of billions. After all, there are nearly 10 billion viewers watching Yang Wei alone. With Yang Wei eliminated, these viewers naturally switched to watching Lin Yuan's perspective. Even the male host started providing commentary from Lin Yuan's perspective. I must say our contestant Lin Yuan's speed is, just as the male host was marveling at the scene, Lin Yuan, in the camera's view, found another evolved being, Buzz. The contestant is a woman with slightly curved eyebrows that look like crescent moons when she smiles. This evolved being is named Fan Yu. Despite her gentle and weak appearance, she is a very strong contestant. On the unofficial ranking list, Fan Yu is ranked in the top 4, only behind Fang King, Thor, and Yang Wei. Just the next instant, Fan Yu turned into a blood mist and was crushed into nothingness. Lin Yuan also caught the 6 blue crystals on his body. Gas of surprise erupted from the audience once again. If we're talking about the time Lin Yuan killed Yang Wei, most viewers didn't react because their focus was on Yang Wei. and they didn't know how Lin Yuan made his move. This time, many viewers focused on Lin Yuan, witnessing the entire process of Fan Yu's death. In short, it can be summed up in 2 words: crushing. As if some invisible force suppressed Fan Yu, crushing her within 10 meters of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan arrived just in time and retrieved the fallen blue crystal. The whole process was smooth and seamless, without any pauses or obstacles. Fan Yu was also extremely cooperative, seemingly without the slightest struggle. Next. Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, the 3rd one, the 4th one, the 5th one, as contestants were inexplicably crushed, the audience's view naturally shifted to Lin Yuan's perspective. This has led to an increasing number of viewers watching Lin Yuan. After a brief silence, billions of viewers erupted in cheers, and countless viewers went wild. Is this Lin Yuan? That's strong. Which idiot ranked Lin Yuan 9th? His current strength is at the 4th rank. More and more viewers switched to Lin Yuan's perspective, and even fans of Thor and Fang King gathered around, discussing it wildly. In this tournament, and arguably in all previous tournaments, it's rare to see an evolved being like Lin Yuan, who so easily crushes other competitors. After all, the prerequisite for participating in the arena is being under 100 years old, and at most, some players will only reach the initial stage of the 3rd rank. As for becoming stronger, they'd probably be poached by other star system level forces as soon as they appeared to participate in star system level and star region level arena competitions on the audience platform. Damn it, I even wanted to beat him back then, Bing Yan said, looking at Lin Yuan, who seemed like a god or demon on the field. He was also one of the top 20 evolvers in this tournament, with a 3rd-tier strength, and had fought against Lin Yuan. At that time, Lin Yuan had not yet revealed his terrifying combat power, so Bing Yan felt that he had a chance to win. Looking back now, I realize how ridiculous my initial thoughts were. Holy crap, Brother Lin is that strong? Zhang Bai, Cao Rong, and the others stared wide-eyed. Chairman Liao, standing beside him, also looked incredulous. In particular, when Chairman Liao sent the other players battle videos, he noticed that Lin Yuan wasn't very interested and assumed that he felt he couldn't win. Now that I think about it, Lin Yuan really wasn't interested. On the island, purple lightning surrounded Thor within a radius of several hundred meters. He himself was also speeding in one direction at an extremely fast pace. With the help of the nascent thunder domain, Thor has already collected 15 blue crystals. Kindness? Thor suddenly stopped in his tracks. The nascent lightning domain that permeated the surroundings was suddenly suppressed by some terrifying force and instantly collapsed. You are Lin Yuan? Thor's pupils contracted as he looked at a figure that had appeared not far away at some unknown time. It's me. Lin Yuan was also sizing up Thor. Unlike other evolved beings, Thor's physique was baptized by lightning, making it extremely special, which is why Lin Yuan did not kill him directly. Instead, I plan to study it for a while. Lin Yuan is now at the 4th rank, 9th level, and other 3rd rank evolvers only need to glance at him a few times to comprehend his essence. Only Thor and Fang Qing need to be observed for a while longer. Thor's gaze tightened as he looked at Lin Yuan. At this moment, he vaguely sensed a powerful suppressive force emanating from Lin Yuan and spreading throughout the 4 directions of heaven and earth. It was a domain power that was far more powerful and complete than the prototype of his thunder domain. Thor's instincts told him that Lin Yuan was too strong to be resisted by Thor. Just now, his nascent thunder domain was instantly crushed. You can attack me. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he spoke up to offer a reminder. Thor's lips twitched as he attacked you. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt like an insurmountable mountain to him. But he, Thor, is just an ordinary person. Now, a towering mountain tells Thor to take action against him. How should we make our move? What can we use to make a move? No, I am Thor. I can lose, but I can't be afraid. Thor took a deep breath. His skin, his flesh, his organs, his bones, almost instantly transformed into purple lightning, transform into thunder. Thor rarely uses this ability immediately when facing other opponents. But Lin Yuan put too much pressure on him. It's so powerful that if he doesn't transform into thunder, he'll probably admit defeat on his own. Physical body energy transformation? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This ability is extremely rare. At least since the start of the arena competition, among all the evolved beings Lin Yuan has seen, only Thor possesses it. Boom! Thor transformed into purple lightning and blasted directly at Lin Yuan. Buzz! When the purple lightning approached within 10 meters of Lin Yuan, it suddenly exploded, and finally countless tiny purple lightning bolts converged, forming the figure of Thor once again. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. Again, Thor coughed up blood and transformed into lightning once more. This continued 3 times. In his final act, Thor forcibly transformed into lightning, causing his physical body to collapse, and he deliberately died in front of Lin Yuan. So, the ability to transform into lightning can only be used a maximum of 3 times in a short period of time. Lin Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. However, Lin Yuan also benefited greatly from watching Thor transform into lightning 3 times. He collected the blue crystal that Thor dropped and went to find the next evolved being. That's too strong. Lin Yuan, I love you. Thor is already very strong, but in front of Lin Yuan he's like a child. That's right. I bet if Lin Yuan hadn't gotten into the fun of torturing people, the battle would have ended long ago, just like Yang Wei's. Numerous voices of discussion arose among the audience, who had previously been debating which evolved being the strongest. What everyone is debating now is, Lin Yuan is too strong. There's no way around it. This is the strength Lin Yuan has currently revealed. They are on a completely different level from other evolved beings. It's like a father beating his son. Huh? Why is it so quiet? Somewhere on the island, Fang King looked slightly surprised. Behind him stood a majestic phantom of an ancient god, constantly releasing its perception in all directions. The ancient god Phantom's precise perception range is 2 or 3 miles around its body. Every little detail from those 2 or 3 miles would surface in Fang King's mind. As for the ancient god Phantom 2 or 3 miles away, it could be vaguely sensed. For example, the general aura of other evolved beings, etc. But now, Fang King suddenly felt that the entire island had fallen into a kind of silence. It was as if he were the only one doing the activity. What happened? Fang King was puzzled. However, we are currently in the midst of a competition and cannot contact the outside world. A moment later, the break area during the match, Fang King appeared. A complex expression, along with a hint of fear, appeared on Fang King's face. Just now, he encountered Lin Yuan, or rather, Lin Yuan found him. What followed was a battle where Fang King was repeatedly toyed with, no matter how much he resisted and struggled. No matter how ingenious the evolution path of the ancient god is, it can only be suppressed by Lin Yuan. What Fang King found even more incomprehensible was that Lin Yuan, with his strength, could have easily killed him quickly, but he didn't. This performance made Fang King absolutely certain that Lin Yuan did indeed have a penchant for torturing his opponents. You've all been eliminated. Fang King immediately realized that he wasn't the only one resting. Thor, Yang Wei, and 8 other evolved beings were also there. Now Lin Yuan Yang Wei gritted his teeth. He wanted to say that Lin Yuan was bullying the younger one, but when he thought about the rules of the arena, he realized that Lin Yuan might not even be as old as him. Fang King looked around and immediately understood. It seems everyone was eliminated by Lin Yuan. Young Fang, look closely. Lin Yuan is definitely a 4th-level cultivator, and at least a 4th-level 9th-stage cultivator. He has mastered the complete domain. His talent is miles ahead of yours. Suddenly, a white-bearded old man, no bigger than the palm of a hand, appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. At this moment, the white-bearded old man was watching the video of the previous points match, and his words revealed his disdain for Fang Qing. 4th rank, 9th stage or above, Fang Qing shrank back. Even if he received his teacher's inheritance, and even with the help of the intelligent life form, the white-bearded old man, it would still take him at least 100 years to break through the 4th rank. Not to mention the 4th rank and 9th dan. When Fang Qing and the other 9 contestants were all eliminated, Lin Yuan, the only contestant on the island, naturally became the ultimate winner. This year's points race is much more unpredictable than previous ones. Fang Qing, Lei Shen, and Yang Wei are all contenders for the championship in previous tournaments. It's just that they all appeared at the same time this year. That would have been bad enough, but then a monster like Lin Yuan was born. He single-handedly swept aside and crushed the other 9 contestants. This made the originally anticipated points-based competition become boring and uniform. All you need to do is watch Lin Yuan's performance. The other evolved beings are just there to set the stage. The points-based competition has ended. Next up is the match. Only Fang Qing and several other evolved beings, as long as they were assigned to Lin Yuan. Without even thinking, I immediately admitted defeat. Are you kidding me? You think you can just keep refusing to admit defeat and get tortured? This disappointed Lin Yuan somewhat, as he had originally planned to continue experiencing the thunder transformation and ancient god evolution technique. Several days later, the final rankings for the individual tournament have been released. Lin Yuan ranked 1st, and Kanglin Star ranked 1st. The individual competition has ended. The tournament organizers then began distributing rewards. First and foremost is the world's #1 reward. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the list of rewards in front of him, though compared to team competition rewards. The individual competition rewards are much richer, both in terms of quantity and quality, far exceeding those of the team competition. Lin Yuan, in particular, achieved the #1 ranking globally, and the rewards were substantial. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you have any questions about any of the items on the reward list, please feel free to ask me. A woman wearing a pink dress was standing next to him. Her elegant demeanor makes her instantly likable. The reward list contains 50 items. It has high-tech weapons, warships, spaceships, and the like. There are also various evolutionary paths passed down, including the purple lightning evolutionary path cultivated by the Thunder God, which was once the most popular evolutionary path on Kanglin Star. There are also some cosmic treasures, starry sky magic objects, rare spiritual objects, and so on. As the first place winner in the individual arena competition, Lin Yuan is able to choose 5 items and has the right of first choice. In other words, the 50 items on the reward list can only be selected by the later ranked evolvers after Lin Yuan has made his selection. According to the rules of the arena competition, the first place winner can choose 5 items. The second and third place winners can choose 3 items. You can choose 1 item from 4th to 10th place. Which 5 should we choose? Lin Yuan was thinking quickly. To be honest, Lin Yuan wanted all 50 items on the reward list. After all, each one is incredibly valuable, worth hundreds of millions, and you can't buy them just with money. You also need citizenship rights and other restrictions. Even if Lin Yuan himself doesn't need it, he could resell it, and countless people would be willing to pay a premium to buy it. A 3rd-tier gene serum. I don't need it. We don't need a fourth-order railgun either. Lin Yuan eliminated several possibilities and finally narrowed it down to 5. 1. Fourth-order life fruit. This rare cosmic treasure contains a large amount of life force. Evolvers below the 5th rank, no matter how severe their injuries, can recover quickly by consuming the fruit of life as long as their soul remains. It belongs to the category of life-saving treasures. Even 4th-tier life fruits have some effect on 5th-tier evolvers, as long as it's not a fatal injury. Lin Yuan chose the fruit of life entirely to prevent extreme situations from occurring, so that he could use it immediately should he suffer any injuries. We'll see. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, the fruit of life is highly valuable, and its supply is always less than demand. Even if Lin Yuan doesn't need the fruit of life, he can still monetize it in the future. Second, the Soul Defense Treasure Soul Suppressing Bell. The Soul Suppressing Bell can protect one's own soul, effectively defending against attacks or interference from other souls. The soul is of paramount importance to life. In the Universal Human Alliance, the determination of whether someone is human is not based on their physical body, but on their soul. For example, some cosmic geniuses with great opportunities possess a special life form that is inherently powerful. Is this cosmic genius even considered human? And what about the offspring of certain important figures who acquire bodies with even stronger aptitude? Would these offspring still be considered descendants of those important figures? The first one to calculate, the second one counts too. As long as the soul is unique, that's enough. 3. Julie liquid. This liquid can increase the basic strength of the physical body to a certain extent, but it is only effective for 4th order and below evolved beings. The soul is important, but the body is also indispensable. On the Universe Human Mall app, Julie liquid requires 5 billion to potentially be purchased. It's just a hope. They're often snapped up as soon as they appear. 4th, soul-nourishing jade. Wearing this type of jade for a long time can subtly enhance the strength of one's soul. As for the 5th item, it was a 6th-order evolution method. This 6th-order evolution method comes from other inhabited planets. Judging from its description, it should have a significant compensatory effect on Lin Yuan's martial arts cultivation system. If Lin Yuan were to purchase them directly, each evolution method would cost billions. This 6th-order evolution method is almost top tier among the 50 items. That's all. Lin Yuan returned the list of rewards to the woman in the pink dress. Okay. The woman in the skirt had gentle eyes. Before leaving, she suddenly mentioned, "By the way, Mr. Lin Yuan, there might be news from the Crimson Kun Star region after some time." Clear. Lin Yuan nodded. Even before the 3rd time travel. Lin Yuan then learned from the Goddess of Wisdom that this year's arena competition might catch the eye of the Crimson Kun Star Lord. The Crimson Kun Star Lord is an unparalleled figure who rules over an entire star field. The current Azure star also belongs to the Crimson Kun Star region and is one of the millions of inhabited planets under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Kun Star region. Of course, the explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was vague. It's just that there's a possibility of attracting the attention of the Crimson Kun Star Lord, and even if he does, there might not be any reaction after Lin Yuan selected his reward. The remaining evolved individuals then began to choose in turn. "I choose these 3. Fang King spoke, her tone somewhat disappointed. He came in 2nd place in this competition. Second only to Lin Yuan. Even so, Fang King still felt somewhat uneasy. The main reason is that there is too much difference in strength between him and Lin Yuan. If it were Thor or Yang Wei who got 2nd place, he could accept it and felt that he had hope of catching up. The white-bearded old man sitting on his shoulder shook his head and said, "Young Fang, you don't need to blame yourself. Although that Lin Yuan kid has some talent, the evolution path he cultivates is definitely not as good as the ancient god evolution path. He may be ahead of you now, and he may be ahead of you for the next 10 or 20 years, but he will definitely not be able to catch up with you in 100 or several hundred years. You have the aptitude to cultivate the evolution path of the ancient god, and with my guidance, you have a great chance of reaching the 6th rank in the future. What about Lin Yuan? He'll most likely be stuck at the 6th tier bottleneck. When that happens, you can beat him up again to vent your anger. The white-bearded old man comforted her. If he had a choice, he would really like to change the successor. Lin Yuan was not bad. However, once the inheritor of the ancient god evolution path is determined, it cannot be changed, which means that the white-bearded old man can only follow one path to the end. In this way, we can only offer some consolation to Fang King, this incompetent successor. Right. What does it matter if someone is better than me now? What I want is the future, what I want is what's to come. If we could only reach the 6th rank, roam the starry sea, and destroy a star with a single blow, wouldn't that be infinitely more exhilarating than now? Fang King breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately felt that her future was bright. Time passed. The events of the Kanglen star quickly spread to the surrounding inhabited planets. In this arena competition, Kanglen Star has produced a 4th-tier evolver, something that has not happened in hundreds of thousands of years. For a medium-life planet like Kanglen Star, the probability of a 4th-order evolver being born before the age of 100 is almost 0. Only on advanced life-bearing planets, or even on the main star of a star field, is the probability of a 4th order being born under 100 years old more likely. The landing area of Kanglen star spaceship. A beautiful woman walked out. In the interstellar era, regardless of gender, people will not have bad looks. Not to mention genetic correction, even with cosmetic surgery, one can easily and without any side effects adjust their appearance. However, this beautiful woman not only has stunning looks, but also a special charm that makes men want to conquer her. I never imagined that a 4th-tier cultivator under 100 years old could be born on this remote planet. As soon as the beautiful woman disembarked from the spaceship, a special hovercar came to pick her up. Our mission here is to lure this 4th-tier genius into joining our clan and influence him as much as possible. The beautiful woman's mind raced. Direct assassination would come at too high a cost. After all, to assassinate a 4th-tier opponent, one needs at least 5th-tier strength. If both are at the 4th tier and one cannot instantly kill the other, the planet's defense system's energy cannons will arrive as soon as the other can hold out for a second or two. Only the 5th level is reliable. After the 5th tier assassination is completed, it will definitely be torn apart by the subsequent planetary defense system and the arriving human powerhouses. In other words, to assassinate a 4th tier human genius, one must sacrifice the life of a 5th tier expert. Furthermore, this 5th tier expert must infiltrate the human race and possess a complete and legitimate identity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to enter Kanglen Star and get close to the target. Achieving this would be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than training a 5th tier expert. The 3 goddesses of the human race are no joke. Any alien race that manages to evade their information blockade will have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, unless they are the founders of those advanced evolutionary pathways, alien races will not easily assassinate them. Assassination was a last resort. Besides assassination, there are plenty of other methods available. Shuyu Residential Area, House Number 32. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the evolutionary path of the pagoda constantly appearing in his mind. The evolutionary path of the floating pagoda is a sixth-order evolutionary path, originating from a high-life planet called the floating pagoda star. This evolutionary path is the same one that Lin Yuan chose for the arena competition. Truly wondrous, Lin Yuan comprehended this evolutionary path. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You comprehend the evolutionary path of the floating pagoda and continuously refine the evolutionary path of martial arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You comprehend the evolutionary path of the floating pagoda and continuously refine the evolutionary path of martial arts. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You comprehend the evolutionary path of the floating pagoda and continuously refine the evolutionary path of martial arts. With his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Yuan was constantly improving and browsing other advanced evolutionary paths greatly accelerated this process. Unfortunately, even with such an exquisite evolutionary path, it still couldn't exceed the sixth-order limit. Lin Yuan sighed. The transition from level 6 to level 7 represents a major bottleneck and constraint. The same applies to evolved beings, and the same applies to the path of evolution. Never mind. Go out for a walk and clear your mind. Lin Yuan got up, left the underground training ground, and planned to take a stroll in the garden of Shuyu community. As a high-end residential community, Shuyu Community's garden is planted with flowers of all seasons, making people feel happy. Since it was early morning, there weren't many people in the garden, which made it feel more intimate. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked towards us from the opposite direction. They also appear to be residents of the Shuyu residential complex. Kindness. Lin Yuan had a vague feeling of being spied on and couldn't help but glance at the beautiful woman a few more times. Take a look. Take one more look. Take one more look. Lin Yuan even stopped in his tracks and stared at the beautiful woman's back. He really is a man. Although the beautiful woman did not turn around, she felt Lin Yuan's gaze. She deliberately took advantage of this time to pretend to bump into him, just to show herself in front of Lin Yuan a few times. Her clan practices a special art of seduction, which allows them to naturally attract the favor of the opposite sex. Just now, as she was walking, she unconsciously used this seductive technique, and that fourth-level genius was so bewitched by her that he stopped in his tracks. This gave the beautiful woman even more confidence in her next move. The best way to deal with these young human geniuses is to wear down their fighting spirit. This was much easier than a direct assassination, and it gave her a greater sense of accomplishment. Your comprehension is extraordinary. By observing unknown life forms, you have grasped an unknown seductive art, unknown seduction techniques. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan immediately realized that this kind of seductive art seemed to be something that humans could not perform. How did that woman manage to use a seductive art that no human could perform? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. He was certain that the beautiful woman had used this unknown seduction technique when she passed by him, otherwise his extraordinary comprehension would not have been able to perceive it and comprehend it. If you have any problems, ask the goddess. Lin Yuan didn't want to think too much. After returning to his residence, he directly connected with the goddess of wisdom. This unknown seduction technique was uploaded. In no time at all, then they received a reply from the goddess of wisdom. Dear citizen Lin Yuan, this bewitching art originates from the flower goddess clan. It is a high-level bewitching art formed by this race through the use of special talents within their bloodline and related secret techniques. It can bewitch people's minds. The goddess of wisdom explained it very clearly. The flower goddess clan? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This race is a plant-based life form and is an enemy of the human race. Because this race is skilled at disguise and adept at manipulating minds, they often infiltrate human civilizations to act as spies. That woman must be from another race, the Flower Goddess clan. Lin Yuan thought of the beautiful woman he had just met in the garden. The Cosmic Human Alliance has so many inhabited planets and advanced communities, yet this alien appeared near Lin Yuan. It's highly likely he's targeting Lin Yuan. Is it because the arena match was exposed? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan made the decision to display 4th-tier combat power in the arena after consulting with the Goddess of Wisdom. The Goddess of Wisdom explained that while 4th-order human geniuses under the age of 100 may attract the attention of other races, they are only noticed and will not be placed on the assassination list. At most, he might be tempted to be won over or corrupted. As long as Lin Yuan takes precautions in advance, nothing bad will happen. Revealing 4th-tier combat power is very likely to attract the attention of the Crimson Kun Star Lord and may bring great opportunities and benefits. The risk is not high. The opportunity is high. All things considered, Lin Yuan Kaicho chose to unleash his full strength and crush the opponent. I've actually discovered an alien race. Lin Yuan's thoughts were churning. If used properly, this alien could bring Lin Yuan many benefits. For example, by following the trail of this alien race, we might uncover even more alien races behind it. Since the alien race infiltrated human civilization, they must have brought with them a large number of treasures. Lin Yuan, taking advantage of the chaos, is bound to gain something. Never mind, there's no need to associate with these shrewish rats. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then directly connected with the Goddess of Wisdom. Goddess of Wisdom, I have something to report. The Cosmic Human Alliance and the 3 intelligent goddesses all encourage citizens to report wrongdoing. The reports here include any aspect injustice by officials, discovery of other citizens committing crimes, corporate tax evasion, information about ethnic minorities, etc. Furthermore, the reports are not free. The goddess will assess the impact of the report afterward and then award a reward. Rewards include cash, positions, cosmic treasures, star-like items, and even merit points. As for how to report, it's extremely simple. There's no need to go through any complicated procedures, just connect directly to the Goddess of Wisdom. In theory, even a level 1 citizen has the right to report a planet's governor. Of course, the goddess supports reporting, but does not support indiscriminate reporting. If a subsequent investigation finds that the report was completely fabricated and baseless, that would lower the citizen's opinion of the goddess. If this citizen insists on making their report, they can grant them privacy permissions so that specialized illusion-type evolvers can browse their memories. The easiest way for Lin Yuan to report to the Goddess of Wisdom that the beautiful woman was of a different race was to do so. Given his current status, there is absolutely no need for him to have any contact with alien races that cannot see the light of day. Just leave it to the Goddess of Wisdom to handle. You can also receive a reward for reporting. Citizen Lin Yuan, please speak. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was going to report it, the Goddess of Wisdom's voice became slightly more cautious. I was out for a walk just now and bumped into a woman. I think she might be of a different race. Lin Yuan did not explain the real reason for his suspicions, nor did he provide any evidence. This involves one's own extraordinary comprehension, we'll see. Given Lin Yuan's current citizen status, even if he were to spout nonsense, the Goddess of Wisdom would conduct a thorough investigation several times. Moreover, that beautiful woman was indeed of a different race. How could she withstand such an investigation by the Goddess of Wisdom? Is this the person you're referring to, Citizen Lin Yuan? A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan, showing footage of him taking a walk in the garden. One of the tall and beautiful women walked past Lin Yuan. The camera zooms in and pauses, focusing on the tall, beautiful woman. It's her. Lin Yuan nodded. The words had barely left his mouth. All information about this beautiful woman, from her birth to the present, including information about her ancestors for hundreds of generations, was retrieved. Name: Yao Qingqing. Age: 92 years old. Strength: 2nd rank, 7th stage, birth planet. After a thorough investigation using the immense computing power of the goddess of wisdom, suspicious points about the person named Yao Qingqing were discovered within minutes. When this Yao Qingqing was 28 years old, she was suspected of being switched. After that, the behavioral analysis trend began to diverge from the previous 28. The chain of suspicion has been closed, and evolved beings have been dispatched to capture Yao Qingqing, because Lin Yuan is the whistleblower and his citizenship level is at level 4. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom did not avoid Lin Yuan. Flower Goddess Clan. Just as the goddess of wisdom began to act, information about the flower goddess clashed through Lin Yuan's mind. The flower goddess clan belongs to the Zerg clan and is a member of the Zerg Alliance. Over 2 million years into the Star Sea calendar, human civilization has spread far and wide, forcing neighboring alien races to unite. The Zerg Alliance is an alliance of alien races led by the Zerg. The Zerg are very strong, in no way inferior to the humans. This race is too united. At the command of the Hive, all Zerg warriors are fearless of death. Wherever the Zerg swarm goes, it is a disaster for all life. In the early stages of expansion, human civilization suffered several losses at the hands of the Zerg, but later adapted and won more often than it lost. A coffee shop outside Shuyu residential area. Yao Qingqing sat in her seat, in a good mood. Based on their interaction just now, she deduced that Lin Yuan probably had little resistance to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped to stare at her back. It's a pity. We need to take it slowly, otherwise. Yao Qingqing glanced at the Shuyu residential area not far away. She had almost stopped and made direct contact with Lin Yuan. This mission should be a sure thing. After a few more chance encounters, we can get to know each other formally, and then we'll be able to firmly control this human evolutionary genius. Yao Qing thought to herself, a hint of smugness creeping into her expression. She has experienced many missions, but it is rare to see one as easy as this one. Yao Qingqing speculated that it was mainly because Lin Yuan was too young and inexperienced, which was why he couldn't control himself towards her. To let a human genius fall into ruin so quietly, I wonder what reward one will receive. Yao Qingqing thought to herself with a sense of joy. Yao Qingqing's attention was mostly focused on the Shuyu residential area not far away, so she didn't realize that the coffee shop she was in was completely empty. Even the staff have disappeared. Kindness? Yao Qingqing was suddenly startled. He glanced around without leaving a trace. Upon discovering that no one was around, his expression immediately turned grim. Damn it, how was I discovered? As a seasoned spy, Yao Qingqing never believed in coincidences. When she entered, there were quite a few people in the coffee shop, but now there was no one there. It was obvious that her whereabouts had been exposed and discovered by the human authorities. Thinking of this, Yao Qingqing composed herself and got up to leave. Yao Qingqing's current plan is to hope that the human authorities only have doubts about her, or rather have misjudged her strength, so that they will not use too much of their power. On the surface, Yao Qingqing is a second-tier 7th Dan, but in reality, Yao Qingqing is already a 3rd-tier, 11th stage evolver. As long as the human authorities do not deploy 3rd-tier, 12th stage evolvers, or even 4th-tier evolvers, Yao Qingqing has a chance to escape. However, Yao Qingqing hadn't taken more than a few steps. A man with a smile as bright as sunshine walked into the coffee shop. Hello. The man smiled at Yao Qingqing. In an instant, Yao Qingqing felt dizzy and disoriented. This is a fifth-tier evolved being, or even a fifth-tier soul illusion type. Yao Qingqing felt a sense of despair. Fifth-tier evolved beings are already considered the strongest life forms on Earth. On a medium-life planet like Kanglan Star, there are only 3 or 4 fifth-tier evolved beings. These 3 or 4 individuals hold important positions and cannot be easily moved. Now, a fifth-tier evolver has actually come knocking on our door. Furthermore, this fifth-tier evolver belongs to the soul illusion category. In front of such an evolver, Yao Qingqing doesn't even have the ability to commit suicide. A single glance was enough to plunge her into an illusion from which she could not escape. In the final moments of her descent into consciousness, Yao Qingqing's mind kept replaying everything that had happened since she arrived on Kanglan Star. She arrived on Kanglan Star under the guise of a business trip, and everything she did was perfectly within reason. Even when she entered the Shuyu residential complex, she used the pretext of buying a house to have the staff take her in. Even after running into Lin Yuan, they didn't exchange a single word. At most, she would only secretly release her charm, but this charm was a secret innate technique of the Flower Goddess clan. It could only make people feel good about her without leaving any trace. How exactly did I discover it? Could it be that Lin Yuan noticed her unusual behavior? Even so, with this human genius reporting her, the goddess of wisdom wouldn't need to send a fifth-tier evolved being to capture her, would she? Lost in thought, Yao Qingqing had already fallen asleep. Done. At the entrance of the coffee shop, the man with the sunny smile snapped his fingers, and a group of people immediately walked in and carried Yao Qingqing out. It's just a small fish. Why would the goddess of wisdom send me to deal with it? The fifth-tier evolved being was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that she has other value? The man thought about it for a moment, but still didn't quite understand, so he simply turned and left. Shuyu residential area, balcony of residence number 32. Lin Yuan leaned against the balcony and gazed into the distance. This mental fluctuation, Lin Yuan was startled. Just now, he had faintly sensed an extremely profound spiritual fluctuation. This mental fluctuation far surpasses that of a fourth-order cultivator. Respected citizens Lin Yuan, the capture of that alien spy has been completed. The solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. Oh, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. He deduced that the mental fluctuation he had just witnessed must have been related to the capture of Yao Qingqing. Is this Yao Qingqing very strong? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Based solely on the mental fluctuations he sensed from afar, Lin Yuan was certain that the capturer's strength was at least at the 5th rank. From what we can see, he's hiding some of his strength. His true strength is at the 3rd tier, the goddess of wisdom answered. A 3rd-tier alien race, using a 5th-tier evolved being, Lin Yuan was speechless. Are the powerful members of the Cosmic Human Alliance really that wealthy now? Dear citizen Lin Yuan, your importance to humanity justifies this, the goddess of wisdom replied earnestly. To the goddess of wisdom, Lin Yuan's level 4 citizenship and his genius as a level 4 evolver under 100 years old were invaluable. None of that matters. What truly earned the goddess of wisdom's favor was the martial arts evolution path established by Lin Yuan. A martial arts evolution path with a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. The encounter with the alien race instilled a sense of crisis in Lin Yuan. According to the goddess of wisdom, as long as Lin Yuan does not reveal his identity as the founder of the martial arts evolution path, a 4th-order human genius under 100 years old is not worth the great price that alien races pay for him. At most, it's just like Yao Qingqing, secretly tempting and guiding. But what if? Lin Yuan was unwilling to put his life in the hands of the alien race. Move place. Let's move now. Although Shuyi residential area is a high-end residential area, it is only for ordinary citizens. This is clearly not suitable for Lin Yuan now. After winning the individual championship in the arena, the official Kanglan Star organization will give each of the top 10 evolvers a manor set for free. The manor is located in the highest point of the central continent, in the most prestigious residential area, at the very core of the Kanglan Star Planet defense system. It can be said that even if a fifth-tier alien race came to assassinate you while you lived in that place, it wouldn't make much difference. The moment the opponent made a move, they were locked onto by the planet's defense system, requiring absolutely no reaction time. Furthermore, the area around that manor is constantly patrolled by specific evolved beings, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. My parents' house. Lin Yuan, Lin Shucheng, and Lu Qiang stood outside the house. Lin Yi, the younger sister, was also beside her, gazing longingly at the house in front of her. This house was originally given to Lin Yuan by the Huo family. Since Lin Yuan chose to move, he naturally moved with his parents. Anyway, the house in the middle of the continent is very spacious, enough to house dozens of people. A moment later, two men in uniforms approached, bowed to Lin Yuan, and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, we are here on orders to help you move. Thank you for your help." Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. Actually, there isn't much to move. It's mainly some sentimental items left by my parents over the past few decades. As for other furniture and appliances, everything had already been prepared in the manor. What? You can't bear to part with her? Lin Yuan glanced at his younger sister Lin Yi and said casually. I am a little reluctant to leave. Lin Yi, the younger sister, nodded. Although she hadn't lived in this place for very long, it was undoubtedly like paradise compared to the old house she had lived in at the beginning. Let's go, the new house will be even better. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned around and sat on the aircraft. The journey from Dongning City to the central continent spans almost half a planet, naturally requiring the use of a spaceship as a means of transportation. Of course, with Lin Yuan's strength, he could fly there himself, but there was no need for it. Half a day later, the aircraft landed at the highest point of the central continent. This will be your residence, Mr. Lin, at Manor No. 66. The uniformed man explained as he walked ahead. The entire manor covers 100 acres, with a main building and 6 auxiliary buildings. There's a dedicated training ground underground, and other areas can be used for planting fruit trees and flower nurseries. Lin Yuan had already seen the video of the manor beforehand, so he wasn't surprised, but his parents and sister didn't even blink. Especially the younger sister, Lin Yi, whose previous reluctance vanished, her eyes shining as she looked around. This estate is bigger than a typical residential area, isn't it? The father, Lin Shucheng, exclaimed in amazement. As the core of Azure Star, the central continent is so valuable that every inch of land there is worth its weight in gold. But such a large estate was built here. This is simply, Lin Yuan walked alongside his parents. This manor is a symbol of status. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. The government of Kanglan Star specifically reserved this place to recruit evolutionaries with unlimited potential like Lin Yuan. Leaving aside Lin Yuan, even the other 9 evolved beings are all young and already possess the strength of the 3rd rank. They should have no problem advancing to the 4th rank in the future, and they also have a good chance of reaching the 5th rank. It would be foolish not to try and win them over. After moving into the manor, Lin Yuan will definitely live in the main building, that's for sure. No matter how modest Lin Yuan is, Lin Shucheng and Lu Qiang will not accept it. When Lin Yuan saw his parents arguing, his younger sister Lin Yi shamelessly said, "Stop arguing, I'll stay in the main building." As a result, Lu Qiang slapped him, and he ran off to the side to sulk. The next day, Lin Yuangang finished his cultivation. The intelligent butler robot then dragged in a metal box that was half a person's height. "It's a prize from the tournament." Lin Yuan was jolted awake. There are 5 prizes in the competition, 4 of which are real-world items. Therefore, it cannot be distributed directly like the floating pagoda evolution method. Instead, the delivery will be delayed by a few days and then delivered to your door. After moving to the new manor, Lin Yuan also updated the address. The prizes finally arrived today. Lin Yuan verified his identity and opened the alloy box in front of him. The first thing that catches the eye is a palm-sized, completely black clock. The soul-suppressing bell. Lin Yuan picked up the small black clock and examined it repeatedly. Of the 50 prizes in this tournament, the most valuable is the soul-suppressing bell. Soul-type defensive weapons are extremely rare, and the soul-suppressing bell, with its 4th-tier quality, is practically a natural counter to 4th-tier soul illusion-type evolvers. Lin Yuan stroked the small black bell, his mind stirred, and he began to refine it by integrating his soul power. In no time at all, the soul-suppressing bell then disappeared and appeared in the sea of consciousness. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Among the many evolutionary paths, the soul illusion type is most unpredictable and difficult to defend against. In particular, soul attacks ignore physical defense and are specifically designed to target the soul, without soul defense weapons or secret techniques to protect souls. When faced with a soul attack, the only option is to withstand it. If you can withstand it, you'll survive. If you can't hold on, you'll die. With this soul-suppressing bell, Lin Yuan felt much safer. Although the path of martial arts evolution inherently includes methods to protect the soul, but having an additional soul-suppressing bell for protection is certainly a good thing. Lin Yuan chose the soul-suppressing bell to use in conjunction with the fruit of life. If one day Lin Yuan's physical body is shattered, leaving only his soul protected by the soul-suppressing bell, consuming the fruit of life at this time, with its immense life energy, can quickly restore Lin Yuan's physical body, essentially giving him another life. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to another item. It was a wooden box, and inside it was the fruit of life. Lin Yuan picked up the wooden box and gently opened it. In an instant, a terrifying life force spread outwards. A rich, intoxicating aroma filled the air, and all the changes originated from the fruit, about the size of a baby's fist and emerald green, inside the wooden box. "I really want to eat it all in one bite." Lin Yuan swallowed hard. His instincts told him that eating this fruit of life would be of great benefit to him, but in reality, it's just instinct. According to the description of the fruit of life, for a period of time after consuming it, every cell in the body is surrounded by countless life energies. During this period, any injury will heal at an alarming rate, but this only lasts for a short time. After that, the effects of the life fruit will disappear, and everything will return to normal. Snap! Lin Yuan closed the wooden box directly. When the fruit of life is left exposed to the air, the life force within it will dissipate at a certain rate. Kindness? Lin Yuan glanced around. When the wooden box was opened, a rich fragrance filled the air, which was as a manifestation of the power of life. "I'll inhale." Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and with his physique, all the air from all directions, including the fragrance from the fruit of life, was inhaled into his chest. Then all the fragrance was absorbed, and a faint life force lingered around him, giving Lin Yuan a feeling of floating on air. Lin Yuan tasted it for a while, then put the wooden box away. Soul-nourishing jade. Lin Yuan picked up the third item. This is a jade pendant, almost transparent. When it comes into contact with the skin, a slight energy will seep in, nourishing the soul at an extremely slow pace. Although the speed is slow, it is continuous. As long as Lin Yuan stays there, this effect will not disappear. Even if Lin Yuan advances to the 5th rank in the future, the effect will only continue to weaken. My darling, Lin Yuan carried the soul-nourishing jade close to his body, 9-li liquid. Lin Yuan looked at the last item. The Julie people came from a wild planet. When the Cosmic Human Alliance conquered this planet, they discovered that the local creatures had created Julie holy water through some kind of sacrificial ritual which had a good effect on improving the physical body. Later, with improvements made by some great scholars of human civilization, the 9-li liquid was finally born. Compared to Julie holy water, Julie liquid is much more effective and has few side effects. Lin Yuan picked up the 9-li liquid. This is a test tube containing a pale silver liquid, which looks very beautiful and dazzling. 9-li liquid, worth 5 billion yuan, is subject to purchase restrictions. It can only be purchased by citizens at level 3 or above. Lin Yuan looked at it carefully. Previously, the most valuable item he purchased was a vermilion fruit, priced at 700 million yuan. 1 serving of Julie liquid can buy 7 servings of Zhu fruit. The correct way to use Julie liquid is neither to swallow it directly nor to refine it. Instead, it is diluted and used to soak the whole body. Lin Yuan arrived at the bathtub, filled it to 2/3 full, and then took off his clothes and soaked in it. It is said that using Julie liquid is very painful. Back then, not everyone on that barbaric planet could withstand the baptism of Julie holy water. Lin Yuan opened the test tube and slowly poured the silver liquid inside into the bathtub. Almost the next second, Lin Yuan then felt his skin begin to heat up. It's working? Lin Yuan immediately poured out the rest of the Julie liquid. Immediately close your eyes and begin to slowly experience the changes in your body. First and foremost, it's scorching hot, from skin to flesh and blood, to internal organs, to bones. The temperature rises steadily, layer by layer. Lin Yuan remained calm. This pain was nothing to him. To others, Lin Yuan was nothing more than a genius evolutionary being around 20 years old. In reality, Lin Yuan lived through 3 lifetimes, totaling over 200 years. Although still far from matching the average age of 4th-tier evolvers, adapting to the mere pain of the 9-li water was naturally a piece of cake. Sigh, as the Julie liquid is continuously absorbed, Lin Yuan's physique is constantly improving. Thin streaks of black dirt began to appear on the skin's surface. Lin Yuan had already undergone a complete transformation by cultivating the transformation method derived from the body of Lulani. However, as the effects of the 9-li liquid deepened, it once again cleansed Lin Yuan's physical body. Half a day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. My physical body. Lin Yuan felt an astonishing power within his body. It's at least 30% to 50% stronger than before I used the 9-li liquid. The physical body is the foundation of everything. Strong physical body gives rise to a strong soul. Unfortunately, the 9-li water is only effective the first time it is used. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a look of regret on his face. In fact, it's not just the Julie water. Most treasures that can greatly enhance the physical body or soul have many limitations, and it is perfectly normal for them to be effective only the first time they are used. Virtual world. The arena area. This area is specifically for practitioners to hone their skills against each other. No, I can't take it anymore. Fang Qing's voice trembled and he was sent flying backward, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. If this had happened in real life, instead of in a virtual world, Fang Qing would have been seriously injured and would have needed several months to recover. Brother Lin, you're too strong. Even if I suppress myself to the third level, I still can't beat you. I can't beat you. Fang Qing's injuries healed quickly, and he looked at Lin Yuan with a bitter expression. It's okay. Just do it a few more times. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The reason I sparred with Fang Qing was entirely because the other party offered himself up. Not long after moving to the Central Continent Manor, Fang Qing, who had also moved there, took the initiative to come over. Fang Qing's manor was dozens of miles away from Lin Yuan's manor, so they were neighbors. The two became acquainted after a while and often sparred with each other in the virtual world. Lin Yuan was naturally delighted with this, as Fang Qing's ancient god evolution path was an evolution path that surpassed the 6th rank. During the previous points competition, Lin Yuan had some insights, but due to time constraints, he had to end the competition hastily. Now that Fang Qing has offered it to him, Lin Yuan has no reason to refuse. Every time Lin Yuan fought Fang Qing, he was able to learn something from his opponent. Of course, Fang Qing was completely unaware of this matter. Not only Fang Qing, but also his intelligent life form, the white-bearded old man. No one expected that Lin Yuan's comprehension would be so terrifying. After only a few exchanges, he was able to learn almost everything about his opponent. They thought Lin Yuan was a very enthusiastic evolver who volunteered to be Fang Qing's sparring partner. Good. Fang Qing seemed to have thought of something and immediately felt a surge of motivation, rushing towards Lin Yuan again. As he charged forward, a faint phantom of an ancient god appeared behind Fang Qing, making the same movement. Ancient god, Lin Yuan looked at the illusory figure behind Fang Qing, his expression slightly solemn. Through so many encounters, Lin Yuan has come to realize that the so-called ancient god is also a powerful being. This kind of life is so powerful that it integrates its life imprint into the rules of the world. As a result, any living being, as long as it cultivates according to the cultivation method it left behind, can summon the power that lingers in the world. Of course, in order to summon the phantom of an ancient god, one must have a certain degree of similarity to the corresponding ancient god. This threshold may seem low, but is actually very difficult to achieve. Ancient gods are such beings that even one in billions of living beings might not be able to achieve a certain degree of similarity to them. Boom. The illusory image of the ancient god behind Fang Qing raised its right fist, about to strike down. However, Lin Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down, then gently pinched it, turning it into powder. Ah! Fang Qing coughed up blood again and flew backward. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. Fang Qing was almost in tears. The white-bearded old man once told him that only by constantly fighting against his opponent could he eventually defeat him. With this in mind, Fang Qing took the initiative to find Lin Yuan, wanting to give it a try. As we saw, we couldn't win. We simply couldn't win. Even though Lin Yuan saw Fang Qing's pitiful state and offered to lower his strength and fight Fang Qing at the 3rd level, he was still able to do so. We still can't beat them. The two are not even on the same level. Go back and get some rest. Come again tomorrow. Lin Yuan seemed to understand something by constantly making contact with that ancient god phantom. Lin Yuan had already vaguely understood the essence of evolutionary methods beyond the 6th rank and how they differed from other evolutionary paths. This is very important. Even though Lin Yuan is currently only at the 4th level, as the founder who opened up a new path of evolution, he needs a broader vision in order to judge the direction to follow. Other evolved beings only need to cultivate according to the complete evolutionary path. There is no need for this. But Lin Yuan is different. He needs to determine the direction he should take next. Rule. It's still about the rules. I'm on the right track. As for why the ultimate potential of the evolutionary path is still hopeless at the 7th level, it's because my understanding of the rules is too shallow. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. The rules of the main world are vast, and the essence of the rules that Lin Yuan comprehended in the world of divine weapons is not even worth a speck of dust in the main world. On the other side, Fang Qing also returned to her personal space with a heavy heart. Teacher, do you think I have any chance of beating Brother Lin? Even if we consider the extremely distant future, Fang Qing couldn't help but speak up. Swoosh. An old man with a white beard appeared and sat on Fang Qing's shoulders. The white-bearded old man was only the size of a palm, yet his face showed an expression of disbelief. Genius. I never thought I'd be so wrong about him. The white-bearded old man muttered to himself, somewhat bewildered. Ah? Fang Qing blushed slightly. Useless trash, I wasn't talking about you. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing and said, that Lin Yuan has actually touched upon the fundamental rules, without an evolutionary path. Beyond the 6th rank to guide them, they were able to touch upon the fundamental rules. Such geniuses are few and far between, even in an entire star field, the white-bearded old man exclaimed in surprise. During the tournament's points competition, Lin Yuan faced off against Fang Qing, using the Tai Chi domain to crush him. Therefore, the white-bearded old man did not notice and only thought that Lin Yuan was using his 4th-tier power to bully and crush the weak. However, through those dozens of sparring sessions just now, especially when Lin Yuan suppressed his power to the 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man immediately realized that Lin Yuan had begun to come into contact with the fundamental rules. With such comprehension, the possibility of him reaching the 6th rank in the future is at least 50%, even greater than that of Fang Qing, who possesses the ancient god evolution method. Ah, Fang Qing looked completely bewildered. Don't even think about defeating Lin Yuan. It's unrealistic. Unless some great opportunities your way in the future, with normal development, you have no hope. The white-bearded old man fell into thought. He glanced at Fang Qing, then thought of Lin Yuan from earlier, and felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Well, Fang Qing shrank back, somewhat unable to look the white-bearded old man directly in the eye. He had a feeling that if it weren't for the inability to replace the successor, the white-bearded old man would probably be thinking about how to replace him and choose Lin Yuan instead. Deep in the starry sky, a colossal creature was roaming about. It was entirely crimson, and its size was dozens of times that of the planet Kanglin. Where am I? I just wanted to take a nap. Just then, the enormous creature opened its eyes, and its eyes alone were comparable to half a planet. Swoosh. The enormous creature suddenly changed its shape and began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the image of an old man over 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a red robe and stood in the starry sky, radiating energy fluctuations almost like those of a star. Lord Crimson Kunstar, it's time for you to go back. Just then, a solemn and clear voice rang out. Goddess of Wisdom, the old man in the red robe, who was also the Lord of the Crimson Kunstar, stretched and yawned. Oh, right. The tournament matches should be almost over by now. The Crimson Kunstar Lord's heart stirred, and he connected to the virtual world. Last time we chose the Nolan Galaxy, this time we'll choose the Dawn Galaxy. I want to see which geniuses have emerged in this year's competition, the Crimson Kunstar Lord muttered to himself as he watched. In every instant, nearly 100 million matches flashed by. The game footage stopped. The Crimson Kunstar Lord raised an eyebrow. Huh? In the cold starry sky, the Crimson Kunstar Lord's expression showed surprise. As a Star Lord level figure, a being beyond the 6th rank, the Crimson Kunstar Lord rarely experiences such emotions anymore. This tournament has produced quite a few geniuses. The match screen in front of the Crimson Kun Star-Lord suddenly stopped, then split into more than 100 screens, each playing a match video. These 100-plus scenes correspond to more than 100 evolved contestants. These people are naturally the geniuses that the Crimson Kun Star-Lord mentioned. The Dawn Galaxy is one of the 8 major star systems in the Crimson Kun starfield and has 120,000 inhabited planets. On these 120,000 life-bearing planets, there will be competitions and rankings. From such a massive pool of evolved beings, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord selected only a little over 100, a truly meticulous selection process, 1 in trillions. The Crimson Kun Star-Lord's gaze lingered on the first 3 images. The 3 evolved beings in the images are a silver-haired woman, a man with a third eye between his eyebrows, and a burly man wielding a giant hammer. Spatial talent, that's a promising prospect. After watching the silver-haired woman's battle video for a while, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord nodded slightly and commented, "I didn't expect there to be a 3-eyed person among them." The Crimson Kun Star-Lord glanced at the 3-eyed man. The 3-eyed tribe is a branch of the human race. Even among humans, there are different branches, such as yellow, white, and black people based on skin color. The 3-eyed clan is an extremely rare and uncommon race among humans. So rare that they cannot form a specific family. The reason being that the 3-eyed clan's inheritance is not from father to son, but rather a random awakening, and the odds are incredibly low. Currently, the entire Universal Human Alliance has no more than 100,000 3-eyed race members, scattered throughout human territories, certainly. Their rarity makes the 3-eyed clan exceptionally gifted. It is said that the eye between their eyebrows allows them to see the rules governing the universe and unleash attacks far exceeding their own power. Having mastered the basics of the rules of power, reaching the 6th rank in the future shouldn't be a problem. The Crimson Kun Star-Lord looked at the last burly man wielding a giant hammer. Based on comparisons with previous arena matches, it would be considered lucky if even one of these 3 appeared. This time, however, 3 appeared in a row, which explains why Lord Chikun was surprised. After looking at the first 3 evolved beings, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord's gaze moved down to the next group. At the 68th position, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord saw Lin Yuan. 2 extreme attribute rules. This path won't be easy to walk in the future. After giving his comments, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord didn't pay much attention to it. The difficulty of the journey only applies to evolvers below the 6th rank. In the eyes of the great Crimson Kun Star-Lord, he was nothing special. Since so many geniuses have emerged from this tournament, let's begin the 7-star cave trial. After pondering for a moment, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord waved hand and said, Of these 118 evolvers, the first 3 will be granted crimson marks, the next 115 will be granted gold marks, and the top 10 from each planet's arena will be granted silver marks. Let's enter the 7-star cave together, Midland Manor. After Lin Yuan finished his cultivation and connected to the virtual world, he was about to challenge Fang Qing to a duel in order to study the evolution path of the ancient god. A notification suddenly popped up in front of me. We are about to enter the 7-star cave world. Please be prepared. 5443. The countdown has begun. Lin Yuan looked astonished. This was the first time he had ever encountered a situation in the virtual world where he was forcibly pulled in without his consent. There wasn't even an option to refuse. The next moment, the countdown has ended. Lin Yuan's surroundings changed and he arrived at a huge white jade plaza. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only see the scene within a few meters of him. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in layers of hazy mist. Please adjust your facial features and body posture. A mechanical voice sounded in my ear. Is it to hide my identity? Lin Yuan pondered, making slight modifications to his appearance and physique, and giving himself a colder overall demeanor. Once Lin Yuan finished adjusting, the surrounding fog suddenly dissipated. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw that there were millions of evolved beings scattered across the square. These evolved beings had different auras. They were at least third-tier evolved beings, and there were even quite a few fourth-tier evolved beings. The lines on their faces? Lin Yuan clearly noticed that each evolved human had a silver pattern etched on their profile. Why is mine gold? Lin Yuan touched his cheek. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, at his level, he could perceive every detail of himself simply by sensing. And then there's the 7-star cave world. Lin Yuan glanced around the square, a vague guess forming in his mind. What should they know? Lin Yuan looked to the side where 3 evolved beings were gathered, talking to each other in hushed tones. Lin Yuan walked over. These 3 evolved beings clearly discovered Lin Yuan, especially when they saw the golden patterns on Lin Yuan's profile. Their faces immediately showed fear. Your Excellency Jinwen. Before Lin Yuan could even reach them, the leader of the 3 evolved beings bowed slightly to him. Lord Jinwen? Lin Yuan remained expressionless. The Jinwen and Jinwen should refer to the golden pattern on his profile. In other words, gold patterns are more noble than silver patterns? At least from the expressions of these 3 evolved beings, Lin Yuan could draw this conclusion. Okay, Lin Yuan replied casually. The 3 of us are from Ice Sea Star. May I ask which planet Lord Jinwen comes from? Moon Spirit Star, Lin Yuan replied casually. Moon Spirit Star, a planet with advanced life in the Dawn Galaxy, is also the birthplace of the original Force evolutionary path that Lin Yuan purchased. Moon Spirit Star, I've heard of it. It's a very powerful planet. I never expected that Lord Jinwen would emerge from this year's arena competition on Moon Spirit Star. Lord Jinwen will surely pass the test at the 7-star cave. Through the flattery of these 3 evolved beings, Lin Yuan immediately understood the purpose of the 7-star cave world. The test from the Crimson Kun Star Lord? Lin Yuan thought to himself. As early as the middle and later stages of the arena competition, Lin Yuan knew that the top 10 in the arena competition might eventually attract the attention of the Crimson Kun Star Lord. Even the Goddess of Wisdom was subtly hinting to Lin Yuan that he should seize this opportunity. When competing for the top 10 globally, Lin Yuan directly unleashed his 4th-tier strengths, showcasing his talent. Lin Yuan originally thought that he would at most receive a reward from the Crimson Kun Star Lord. The 7-star cave world is a virtual world created by the Crimson Kun Star Lord, specifically to test geniuses. Once you pass through all 7-star caves, you are qualified to join the Crimson Kun lineage. Of course, before entering the 7-star cave world, the Crimson Kun Star Lord will bestow upon each evolution the 3 marks of Crimson Mark, Gold Mark, and Silver Mark, according to their performance in the arena competition. Those with the Crimson Mark hold the highest status, and those who receive the Crimson Mark are generally considered to have unlimited potential and are future 6th-tier seeds. While Jinwen is not as good as Chuan, he is still a peerless genius. Only a few can emerge from a single star field, and his probability of reaching the 6th rank in the future is extremely high. As for the silver patterns, they represent the top 10 in each planet's arena competition. Although on their respective planets, these silver-striped evolvers are all-star evolvers who attract worldwide attention, but here, they seem utterly ordinary. Which of those who can enter the 7-star cave world isn't like this? The Crimson Kun lineage. Lin Yuan's gaze was slightly fiery. Without a doubt, the Crimson Kun lineage is the strongest force in the entire Crimson Kun star field, and the Crimson Kun Star Lord is an existence that surpasses even the fallen star level. If Lin Yuan could join such a force, it would greatly benefit his own growth. Putting everything else aside, just the safety aspect alone means Lin Yuan won't have to worry for a long time to come. Furthermore, if one could get close to an existence like the Crimson Kun Star Lord and receive his guidance, it would be even more valuable. For Lin Yuan, the effect was far greater than trying to comprehend it alone. Their extraordinary comprehension is particularly adept in this area. But how do we get through the 7-star caves? Lin Yuan pondered. To know how to navigate the 7-star caves, you need to at least know the specifics. For example, how do you pass the level? Knowing the content of the challenge in advance can naturally give you an advantage. Although Lin Yuan currently possesses 4th-tier strength and has begun to comprehend many rules, he will not underestimate other evolved beings in the slightest. Leaving aside the other evolved beings with golden markings, above the gold patterns, there are also red patterns. Since the Crimson Kun Star Lord designated him as having gold markings, he must have felt that he had not yet reached the standard of having crimson markings. In other words, the Crimson Striped Evolver is even stronger than Lin Yuan is now, just as Lin Yuan was pondering, on the vast white jade plaza. Suddenly, a majestic, illusory figure appeared. The 7-star cave trial will officially begin in 24 hours. Friendly reminder, the 7-star cave test is divided into 7 stages. You can pass the test by passing all 7-star caves. Finally, the trial process must not be revealed to outsiders. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Universal Human Alliance and the Star Lord. After saying this, the majestic phantom disappeared. The test process must not be disclosed to outsiders. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. They were required to do so, and other evolved beings who came to the 7-star cave world in the past must have been subject to the same restrictions. This means that obtaining information about the level will become significantly more difficult. Because the threshold for obtaining intelligence has increased and fewer people know about it, things will inevitably become more valuable due to their scarcity, making it more difficult to obtain relevant information. Perhaps those powerful and influential evolvers know the content of the test, but they certainly wouldn't tell Lin Yuan for no reason. Hello, I come from Dawn Star. A short-haired man walked over. The lines on his profile were strikingly similar to Lin Yuan's. They were all gold. Lin Yuan duo, nicknamed Dawn Star, glanced at the other person. Dawn Star is the main star of the Dawn Galaxy, which is the most prosperous region in the entire galaxy. It is also the place with the largest number of high-level evolved beings, and it even has no shortage of 6th-level fallen stars. Moon Spirit Star, Lin Yuan nodded. Do we need to exchange information? The short-haired man suddenly asked in a low voice. To become a golden-patterned evolver recognized by the Crimson Kun Star Lord, one must be an unparalleled genius who has begun to come into contact with the fundamental rules. Such a genius is likely backed by a powerful force. Although the trials of the 7-star cave world are strictly forbidden to be revealed, powerful forces have many ways to circumvent them. It's just a matter of how much they have to pay. You go first, Lin Yuan said, immediately deciding to take advantage of the situation for free. Anyway, even if he can't say it, the other party won't be able to do anything about it. Which of the 7-star caves is the most difficult? The short-haired man wasn't stupid. He asked tentatively first. Which one? Lin Yuan asked, his expression unchanged. He didn't know, so how could he determine which one it was? The 7th one, Lin Yuan said calmly. Based on Lin Yuan's past experience, the last hurdle is most likely to be the most difficult. You lied to me. The short-haired man turned and walked away. Lin Yuan did not come away empty-handed. At least we now know that the most difficult hurdle among the 7-star caves is not the 7th one. Is the first level the most difficult? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. This doesn't quite fit the logic of the game. What if the first level eliminates everyone, soon? Another gold-patterned evolver walked over. The first stage is the most difficult, Lin Yuan replied. You're not sincere. The golden-patterned evolver shook his head, gave Lin Yuan a strange look, and then turned and left. Next. Several more gold-patterned evolvers planned to exchange information with Lin Yuan. Those evolved beings who can appear in the 7-star cave world are at least at the 3rd tier, and their intelligence is definitely not an issue. It's impossible for Lin Yuan to easily obtain the content for free. Your Excellency Jinwen, an evolved being with silver markings on his profile, walked in. I know the information about the 7-star cave challenge, and I'm willing to share it free of charge, the silver-patterned evolver said directly. He had been observing Lin Yuan for a long time, and was certain that Lin Yuan knew very little about the 7-star cave. What are the conditions? Lin Yuan said calmly. I hope that when Lord Gold-patterned enters the trial grounds, you can do 3 things for me, the silver-patterned evolver said. What 3 things? Lin Yuan looked at the other person and asked. I don't know about that. The silver-patterned evolver shook his head. The 7-star cave trials are ever-changing, and no one knows what will happen before the trials begin. Then forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head and refused. This request is too broad. What if the other party asks Lin Yuan to kill the crimson-striped evolvers? Or should he hand over his chance to pass the level? Lin Yuan Jiao should pay or not. Really not necessary. The information on the 7-star cave is priceless. Knowing it in advance and making the necessary preparations will greatly increase your chances of success. Lin Yuan, the silver-patterned evolver, refused, and although somewhat disappointed, he did not give up. Unless you specify what it is first, Lin Yuan spoke again. I'll only know after I go inside. Seeing that Lin Yuan was unyielding, the silver-patterned evolver could only leave regretfully. After being bombarded with offers of information about passing the level by several evolved beings, Lin Yuan simply disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. The training ground beneath the main building of the Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, lost in thought for a moment. Intelligence is very important, Lin Yuan knew very well. This is like taking an exam. One person gets the answers in advance, while another has to take the exam by brute force. Naturally, the 2 people face different situations. Even the matter of the 7-star cave is more significant than whether or not an answer is obtained. If it were just the answer, with Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, he could still get a perfect score even without the answer. However, during the 7-star cave trial, if other evolved beings take advantage of their intelligence to deliberately trick or set traps for Lin Yuan, even the slightest mistake could lead to immediate elimination. Ask the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan began to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Given the Goddess of Wisdom's status within the Cosmic Human Alliance, she must know the contents of the 7-star cave trial, but it depends on whether she's willing to talk about it. Citizen Lin Yuan's authority is insufficient. The solemn and serene voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. This was not unexpected for Lin Yuan. The rules of the 7-star cave trial were that the trial process must not be revealed, otherwise one would be punished by the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Star Lord. The punishment from the Cosmic Human Alliance is crucial here, as it means that spreading this would violate the Alliance's laws. In this situation, the Goddess of Wisdom certainly wouldn't tell her. After all, one of the foundations of the operation of the 3 goddesses is the Alliance law. Never mind. Even without intelligence, I can still pass through the 7-star caves, Lin Yuan sighed, already deciding to give up. A few evolved beings knew about the Seven-Star Cave trial, and the Crimson Kun Star-Lord was certainly aware of this, yet he still did not prevent it. It is clear that they believed it was possible to pass through the Seven-Star Caves, even without prior knowledge of the relevant information. Strength is the foundation of everything. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. At the same time, outside Manor No. 66, where Lin Yuan lived, a guest has arrived. This guest was Fang King. Fang King's expression was numb at this moment. All that could be heard was the constant roar of the white-bearded old man. "You piece of trash. In terms of strength, you are not as good as Lin Yuan, and in terms of talent, you are far behind him. At this point, if you're not thinking about making friends with them, what are you waiting for?" The information about the Seven-Star Cave trial was specially prepared by the master when he was alive. Why don't you hurry up and deliver it to Lin Yuan? If you wait any longer, and wait until Lin Yuan gets the information, it will be too late for you to deliver it then. The old man with the white beard kept urging and roaring. Let's start with one chapter today. The detailed plot outline for the new volume still needs further polishing. I dare not start writing until I have a clear outline of the plot, for fear of ruining it. Pen refill, Midland Manor. The main building has 3 floors. Lin Yuan and Fang King sat facing each other. Brother Lin, I've learned some information about the Seven-Star Cave trial in advance, and I'd like to share it with you. Fang King didn't dare to delay for a moment. The old man with the white beard's roar still echoed in my ears. Fang King was unwilling to endure that torment again. Oh? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Information regarding the Seven-Star Cave trial of the Crimson Kun Star-Lord was blocked by the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Crimson Kun Star-Lord himself. Even under these conditions, evolved individuals can still obtain information. Each of them has an extraordinary background, with at least one behemoth from a planet with advanced forms standing behind them. Or it could be a powerful force with a 6th-tier fallen star in charge. As a medium-sized life-bearing planet, Kanglan Star simply did not meet the prerequisites for the emergence of this force. It seems the guess was right. Lin Yuan looked at Fang King with a slightly solemn expression. During the arena competition, someone collected information on the top 50 evolved contestants at the time. Fang King's speculation is that he may have obtained a great opportunity and acquired the inheritance of a powerful evolver. Fang King's later revelation of the methods used to evolve into an ancient god further confirmed this conjecture. The evolutionary path of an ancient god is to cultivate by taking a powerful ancient god from the depths of the starry sky as a reference. Without extremely detailed guidance, cultivators can easily be corrupted by the ancient god if they are even slightly careless. They then become servants or even puppets of this ancient god. For powerful life forms, a single glance or a single thought is enough to destroy countless lower-level life forms. The ancient god evolution path is not among the evolution paths publicly disclosed by the Cosmic Human Alliance, because the risks of cultivating it are too great. Even if you fail to cultivate other evolutionary paths, the worst that can happen is death. If you mess up the evolution path of the ancient god, you'll directly become the vessel for the ancient god's descent. Of course, the human civilization in the universe only prohibits the widespread dissemination of the ancient god evolutionary path, but does not completely eliminate it. The reason for this is that many ancient gods in the depths of the starry sky have fallen or disappeared in the long course of history. Cultivating the evolutionary path of an ancient god certainly carries certain risks, but it also offers the possibility of inheriting the authority and everything of that ancient god. In summary, since Fang King dared to cultivate the ancient god evolution path, he must at least have detailed guidance on this evolution path, and perhaps even have a dedicated intelligent life form that is constantly correcting the problems Fang King encounters during his cultivation. But I know nothing about the trials in the 7-star cave. Fang King is coming over to share intelligence, and logically, Lin Yuan should also share intelligence with him, so this needs to be pleaded on his behalf. Fine, we are all from Kanglen Star, and we should help each other. Fang King waved his hand. Anyway, intelligence can be considered priceless or worthless, since it doesn't require any subsequent costs. However, before we begin, Brother Lin, please have the Goddess of Wisdom cease her monitoring, since intelligence regarding the 7-star cave is explicitly prohibited by the Alliance. Fang King seemed to have thought of something and quickly said something. This manor is Lin Yuan's territory, so only Lin Yuan has the right to privacy and can dismiss the Goddess of Wisdom. Good. Lin Yuan nodded, then connected with the Goddess of Wisdom, instructing her not to pay attention to this area for the time being. All of this has been done. Fang Qingkai began to recount the information about the 7-star cave trial. In fact, the 7-star cave trial rarely occurs. It is usually only activated when the Crimson Kunstar Lord is in a good mood. Fang King sighed. The Crimson Kunstar region has 8 star systems. After each arena tournament, the Crimson Kunstar Lord will select a star system to test the top 10 inhabited planets in each system. The vast majority of tests are ordinary tests, just to deal with the Cosmic Human Alliance. Only when a true genius is encountered will the 7-star cave be opened. But this is also our opportunity. Once the 7-star cave trials begin, the 12 disciples of the Crimson Kunstar Lord will start paying attention. As long as you pass through the 7-star caves, you will have the opportunity to become a disciple of these 12 disciples. Fang King paused for a moment, then continued, don't underestimate these 12 disciples. The weakest of them is at the 6th tier fallen star level, and the 2 or 3 strongest have even surpassed the 6th tier. Beyond the 6th rank, Lin Yuan's spirit trembled slightly. Let alone surpassing the 6th rank, even at the 6th rank, Lin Yuan is still a long way from achieving it. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, if he wants to break through to the 6th rank, he will need to travel through time at least 2 or 3 more times, which will take several hundred years. Of course, these few hundred years refer to the time spent traveling to another world. The passage of time in the main world should not be very long. Even so, for Lin Yuan at present, a 6th tier fallen star is something he can look up to. Therefore, during the test, you must do your best to show yourself, because everyone's every move is being watched by the 12 disciples. Even if you don't pass the 7-star cave test, in the end, as long as you perform well enough to satisfy those 12 people, you can still join the Crimson Kun lineage, Fang King said in a low voice. Even many fallen star forces were unaware of this information. It was a top secret, and even his teacher had to go to great lengths to find out about it when he was still alive. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, memorized it. After saying all that, you haven't mentioned anything about the test. Fang King seemed to realize something and grinned. Actually, the 7-star cave test is not complicated. It consists of 7-star caves. Every star cave is a test. As for the specific content of the test, it varies greatly, but in summary, it is a test of physical strength, speed, willpower, mind, and comprehension. Fang King spoke up. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder the other evolved beings who participated in the trials asked him which star cave was the most difficult. Whether Lin Yuan answers that the 1st star cave is the most difficult or the 7th star cave is the most difficult, he is wrong. In reality, which star cave is the most difficult and which is the easiest depends entirely on the individual. For example, if an evolved being excels at speed, then the star cave that tests speed is the easiest for him. If an evolver has the weakest mind, then the star cave that tests their mind will be the most difficult for them. Therefore, the specific answer to this question is that there is no most difficult or the weakest. However, in my opinion, what the Crimson Kun Star-Lord values most is the comprehension of the evolver. As for other aspects, they are nothing more than aptitude, bloodline, etc., which can only determine the lower limit. If you want to truly reach the peak, enter the 6th rank and surpass the 6th rank. Comprehension is the most important, Fang King said seriously. This statement was not actually made by him, but by his long-deceased teacher. That's because the Crimson Kun Star-Lord possesses the most powerful bloodline in the universe. Lin Yuan smiled. There are many rumors related to the Crimson Kun Star-Lord, the most important of which is that when the Crimson Kun Star-Lord was at the 5th level, he was exploring an unknown star field in a warship and accidentally discovered a planet. All life on this planet has died out, and even the planet itself is about to be devoured. The reason is that this planet has become a breeding ground for a special kind of life, the Star Sea Swimming Kun. The Starry Sea Swimming Kun is one of the most powerful special life forms in the universe, extremely rare. It reaches the 6th rank upon adulthood, and its size is comparable to that of a normal planet. Generally speaking, when an adult cosmic sea rock is gestating its offspring, it will find a suitable planet and inject its offspring, which is still in its egg state, into the planet's core. Incubation is achieved using geothermal energy. During this time, the young of the Star Sea Swimming Kun began to slowly devour all the energy of this planet. By the time this Star Sea Swimming Kun was almost an adult, the planet had been almost completely devoured. At that time, the 5th Order Crimson Kun Star-Lord discovered that the planet was being slowly devoured by the young Star Sea Swimming Kun. However, it must have been in the early stages of devouring that young Star Sea Kun only possessed a vague consciousness and instincts. Realizing this, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord immediately knew that his opportunity had arrived. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, but the probability of encountering a planet that is incubating a young galactic unicorn is less than 1 in a trillion. After confirming his suspicions, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord immediately used the body-snatching secret technique of the Cosmic Human Alliance to take over the body of the Star Sea Swimming Kun cub. This special life form is truly a darling of the starry universe. It reaches the 6th rank upon adulthood and is at the peak of the 6th rank, given its size. It's comparable in size to a normal planet, and how much energy does it contain? It's probably enough to make a normal 6th order fallen star despair. The reason why the Crimson Kun Star-Lord is named Crimson Kun is because his true form is a kun that swims in the starry sea. Of course, after possessing Xinghai Yukun, the Crimson Kun Star-Lord secretly cultivated for thousands of years, successfully breaking through the 6th rank and entering the 7th rank before returning to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Then, after the powerful members of the Cosmic Human Alliance confirmed that the soul of the Crimson Kun Star-Lord was human and not an alien in disguise, he was able to establish himself among the human race. In short, the experience of the Crimson Kun Star-Lord is simply like having a cheat code.